Good morning, everyone. May I now request everyone to please rise for National Anthem. Thank you so much. May I now request you to please take your seats. Now, I would like to request our Women Committee member, Ms. Prachi Bobra, a jewelry designer, to please come on podium to take the proceedings.
Thank you, Seema. To be a great leader, think like a mother. What a great saying. To be clear, you don't have to be a woman or a parent. Thinking like a mother is a lens. It's an understanding of the needs of the world. When you think like a mother, you prioritize the needs of the many, not the whims of the few. A very good morning to all of you, and welcome to the second Women Leadership Conclave 2023. It's a privilege to open this event that is graced by the presence of an incredibly talented women speakers from different walks of life, and for all of you, an audience full of accomplished women of Indore. This leadership conclave is driven completely by women, for women, and of women. Empowerment happens only when we stand in solidarity, when we network, coach, and mentor each other. You all have entered this hall with hopes of gaining a lot from these talks today, and I'm sure you will leave in the evening with a new sense of motivation. Let's treat this one day as a masterclass, a small step towards becoming great women leaders of future. Now, let's begin with the presentation of the countdown of today's speakers. Now I will call upon our conclave convener, Ms. Chani Trivedi, Director Sri Aurobindo Group of Institutes, and an Executive Council member of IMA to escort our inaugural speakers on stage. Ms. Kirti Kabra, Director, Promoter, and Head of Brand Communications at RR Global. Ms. Malini Thadani, Independent Director at AU Small Finance Bank Private Limited. And Ms. Nidhi Kulpati, Managing Editor, NDTV India. Mother Teresa once said, and I quote, "I alone cannot change the world, but I can cast a stone across the water to create many ripples." These fantastic women we have here are doing just that, creating many ripples. Now I welcome on the stage the President of IMA, Mr. Akhilesh Rathi, Mrs. Sharmishta Singh, Vertical Head from Canara Bank, Ms. Ritu Grover, Mentor of IMA Women Forum. Please join us for the ceremonial lighting of the lamp, along with the speakers. Thank you to all the dignitaries. I request Mrs. Kalpana Somani, Managing Director, Candor Textiles Private Limited, to present a memento to Ms. Kirti Kabra. I request Ms. Rosie Sachdeva to present memento to Ms. Malini Thadani. And I request Ms. Sharmishta Singh from Canara Bank to present memento to Ms. Nidhi Kulpati. Thank you so much. Ms. Chani Trivedi, who always keeps the spirits of our Women Forum high, please welcome our guests on the behalf of IMA and shine some light on what IMA is all about.
If you're thinking suddenly I've become taller, so there's a stool here. So, Good morning, ladies, and the very few privileged gentlemen who have come here with the special reservation bill passed by the IMA Women Forum. What an honor and delight to have you all here. I mean, look around you. So many women getting ready at 9:30 and being here in one. So we've just created history. So I think we all should give an applause. 8:30 Sama here, yeah. So welcome to the second Women Leadership Conclave by the Indore Management Association. I believe every woman is born with a flame. It's a flame of goodness. The flame, if fed and cared for, grows in a woman until you can see the light in her. It shines from her eyes. She leaves traces of it on every person she interacts with. And I'm delighted to have a gathering of such radiant women here today as a part of the conclave by IMA. Originated in 1963, Indore Management Association has come a long way in helping professionals, entrepreneurs, business houses, students of Central India. IMA has engaged itself in guiding industrialists and business professionals in current management practices and knowledge sharing. We are a proactive, focus-based, and one of the fastest growing non-profit management associations of India with strong national and international linkages, and is a winner of Best Local Management Association Award for 15 times. We are affiliated with the All India Management Association, IMA, as one of its constituent bodies. We have direct and indirect membership of over 3,500 members, including corporates, entrepreneurs, professionals, business people, academicians, and students. Many great luminaries, both nationally and internationally known, have graced the IMA platform. The primary objective of IMA is to facilitate continuous growth and empowerment of the corporate world through leadership and management development programs. One such initiative is the IMA Women Forum. IMA Women Forum is a platform for women to learn, interact, network, and lead. The IMA Women Forum is a mix of women entrepreneurs, CEOs, directors, professionals, and senior managers. Over the years, it has been organizing various management events like business quizzes, financial literacy programs, team building activities, on-site field visits, and many more. It was in the year 2019 we came up with the first Women Conclave and very, very successfully made a mark. We have had a bright galaxy of speakers as a part of our first conclave, ranging from the corporate world to the entertainment industry, education, startup, and food industry, with prominent personalities like Ratna Pathak Shah, Chef Anaita Dondi, and Advocate Puneet Bhasin. It is our proud privilege to present the second Women Leadership Conclave. Our speakers today are eminent women who have broken glass ceilings, have pushed the frontiers of women's leadership, and have paved the path for other women and girls to follow their footsteps and become future leaders. From their stance and area of influence, they have shown that when a woman's voice is heard, and when she participates in decision-making, and when she exercises her leadership, she most likely brings up something very unique, special, and of very, very high value. This is our attempt to motivate and inspire the women to be courageous, challenge norms, stand up for what you believe in, so that when you are in your rocking chair, your grandchildren from many years from now will have lovely stories to hear, and one of the chapters will be the IMA Women Conclave. Thank you so much, and welcome to all of you.
Thank you, Chani. Now, it's time to hear from Ms. Kirti Kabra, a trailblazer in the electrical industry. Let's get to know the role of women in family business. She's someone who has developed small businesses into big enterprises in India and across the world. First, can we have a small introduction on the screen, please? Kabra, Director, Promoter and Head of Brand Communications at RR Global. Kirti has shattered glass ceilings and emerged as one of the most accomplished and influential women leaders in a traditionally male-dominated field. Kirti's remarkable journey is characterized by her unyielding commitment to excellence and unwavering determination. She has been a driving force in promoting diversity and inclusivity within RR Global, fostering an environment that values different perspectives and backgrounds. Under her visionary leadership, RR Global has evolved into a powerhouse brand, both domestically and internationally. Her strategic focus in marketing and communications has not only elevated the company's profile, but has also solidified its position as a leader in the electrical industry. Her dedication to exceptional quality, transparent business practices, and effective communication has firmly established RR Global as a benchmark for excellence. Let's welcome Kirti Kabra.
A very good morning to the dignitaries present over here, ladies and gentlemen. I am excited today to share the dais with eminent personalities, intellectual audience, interacting with them and giving me energy to talk and take it forward. I know I'm going to learn a lot today from all of you, and that's what excites me. Thank you, Indore Management Association, for giving me this opportunity. Role of a woman in family business. Fundamentally, I don't even agree to the subtopic what I'm talking about today. It gives me a feeling that as if I'm in a minority, whereas we are 50% of the population and should be equally involved. We have conquered all the domains where a few years ago were only male-dominated. All the qualities required to be a successful entrepreneur are by default inborn in us, as our initial years of house management teaches us so many aspects of planning, budgeting, your procurement, training, and also relationship management. We all know, and all the men here also will agree, that a woman is sincere towards her responsibilities and her work. She is hardworking, she is calculative, she can manage her professional and domestic affairs very successfully and flawlessly. She is also a multitasker, and she edges over the men in emotional quotient too. So when she is capable in every aspect, then why she has to struggle and prove herself every time? It's because in family business, she doesn't get the same opportunity the male member of the family gets. She is expected to stick to certain domains which are typical female domains. Some of the family members sometimes do not trust her enough that she would be at par with men. What is smooth ride for a man is a hurdle race for woman. We really need to step out of our comfort zone, accept the challenges, prove ourselves, and we really need to earn what we deserve. And trust me, this is not difficult, and I think all the successful women present here have done that. So here I am to share some examples of my professional journey. I come from an era where girls were supposed to get married earlier in life. I got married when I was still studying. The logic given to me was, अच्छा लड़का है, अच्छा परिवार है, business family है, बड़ी city है, you will get an opportunity. Being born and raised in a business environment, I actually grew up with the dream to become an entrepreneur. What really appealed me was, you will get an opportunity. I actually negotiated with my parents and my would-be father-in-law for the desire to get involved into the family business. Yeah, that was too much at that point of time. I appeared for my final year graduation when I was in last months of my pregnancy. A year later, when I was planning to get involved into the business, life threw another challenge at me. My mother passed away with a very short disease at a very early age. I was 23 at that point of time and my youngest brother was 12 years old. Again, my professional dreams, my dreams of life has taken a back seat. And for next 15 odd years, my life kept revolving around my family, playing different roles of a daughter-in-law, a wife, a mother to my children, as well as my siblings too. But all these challenges and the problems, responsibilities, I would say, not problems, but did not deter me to achieve from my dreams. So the journey of my professional life started in late 30s. Around 2.5 decades ago, when we decided to get into the manufacturing of wires and cables, our vision was to create a sustainable model of business, create a marketing-driven company, and create a global brand. I thought this is the golden opportunity for me, and I happily accepted the responsibility of branding communication and at that point of time marketing also. The first collective decisions we made was about the brand name. RR stands for Ram Ratna, which is my mother-in-law and father-in-law. And we switched cables to Kabel. Kabel is a German name for cables, and we all know Germany is well known for quality engineering. This way, our brand name becomes synonymous to quality and as well as represented the global presence. Going further, the challenges at that point of time were many. The major were 90% of our industry was dominated by unorganized players who were compromising with the quality, adopting unethical practices like underplaying. On the other hand, peers were strong, having more muscle powers, and they were building their brand upon misconception, miscommunication, and creating myths like wires that don't catch fire or 25% electricity saving. The bigger issue was the consumer was unaware of using the dangers of using inferior quality products. Those who were quality conscious were believing the myths prevailing in the market. Those who were price conscious were not ready to pay for the quality products. And the biggest problem was the end consumer who was paying for this product and whose life was at stake was not even involved in the decision making. I was trying to find a solution to this challenge. Misguiding a communication for the product like electrical wires and cables is like playing with their lives. To me, it was no less than criminal offense. My ethical and emotional values did not allow me to go and accept the trends in the industry at that time. So the only solution I could think about was bursting the myths prevailing in the market. And I took a bold decision. I needed a TV commercial with brand ambassador Akshay Kumar and made a very bold statement, all wires catch fire, but it's the thick, black, toxic smoke which is more dangerous and life-threatening when it comes to the electrical fires. This was a big statement. Competitor went to the court against us, which I was anticipating. Family got panicked and I was questioned about this bold move. But I was confident and was well prepared for the counter strategy. Finally, the competitor had to pull their campaign down and not us. Signing a celebrity itself is a challenge. When we approached Akshay Kumar's office, they informed us that he would be busy for the next 2 months for outdoor shooting and is available only for one week. And also they had their very particular norms that this director, this story writer, this studio only, and was not ready to delay for any reason. So, right from signing to the celebrity, to conceptualizing and shooting, everything was done within 1 week. Going further, planning a media, buying a media, taking the film on air was done in flat 1 month's time. That was really This film and this message created quite a buzz in the market and was scripted by me. All I want to say here is that being a woman, I was able to do this, take the right decision, bold decision at the right time involving mind and heart, both. I could stand strong with the truth, take calculated risks, think ahead of time, and the reward was our brand was perceived as trusted, honest, and consumer-friendly brand. When I could do that without the higher qualification of the subject, I think anyone in this audience can do much better than what I have done till today. Going further, I got quite a few good time in COVID time, and through market research and through market surveys, I was trying to understand the buying journey of the consumer of this product. And I realized that though the consumer is getting aware now, his decisions are still influenced largely and is by an electrician. I was thinking that how can we be on the top of mind of this influencer, and came up with unique idea. We launched a scholarship program for the electricians' children who graduated their 10th standard board exams. RR Kabul Star Scholarship Program awards 10,000 rupees each to more than 1,000 students pan-India. Last year, I traveled across 10... I traveled across 10 odd cities in pan-India to provide this or to award this scholarship. This initiative was appreciated by the electrician community, and I'm sure this will take the brand from loyalty to legacy. Some of the companies have already initiated a similar kind of program which endorses the fact that I am in a right direction. Today, as I stand in front of you, our business has achieved global reach and our company got listed in BSE and NSE. This clearly endorses, thank you. This clearly endorses the power of determination and dedication. My story is a reminder that in face of diversity, a woman can rise and success is sure to prevail. This holds true in personal and professional lives both. It's not about the stormy nights we will go through during our journey, but what is more important will be our ability to rise and stand strong after each fall. To all the women and the young students present in this auditorium, I implore you to embrace your dreams, challenge the norms. As the famous proverb says, wise proverb says that women's strength knows no boundary. So let your journey be marked by resilience and hard work. At the end of the tunnel, there is always a sunshine. I would be happy if I could motivate even a single woman in this auditorium. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Kirti. I'm sure many women could relate to her story. It's an inspiration how you faced the challenges that came your way. Thank you for sharing your story. We have now Ms. Malini Thadani. With an extraordinary educational background, she belongs to the field of finance, but also strongly believes in much-needed sustainability and responsible businesses. It's time to understand the role of women in corporate leadership. Let's have the introduction on the screen, please.
Malini Thadani, an accomplished and visionary leader. Malini Thadani serves as an independent director on the board of AU Small Finance Bank Limited. With a distinguished career that spans both the public and private sectors, Malini brings a wealth of knowledge and experience. A former civil servant of the Indian Revenue Service with 22 years of service at HSBC, she has played pivotal role in driving sustainability initiatives across 19 Asian markets. Malini's impact extends beyond the corporate world. She is an influential figure in various industry bodies and not-for-profit organizations. Currently, she holds directorial positions in AU Small Finance Bank, Mirai Asset Investment Managers India Private Limited, Lighthouse Communities Foundation, Access Development Services, and also serves as a trustee of Watershed Organization Trust, Apnalay and Shoshit Seva Sangh. Please welcome Malini Thadani.
Good morning, everyone. And it's absolutely fantastic to be back here in Indore. It feels like a first time to me. The last 2 times I came to Indore, it was just for a day and never got an opportunity to visit the city, but more importantly, to meet its residents, its citizens, and its women. So it's absolutely fantastic to be here amongst you and to have met so many of you doing such fantastic work. And we know with such enthusiasm and so verve and vigor. So it's absolutely great. Yesterday I came early in the morning and was taken on a whistle-stop tour of Indore, so the Rajwada, and went to your famous Chappan and enjoyed the poha again and again, which was fantastic. So thank you so much for that. Thank you for inviting me to this wonderful conclave, and it's really a delight to meet so many fantastic women all in the same place. So, you've asked me to talk about women's role in, sort of corporate leadership. I'd like to talk really about women in the workplace. And your conclave is actually come at a time which is very, very interesting. Because just last week, there's a professor in the US who's been awarded the Nobel Prize for Economics for her years-long study on women in the workplace and the gender gap. And, so she's tried to find the reasons for that gender gap. In the US, of course, but I think her messages and her studies resonate all over the world and certainly in our country too. Thinking of these issues, and in this room you have so many entrepreneurs, you have so many people who can actually create employment. So you're workforce as workers, but you're women in the workforce as employers as well. So it's actually fantastic because you have the opportunity to take more women along with you on this journey. So the workplace as we know it is actually only about 200 years old or less, because it started with industry and industrialization. So before that, you had men and women working together. You had hunters and gatherers, and you had the men doing the hunting, the women doing the gathering. And so the activity was closer to home. You had the farm, and people worked together, both men and women worked together. It was only when industrialization came, when cities were built, when offices came up, when factories came, that you had men going away to work and thought that they did really important stuff because their work was bringing food to the table. And that's when women got relegated to the backseat. In the West, women came back into the workplace in the First World War. And at that time, men went to war, and you needed the women to run the machines. And so then they were considered capable of running the machines, which till then they hadn't been considered capable of. And so you had, I think the numbers I have, in 1914, you had 26% women who were in the workplace, and that went up to 36%. The war got over, men came back, and women went back home. But again, the Second World War came, and again women came back into the workplace. And again, the numbers went up, so it went back to 36% in 1943. But that number wasn't big enough, and certainly women weren't given important roles to play. They were just considered to be good enough to be workers in the workplace. So I think all that has changed in these last few years, and we see that many more women who are in the workplace now, leading organizations, leading their companies, leading their units and their departments as well. Coming to to my experiences personally, when I started work, that was in 1980. And so I joined the Indian government and went up to do a foundation course in Mussoorie at the Lal Bahadur Shastri Academy. There was one ladies' block, a room, a space, a hostel for about 50 women. And we were about 550 or 600 people who joined the Indian Civil Services that year. So that was about 10%. I went to the Indian Revenue Service, into the National Academy in Nagpur. Again, out of a group of 60, a batch of 60 people, we were 6 women. So that again was 10%. And this year, I think in May or June, they announced the results for the Indian Civil Services. There were 34% women. So that's a huge change. Of the 34% women, the top 4 positions in the civil service list went to women. So that's a huge change and a huge achievement for women. in the civil services. I think of the top 20 positions, 20 have gone to women. So, so that's the transition. This afternoon, I think we're going to hear Squadron Leader Paridhi talk about her experiences in the armed services. So you didn't have women in the armed services for the longest time. Now, not only, do they get short service commissions, but they can have entire careers in the armed services. So really looking forward to hearing from her and her experiences. And other than that, of course, there are, this galaxy of ladies who are going to talk about their experiences and their expertise in the workplace. So I think there's a huge change from way back then to now as to the contributions that women have made. When I joined, I left government and I joined HSBC. And the first day I went to work, I walked into the branch on the ground floor. And it was buzzing with activity, lots of color, went up to the first floor, the branch head office, lots of color. Then I came up to the main head office floor. And suddenly, it was all very quiet, fewer people, and no color. So I looked around and I said, what happened here? And then I saw that the color was like that table over there in the corner. It was black, it was gray, it was blue, because that was the men's corner. So in this room too, you can see that's the men's corner. So the color comes from the women in the room, that color comes from the women in the organization. And so I exhort you, gentlemen, please wear more colors. But I must applaud you. So that's wonderful that there are some men in the room. Because this is not about women in the workplace is not about women alone. Women in the workplace is about men as well. And it's about how men treat women as equals and how women treat men as equals in the workplace. So I think the next time you have a women's conclave, please have half the room full of men. Because men need to be here. And on that note, I think it's also wonderful, and last night meeting so many of you from the IMA, I think it's creditable that the Indore Management Association does not differentiate. So while you have a women's forum and a women's group and a women's conclave, your members are all together in the IMA. So you don't have a separate division or a separate organization or entity for women alone. I think it's fantastic. And Mr. Rathi, congratulations for this fantastic organization and all the accolades you've received. And I hope that one day we will also see a woman president of the IMA. So, so we're looking forward to that. So there have been women in the workplace for the longest time, as I said. But what's happened is that there aren't that many women. So we're 48% of the country's population is women. But only 9% of women in the workplace are at work. 9% of women, there are 400 million workers, and there are only 39 million workers, women. So that's a huge difference and a gap that we need to fill. And when you look at the working space, at the top of the table, and we've got Avni here, who's been a CEO of one of our leading companies, and many, not one, but many leading Indian companies and multinational companies. But today, of the 2,000 odd companies that are listed on the National Stock Exchange, only 100 of those companies have women CEOs. The government made a rule that we must have independent directors, and we must have at least one woman director on company boards. Today, there are about 7,000 independent directors, but only about 25% of them are women. So that means that even today, companies see the need to have women on their boards as a tick box. That I must have one because Sarkar bolti hai hona chahiye, regulation says, MCA says I must have, but it's not because they see the intrinsic value in having women coming up to, to the boardroom. So I think that's the attitude, and those are the, the things that we need to change. So coming back to Claudia Goldin, she worked for 20 years, and she collected data for, some 200 years. And what she did was, very interestingly, identified the reasons why there is a gender gap. She identified the reasons why women don't come to the workplace, and the reasons we all know. You're, involved in early marriage. A lot of women get married, and then after that, you raise a family, and, you're able then to focus only on that and not focus on the workplace quite so much. those changes have happened. And interestingly, coming up on the flight yesterday, I saw a BBC article. And again, I guess this is being written in the wake of Ms. Golden's Nobel Prize. But the fact is that people are now thinking about this issue once again. And so this article said that the workplace, so in the West, and that workplace in India too, the corporate workplace has changed because women have started getting married later. Women have started having children later on in life. And because of that, they're able to focus on studies. So the first gap was that women didn't study well enough. And if you look back in time, our mothers, grandmothers, whoever worked, you were always told, oh, you can be a teacher. You had so many women who went into the nursing profession. It was a noble profession. Very few women were doctors. So for about, say, 50, 60, 70 years ago, you had many more people who were nurses. So there were certain professions where you were acceptable and needed, but many other places where you weren't invited to join because you couldn't. You did not have that education, and because you were married off early, and like you just mentioned, you actually finished your studies after you were married, and you negotiated with your in-laws and your parents. I think that's fantastic because you were able to get that acceptance and that, so from your family, that you must continue your studies and you must continue to engage in the workplace. And I think that's what all of us have to do, is to find ways in which to be, ourselves, be who we are and who we want to be. And so that's very important. The other few things that we need to do is to learn to be, and yesterday, in fact, I met Ishani and Garjana, who both of them said that they're teaching people financial inclusion. And I think that's fantastic, because how many of us, remember, we've all, our finances have been managed at home by our parents, our father, and you get married and your husband takes over. So invest kahan karna hai, paise kahan jayenge, all that decision is taken by the men in the family. But increasingly, I think I've got some interesting numbers here, that we have more and more women who are now taking these decisions also. And so let me give you some interesting data, which is that COVID made a big change. So you had 47 lakh women were investing in mutual funds in 2020. Today, that number has gone up to 76 lakhs. That means more women, I think that deserves a big hand, have started investing and have started taking decisions. The other thing is that there are younger women who are making these decisions. So the age gap 25 to 45 is the time when women are increasing their interest in taking financial decisions. So really that's very, very important. Now Indore is a T30 city, and which means that this is in the tier, one of cities where money comes, money flows. And in Indore also the number of women who are investing is on the increase. Number of bank accounts. I think post-COVID, also with the use of technology that we have, 80% of women in the country have bank accounts now. But the fact is that while there are 80% women who have bank accounts in the country, we only contribute 17% of the GDP. So we don't use our bank accounts that much. We don't really know how to use our bank accounts that much. We don't know how to invest. We don't know how to save. And I think that's why you have, people who are teaching financial inclusion. It's fantastic that women are now grasping that opportunity. And again, like you said, we have an innate sense of numbers. We have an innate sense of knowing how to manage, how to do budgeting, because that's what we do in the household every day. And so we should use that in our investments, in our taking financial decisions as well. So I think that's another thing that we can, make a change with. The other thing, and I think again Indore is a huge, eye-opener for me, and it's been fantastic to see how much enterprise there is. And you have so many in this room. This room is full of entrepreneurs. You are ladies who are running businesses, who are running your own enterprises. In the country, 20%, and that's still a low number, only 20% of MSMEs are run by women. So again, this room excluded, there's a huge opportunity for women to get engaged in enterprise. And I think that's going to make the change that we will be able to bring about, to bring parity so that so we can also hold up half the sky. We are 50% of this country's population or thereabouts, and we need to have that place to be able to hold up the rest of along with the men, hold up half the sky. So I'll end with one of my favorite songs. It's by a group called Creedence Clearwater Revival, which none of you will know because it's from the 1970s and 80s. Some of you might know. And again, I've distorted it a bit. But I love the quote. It says, "Teach your children well. Where their mothers held it slowly go by. Feed them on your dreams. The ones they pick is the one they'll know by." So this is what we have to do. We have to dream, and we have to dream the impossible, because only when you dream the impossible can you make it possible. And anything we dream is possible. So good luck. Thank you so much.
We are very glad you liked our poha. You've made all the Indoris sitting here very happy. Thank you, Ms. Malini. Knowing our history is as important as looking ahead in future, and it shows how far we have come from. And your belief in equality resonates with all of us. Thank you for such an extremely informative talk. Thank you. Now, breaking news. We have Ms. Nidhi Kulpati with us. It's time to take a peek in the highly interesting world of media and the journey of Nidhi, a seasoned journalist. Can we have a small introduction of Ms. Nidhi?
Nidhi Kulpati. Nidhi Kulpati currently holds the position of Managing Editor at NDTV India, a prominent Hindi news channel in India that broadcasts news and current affairs nationwide. She has been a senior news anchor and reader at NDTV and has hosted numerous shows, including Mukhyamantri Chale Gaon, Yuva Sansad, Delhi Darbar, and Prime Time. Nidhi Kulpati's unwavering commitment and hard work propelled her to the pinnacle of journalism, making her one of India's most successful journalists in the field. Known for her composed and tranquil demeanor, she received the prestigious Pandit Hari Dutt Sharma Award in 2017 in recognition of her outstanding contributions to journalism. Nidhi Kulpati also felicitated with the News Broadcasting Award and the National Television Award in 2010. Apart from these awards, Nidhi was also honored with the IMA for the Best News Anchor for Hindi News. Please welcome Nidhi Kulpati.
A very good morning to all of you here. Thank you, Indore Management Association, and to have this conclave here of women leaders. It's actually truly very inspiring to be here, and a big respite from the Delhi air and the world of news. Thank you so much once again. I'm taking this event as a celebration of lives of women achievers, their aspirations, even our homemakers, young professionals, young startup women whom I just met sometime before this show started, and our homemakers, and even I want to remember and think about the women who are still struggling and who want to be and participate, be in this room, and I think so it's time that we do their hand-holding also. Just yesterday night, we had this dinner and we met a group of women and who were the committee members of this women association. The energy in them basically was so infectious, and that just made me thinking why this conclave is so successful with all smiles and people, women over here. It's the participation and the contribution. So these are two key words I feel that women need to participate and need to contribute, and that is what is somehow there, but in the larger society somewhere it is still missing, or it is not in the quantity that it should be. ऐसा नहीं है कि हमारी राजनीतिक महिलाएं राजनीतिक के क्षेत्र में नहीं रही हैं. हम इंदिरा गांधी का नाम ले लेते हैं, हम मायावती का नाम ले लेते हैं, हम जयललिता जी का नाम ले लेते हैं. हमारे सामने ममता बनर्जी अभी हैं. आज की पीढ़ी के लिए मैं बात कर रही हूँ, जो आज बहुत यंग गर्ल्स यहाँ पर मौजूद हैं. हमारा देश एक बहुत युवा देश है. 50% आबादी इस समय 25 साल से कम की है, और 60% आबादी हमारे देश में 35 साल की है. तो आप सोच सकते हैं कि कितने हम युवा हैं. और शायद इनको ये नाम ना पता हो कि किस तरह से सुचेता कृपलानी ने, उत्तर प्रदेश की वो मुख्यमंत्री थी 1960 में. नंदिनी सतपथी थी मुख्यमंत्री 1970 में. शशिकला नाम की मुख्यमंत्री थी गोवा में 70 के दशक में. तो महिलाओं का पार्टिसिपेशन रहा है, लेकिन उनकी संख्या बल क्यों नहीं बढ़ा? क्योंकि आज की संसद में केवल 14% से कुछ ज़्यादा ही महिला सांसद हैं, और जो कैंडिडेट जिनको उम्मीदवार बनाया जाता है वो सिर्फ 9% है. जो हमारी संविधान की समिति थी जो बनाई गई थी, कॉन्स्टिट्यूएंट असेंबली, उसमें 299 लोग थे, सिर्फ 15 महिलाएं थीं. उसमें एक महिला केरल की आदिवासी महिला थी, जिनका नाम शायद दक्षिणा था, और वो अपने समाज की एकमात्र महिला थी जिन्होंने महिलाओं को, खासतौर से दलित महिलाओं को, जो ऊपरी वस्त्र था, they had to walk bare chested, but she defied it and she rose to a position कि उनको समझा गया, वो पढ़ी लिखी. उस समय केरल एक दौर से गुजर रहा था, तो उसका फ़ायदा एक तरह से उनको मिला शिक्षा में, और वो इस तरह से उभरी कि उनको कॉन्स्टिट्यूएंट असेंबली में शामिल किया गया. तो 299 लोगों में 15 महिलाएं जो थी, उनमें से वो एक दलित महिला की आवाज़ थी. लेकिन ये संख्या बल बढ़ा क्यों नहीं है? क्या कारण है कि संख्या बल बढ़ता नहीं है? हमें सरकार, अब देखिए हाल ही में जो 33% आरक्षण महिलाओं को मिल गया है 3 दशक के बाद, यानी 30 सालों के बाद. ये शुरुआत हुई थी कब? 1996 में, उससे पहले, और अब जाकर इसकी पूर्ति हुई है. लेकिन ये क्रियान्वयन कब होगा? ज़मीन पर कब उतरेगा? 2024 में नहीं उतरेगा, 2029 तक कहा जा रहा है उतर सकता है, लेकिन कोई टाइम फ्रेम इसके लिए नहीं है. तो इंटेंशन है सबकी, सब लोग बात करते हैं, हमें मुख्यमंत्री महिलाएं मिल जाती हैं, और लोकल लेवल पे रिजर्वेशन है, जो पंचायती स्तर है, ग्राम पंचायत हैं, उसमें कई राज्यों में 50% तक रिजर्वेशन है. लेकिन क्यों नहीं महिलाओं का संख्या बल इतना उभरा है? एक समस्या, जो छोटी समस्या है, वो सामने ये आती है कि हमारी सोच अभी तक नहीं बदली है. क्योंकि सरपंच पति आ जाता है, और ये ऐसा सब जगह नहीं है, लेकिन महिलाओं को सामने रखकर पुरुष प्रधान जो हमारा समाज है वो कार्य करता है. तो एक मैं बात कर रही थी, हमारा अभी एक कार्यक्रम हुआ था कुछ सरपंच को लेकर, मुझे याद है एक इंटरव्यू करा था. तो उत्तराखंड में 50% है रिजर्वेशन महिलाओं के लिए, लेकिन उनका वो योगदान पूरा नहीं हो पाता. उनको हस्ताक्षर करने में ज़रूरत पड़ती है कि वो पति ही आएंगे करेंगे. महाराष्ट्र से मैं एक वाकया पढ़ रही थी कि अभी भी अगर आप सरपंच बन जाती हैं, लेकिन जो वहाँ पर एक म्यूनिसिपल कॉरपोरेशन का जिस तरह से एक सहायक वो होता है, वहाँ पर उनको एंट्रेंस नहीं मिल पाती क्योंकि उनके नाम पर ज़मीन नहीं होती. और इस दौरान ये भी बात बार बार सामने आती है कि जो हमारी महिलाएं हैं वो किसान नहीं हैं. आप ज़्यादातर महिलाओं को किसान में, हमारा ग्रामीण प्रधान देश है, किसानों में आप देखते होंगे खेतों में किस तरह से महिलाएं ज़मीन पर बैठ के काम कर रही हैं. लेकिन क्योंकि मुआवजे की जब बात आ जाती है, जो पति है, बेटा है, उसी को ही मुआवजा मिलता है, उसी को ही, क्योंकि वही पुरुष एक किसान है, महिलाएं किसान नहीं है. ये एक त्रुटि है. अगर यहाँ के माध्यम से कोई सुन रहा होगा तो महिलाओं को किसान के दर्जे में शामिल करना बेहद ज़रूरी है, क्योंकि वो एक खेतीहर किसान है, उसको किसानी का दर्जा मिलना चाहिए. तो पार्टिसिपेशन की बात हो रही थी, रिप्रेजेंटेशन की बात हो रही थी। अभी हाल ही में उत्तर प्रदेश के चुनाव हुए तो कांग्रेस ने 40% वोट्स सीट्स जो थी कैंडिडेट्स उम्मीदवार महिलाओं को उतारा, लेकिन महिलाएं जीती नहीं। क्यों नहीं जीती महिलाएं? अगर आपने उनको वोट्स कैंडिडेट्स दिए हैं, जो एक दायित्व होता है पॉलिटिकल पार्टी का, और अगर वो चुनकर नहीं आ रही है, इसका मतलब ये है कि जो हमारे समाज में सोच है वो भी बदली नहीं है, वो भरोसा नहीं कर पा रही हैं। या तो वो महिला कैंडिडेट्स उम्मीदवार जीत कर आ जाती हैं जो राजनीतिक परिवारों से हैं, कनेक्टेड हैं, या उनके पास धन बल है कि वो अपनी प्रचार ठीक से कर पाती हैं। तो अगर महिलाएं उतर भी रही हैं तो उनको आर्थिक सहायता मौजूद ज़रूरी करनी चाहिए। अब ये सवाल उठता है कि क्यों कराई जाए, क्योंकि हर चीज़ पैसे के पैमाने पर तोली जाती है। लेकिन अगर एक महिला सशक्त है और जो और महिलाएं सशक्त हैं वो मदद कर सकती हैं। मैं ये आपको इसलिए कह रही हूँ कि एक समय जब आता है कि जो सशक्त महिलाएं हो जाती हैं, जो एक मुकाम पे पहुँच जाती हैं, यहाँ पर हम देख सकते हैं, यहाँ पर तमाम लोग बैठे हुए हैं, we need hand holding. The women who are still struggling but who have a spark in them, they need hand holding, be it by political parties, be it by organizations, be it by companies. I think so that could make a difference and we can take it forward. एक और मसला है जो मैं महिलाओं के संदर्भ में कहना चाह रही थी, that how women along with everyone can make a very impactful, not only an impact in a place, in their village, in a town, in a city, but also in our country. जिस तरह से अभी मैं देख रही थी, मालिनी जी बात कर रही थी of men participation. एक small example I like to give you. राजस्थान में एक छोटा सा गांव है देवडूंगरी। वहाँ पर अरुणा रॉय 1987 में आकर बसी। शी लेफ्ट हर सिविल सर्विसेज, शायद वो दक्षिण केरल के काडर की थी। शी केम देयर, उनके साथ जुड़े निखिल डे जो एयर मार्शल के बेटे थे और अमेरिका में थे, और यहाँ पर आकर उनके साथ जुड़े। साथ ही मैंने पढ़ा शंकर सिंह, वो वहीं के राजस्थान के देवडूंगरी के एक वेरी गुड कम्युनिकेटर ही वाज देयर। इन लोगों ने मिलकर एक संगठन बनाया और गांव में बसे। तो गांव वालों को पहले ये लगा कि क्यों आ रहे हैं, क्या हमारी ज़मीन हड़पना चाहते हैं, क्यों यहाँ पे रह रहे हैं। तो ये वो लोग वहाँ पर लकड़ी काट कर बिना बिजली के रहते थे, पानी के कम साधन होते हैं राजस्थान में, आप सब जानते हैं। तो उन्होंने वहाँ पर जीवन यापन अपना शुरू किया। धीरे धीरे लोगों का भरोसा जीता, बिजली आई, पानी आया, लोगों को उनके अधिकारों के बारे में पता लगा। एंड फिर हमारे देश में राइट टू इंफॉर्मेशन एक्ट 2005 विच इज़ देयर, ये उन्हीं की देन है। सो अरुणा रॉय ने और पुरुषों के साथ मिलकर ये देन हमारे देश को दी है। आई थिंक सो दिस इज अ ट्रू एग्जाम्पल दैट वी ऑल नीड टू वर्क टुगेदर, मेन एंड विमेन, एंड हम वो हासिल कर सकते हैं हमारे देश के लिए जो हम सब भारतीयों के लिए, हम सब भारतवासियों के लिए एक बहुत महत्वपूर्ण योगदान है और जो हमें आगे तक ले जाएगा। तो एक हैंड होल्डिंग की बात की मैंने, सबके साथ काम करने की मैंने बात की, यही विचार मेरे मन में आ रहा था। और एक और विचार था अबाउट आवर सोशो कल्चरल हेरिटेज विच इज़ देयर। ख़ास तौर से महिलाओं पर इसका दायित्व आ जाता है इसको आगे बढ़ाने का, और वो बखूबी निभाती भी हैं। मैं रानी अहिल्याबाई होलकर का यहाँ पे जिक्र करूँगी कि उन्होंने जो योगदान दिया वो सिर्फ मध्य प्रदेश तक सीमित नहीं है, तमाम राज्यों में भी सीमित, वहाँ तक उनकी छाप पड़ी है। मैं शायद कुछ जल्दबाजी में इसलिए बोल रही हूँ क्योंकि मुझे लग रहा है मैं कुछ गलत ना बोल जाऊँ लेकिन जो ये संदर्भ था मैं इसलिए लेकर आई। आज मैं देख रही हूँ तमाम महिलाएं हमारे ट्रेडिशनल जो पोशाकों में हैं, ये एक विरासत से लेकर आए हैं सब। कोई अपनी मामी, दादी, चाचा, चाची, माँ, बहन। तो ये एक अनसेड विरासत है, कल्चरल विरासत जो हम आगे बढ़ाते हैं। सो वुमेन आर द टॉर्च बेयरर्स ऑफ द कल्चरल हेरिटेज ऑफ दिस country, which we do it unknowingly, we do it and we don't get recognized. And today at this platform I want to really thank our mothers, our sisters, our cousins, who unknowingly have done so much for this country and taken it forward. अब कल ही मिसेस राठी से मुलाकात हुई और उन्होंने मुझे एक आलू की सब्जी की रेसिपी बताई. उन्होंने कहा कि मुझे मेरी सास ने बताई थी. It was so good, and I thought, should I mention it at this platform or not? But why am I mentioning it? That there are certain things that when we have women who are breaking, trade deals, who are cracking a deal, यहाँ पर millions and billions के transaction कर रहे हैं, लेकिन वहाँ पे एक वो महिला है जो इतना पोषक खाना बना रही है, क्योंकि तभी तो आप अपने बोर्ड मीटिंग में जाकर कुछ सोच पाएंगे, विचार कर पाएंगे. यहाँ पर जो पुरुष वर्ग बैठे हैं, जो हमारी दादी, नानी, माँ, बहन सब हैं जो किचन में लगी रहती हैं, आई वॉन्ट टू रियली थैंक देम. मेरी माँ गुजरी पिछले साल, तो अब मैं वो कोशिश करती हूँ वो चीज़ें बनाने की और उनका महत्व, क्योंकि बाय वर्ड ऑफ माउथ वो रेसिपी मेरे पास आई, अब मेरे फैमिली में जाएगी, फिर और आगे चली जाएगी. सो आई रियली वॉन्ट टू थैंक मिस्टर राठीज मदर कि उन्होंने वो रेसिपी दी आपकी वाइफ को और उन्होंने हमें बताया. तो ये तो बात हो गई हमारे कल्चरल सोशल ट्रेडिशंस की, लेकिन एक बात है जो बहुत चिंताजनक है हम भारतीय महिलाओं के लिए, और वो रोज़ उससे मैं डील करती हूँ और उसका बिना जिक्र करे मैं यहाँ पे रह नहीं सकती हूँ. वो है क्राइम अगेंस्ट वुमेन. वो बहुत बढ़ रहा है. तो जब मैंने किसी पुलिस अधिकारी से बात की, मैंने कहा देखिए 2011 से 2021 के आंकड़े आए हैं कि 87% बढ़ गया, 87% इट इज इंक्रीज्ड. सो व्हाट ही सेड वाज कि ये अब ज़्यादा नोट हो रहा है. बट अगर ये सिर्फ नोट हो रहा है, उससे बढ़ रहा है, तो ये रुक क्यों नहीं रहा है जब हम तमाम कानून लेकर आए. इंदौर की बात है, आप लोग, मुझे याद है पिछले महीने हम सब लोग हिल गए थे 2-3 दिन के लिए, जब एक 12 वर्षीय लड़की जो मानसिक तौर पर कमज़ोर थी, कितने किलोमीटर चली थी, उसका सामूहिक बलात्कार हुआ था और किसी ने उसे निर्वस्त्र चल रही थी, किसी ने उसकी मदद नहीं की थी. फिर कितने किलोमीटर चलने के बाद उसको एक आश्रम में एक आचार्य थे, यंग बॉय, हेल्प्ड हर, कपड़े दिए, उसको ढका. एंड आचार्य से मैंने इंटरव्यू किया, क्योंकि ऐसे लोगों का प्रोत्साहन करना बहुत ज़रूरी है जो खुलकर निडर होकर मदद करते हैं, उनमें इंसानियत बची हुई है. और उनका ये कहना था कि मैंने 2 बार 100 नंबर पर फ़ोन लगाया, लेकिन किसी ने फ़ोन नहीं उठाया. फिर बाद में पुलिस आई. हमारी मीडिया की भी गलती है. 2 दिन तक हमने बात की, उसके बाद तीसरे दिन क्या हुआ नहीं पता. लेकिन मैं इसको यहाँ पर इसलिए मेंशन कर रही हूँ क्योंकि ऐसे एक मामले नहीं, अनेकों मामले, एक ये मामला यहाँ पे हुआ होगा. हम इंसानियत की बात कर सकते हैं, चुनावी माहौल यहाँ पर है, लेकिन निर्भया के बाद भी उससे पहले एक मामला हुआ था. लेकिन जो तमाम रेपिस्ट थे उनको बरी इसलिए कर दिया गया था क्योंकि पुलिस ने वो ठीक से जो सबूत थे वो दर्ज नहीं किए. ये कोर्ट का कहना रहा. मेरी कोशिश ये, मैं कोर्ट पर सवाल नहीं उठा रही हूँ, लेकिन मैं इस पे सवाल उठा रही हूँ कि क्यों जो अपराधी हैं वो बच निकलते हैं, क्यों हम संवेदनहीन हो गए हैं कि इस तरह के अपराध से लोग निकल जाते हैं और जो सबसे कमज़ोर वर्ग है वो कुछ कह नहीं पाता. ऐसा नहीं कि कमज़ोर वर्ग ही है, इसमें सशक्त महिलाएं भी हैं. हमारी विमेन रेसलर्स थी, आपको याद होगा पिछले कुछ महीने पहले वो धरने पर थी. रात जब उन्होंने गुजारी जंतर मंतर पर, दूसरे दिन में वो पहुंच गई थी वहाँ पर. मैंने उनसे इंटरव्यू किया, एक बार ही चला, उसके बाद नहीं चला. मणिपुर में जो महिलाएं थीं, किस तरह से उनको निर्वस्त्र कराकर वॉक ओवर करा जिस चलाया गया था. अब बात यह है कि एक महिला एक औजार बन जाता है जब पुरुष को अपनी सत्ता दिखानी होती है, महिलाएं और बच्चे. तो हमारी कोशिश यही है मेरी कोशिश हमेशा यही रहती है मीडिया में कि जो महिलाओं से जुड़े सरोकार हैं, महिलाओं से जुड़ी बातें हैं, हम उनको सामने रखें और पुरजोर तरीके से सामने रखें, क्योंकि यही हमारा कार्य है एक तरह से. लेकिन समाज में जो और परिवर्तन आ रहे हैं उनको भी हमें देखना होगा, समझना होगा. आपका तो चुनावी राज्य है और हम देख सकते हैं कि कितने वादे आप लोगों को किए जा रहे हैं. उम्मीद करते हैं कि वो फलीभूत हों. तो मैं अंत में सिर्फ एक वाक्य कहूँगी, वो मैंने सुना है, वो शायद हमारे शास्त्रों में भी कहा गया है कि the soul doesn't have a gender. Only this flesh has a gender. By this flesh I'm a woman. तो हमारा जो अंतर मन है वो भेद नहीं करता कि हम महिला हैं या पुरुष हैं. तो जो हमारा शरीर है उसी के अनुसार हम महिला या पुरुष होते हैं. तो अपने पे भरोसा रखिए, आगे बढ़िए, और जो आप सब सशक्त महिलाएं यहाँ पर हैं, जो कमज़ोर महिलाएं हैं, उनका साथ ज़रूर दीजिए, उनकी आवाज़ ज़रूर उठाइए, क्योंकि इतना तो हम कर ही सकते हैं. धन्यवाद. नमस्कार.
Thank you so much, Ms. Nidhi. You talked about how participation and recognition of women is so important, and you brought up a very crucial point of women's safety, and which should not die down, and media helps in bringing that into light, and thank you so much. Curiosity, especially intellectual curiosity, is what separates the truly alive from those who are merely going through the motions. After hearing these compelling stories, it brings a lot of questions in our minds. We have Ms. Chani Trivedi here to explore more on that with the expert speakers.
Hello. Am I audible? Yeah. Thank you, Prachi. We've had wonderful session. I think I'm kind of speechless because I had prepared a list of questions, and when you hear them, I think all these questions become very relevant. That where do you see yourself, and all these things. They are very, very typical questions. Kirti ma'am, when I heard your story, I think each one of us could relate to that story in some or the other way. We have challenges at home. We have challenges at work. Ma'am, when you were speaking, I think you're speaking not for the ones who are sitting inside, but for the country and for the world as a whole, probably. And Nidhi ma'am, it is very difficult to ask questions to somebody who raises questions. So, but one thing that probably we as women should do around us, you said we should help less privileged women. But other than that, what do you think the group here should have one takeaway from you today, which will help them to change their mindset? Because I think around women there's a lot of stereotyping also. HR है, रंगोली बनाती है. लड़की है, family business, इसका तो नाम डाल दिया होगा क्योंकि qualification है. News journalist है, news reader के नाम पे जानी जाती है. So there is so much stereotyping around this. I think what is one thing that we as women should take away with us today from each one of you?
Well, I think so. You guys are more inspirational. I just met this girl called Khanak here. बहुत छोटी सी प्यारी सी लड़की है, and she is saying that she wants to make shea butter out of mahua seeds. And अंग्रेजों ने कैसे बैन किया था. So I feel, and she wants to explore this idea. So I think so. You young girls are more inspirational. And one idea, a takeaway that I can give is basically women need to act as a fraternity. We need to act as a fraternity. It was so inspiring to meet the young group yesterday at the residence. You guys were so actively involved in, ye bhi hoga, wo bhi hoga, and being together. Somehow this seems to be missing. I'll just give you a very small example. जब संसद में ये सवाल आया कि महिलाओं को should get the equal pay as men, ये बहुत पहले की बात है, शायद 1980-85 की बात है. तो 1/3 of जो महिलाएं तब मौजूद थी वो नहीं आई. तो जब ये मैंने पढ़ा मुझे ठीक नहीं लगा. मैंने कहा साथ रहना चाहिए. आपको सशक्त हम तभी बन सकते हैं जब साथ हो. ऐसा नहीं है, देखिए सब कहेंगे कि हम बराबरी पर हैं, हम आधी आबादी हैं. But then it took me such a long, I have been working for 33 years nearly. So just last year, 1.5 साल पहले ही I got this designation. But it took a woman to give me this designation.
I will not forget this. So what I'm trying to say is that I will do my bit, you kindly do your bit. That is the only takeaway I can get.
Thank you. I think I'll just have to echo that we have to work together, and we don't call it a fraternity, we call it a sorority. because really, and again I'll speak from my, my personal experience, I've had more women bosses than I've had men bosses, and I can tell you some of the women bosses have been horrible. So we've got to work with empathy, we've got to work with sympathy for each other, and also treat everyone as an equal. So for me in the workplace, I never thought of myself as a woman. I never thought of anyone else as my colleagues. Were not men or women. They were colleagues, they were people who were doing a job, and they were supposed to deliver what they were hired to do. They were not there because they were men, they were not there because they were women. And I can tell you, in the years that I was at HSBC, I worked with teams in India and so overseas as well, and I can say with great pride, there are 6 women whom I had employed in each of these places. There were 2 in India, there were 2 in Hong Kong, there was 1 in Malaysia, there was 1 in Korea. These women were hired by me. I recruited them, I interviewed them, and after they had been appointed, they came to me or they rang me up and they said, we are pregnant. And of those 6, 4 of them said, I will resign or I won't join the company because I'm pregnant and I will be a hindrance to your work. And I told every one of them, no, you were appointed because you are capable, you are the right fit for the job, and therefore you must join. And yes, if you have to have a baby, go take your maternity leave in time and have a baby and come back to work. But that was... A lot of people told me, why are you doing this? You're going to have someone walking away from work within 6 months or 7 months. Every one of them is still working in the organization and every one of them has contributed. So you've got to treat people with equal attention and equal empathy. So we are all genderless in the workplace and let's work like that.
So our life starts with the family, sitting here, and in the family there are several times, 2 generations minimum, 3 generations also stay together. And coming from 3 different generations, they have a different culture, different mindset and different, thought processes. So today's young generation is, I would say that they are blessed for their conditioning, their education, and their social environment they are receiving. But it's a bit difficult for the previous generation and the previous generation from them. So all I want to say is that just support the women in your family, that's for the men too. You don't need to change the whole world to make a difference. Just change your small world and the world will anyways better place to live in.
Thank you so much. It was a pleasure hearing. I think we have lots of questions, but we also have some time constraints. So let us proceed. And thank you very much. It was really, really inspirational. And I am very happy. अगर शुरुआत ऐसी है तो बाकी का दिन कैसा जाएगा?
Thank you, Chani, and thank you to the speakers. Now we have a few takeaways from the talk that we have today on the screen. These are the key takeaways of session with Ms. Kirti. Yeah, you can take pictures and read it at home. Okay, thank you. Thank you so much for working behind the scene. Now we have a rising star among us, an equestrian dressage athlete. It is described as the highest expression of horse riding training. I proudly welcome a fellow Oldalian, Sudipti Hajela. I request she has brought glory to Bharat, won a gold medal for our country at the 2023 Asian Games with the Indian equestrian team, ending a 41-year wait. Sudipti, you make us proud. You made Indore proud. I request Ms. Jhumur Paul Chaudhary from ABN MSA to present a helmet to Sudipti because safety comes first. This brings us to the end of the first session. I sincerely thank our speakers, Ms. Kirti, Ms. Malini, and Ms. Nidhi. You have added an electrifying start to our conclave. I'm sure everybody have learned a lot from you today. I also extend thanks to all the staff members for their enormous cooperation. And finally, you are never fully dressed without jewelry. I thank our principal sponsors, Punjab Jewels. Thank you for your support. very soon.
All guests are requested to take their seats back. It's not a break. We are beginning immediately. So everyone in the other area, please come back and take your places. We are beginning immediately. It's not a break.
GD Goenka School's aim is to provide an environment that helps children realize their latent potential. At GD, we not only encourage learning, but also the love of learning. With a fully air-conditioned campus and buses, the school is a safe haven for better education. The teacher and student ratio of 1:25 ensures each student is given the right attention.
A very good morning, everyone. I, Shriya Mangla, Director, Mangla Engineering Limited, would like to invite Ms. Sarita Munra, Director, Ujas E-Auto, Founder, Surreal Treasures, to conduct our next session. Before we start our next session, I would also like to inform that we have kept a QR code at every table. You can scan it for the information about IMA membership. All our social media handles are also linked. Please click pictures, tag us, and share. Thank you so much.
Beautiful ladies, good morning. Is it still good morning? Beautiful morning with beautiful ladies. आज इस खूबसूरत सुबह में बहुत सारे लोग खूबसूरत लग रहे हैं और इस खूबसूरती को बढ़ाने के लिए आप में से कुछ लोगों ने लैक्मे की लिपस्टिक लगाई होगी, मेबीलाइन का मस्कारा लगाया होगा और मे बी लुई विथॉन का बैग कैरी किया होगा. So, but have you ever wondered how these brands are strategically placed in the minds of customers? It takes visionary leadership and expertise to understand the customer's psyche. So, ladies, this morning at IMA Women Conclave, we are honored to have such a corporate leader with us, Ms. Avni Davda. I request our committee member, CA Ishani Maheshwari, to escort our speaker, Ms. Avni Davda, on the stage, please. As it says, products are made in the factory, but brands are created in mind. Whether it's cosmetic, groceries, coffee, or any retail experience, the power of branding is undeniable. When she writes the brand, she impacts millions. And as the law of affection says, to make millions, you have to impact millions. She has followed law of affection bit by bit. With every brand, every project, every company she has led throughout her corporate journey. Welcome, Avni, to IMA Women Conclave. I may now request Dr. Paramjit Tuneja, Director of Capco Industries, to welcome our guest speaker with a sapling and a mementos. Thank you, ma'am. May I now request AV team to play the video, please?
Ms. Avni Davda, Independent Director at Persistent Systems Limited, Imami Limited, Mumbai. Avni Davda is a business leader with over 20 years of experience in consumer, retail and hospitality industries. She possesses extensive experience in digital transformation, new market entry, product and service design, as well as omni-channel customer journey design with iconic brands like Starbucks, Tata and Taj. Her commitment extends to addressing malnutrition issues, particularly in children, through her role on the advisory board of the Akshay Patra Foundation. She currently serves as an independent director on the boards of Imami Limited, Persistent Systems, NIIT and Mahindra Logistics, contributing her expertise to various sectors. Avni Davda's remarkable journey in the corporate world, her passion for creating sustainable change and her commitment to excellence make her a truly inspiring leader and speaker. Please join me in welcoming Avni Davda.
Thank you, team. Over to you, ma'am.
बिजनेस की कमान अगर सही हाथों में दो तो बिजनेस को सफल होने से, फ्लरिश होने से कोई नहीं रोक सकता। युद्ध में अगर लगाम सही हाथों में हो तो युद्ध में जीत निश्चित है। So if you give powers to the right person, and you'll see that things are transforming very rapidly, very soon. Give any brand to Avni, and the brand will grow rapidly. You can see the brand spreading nationwide, and the brand is becoming huge. A very good morning to all the beautiful ladies. Very good morning, Avni. And I'm already filled with joy. I'm thrilled with joy and ardent to listen from such a strategic business thinker, from such an iconic leader. Please give a big round of applause to Avni Davda. Before I actually move to my session, and before I actually have an insightful learning from Avni, may I just have, let me show you, Avni, how many homemakers, entrepreneurs, and micro entrepreneurs, and the people sitting here who wanted to scale up their brands. And what we'll do is, can you just flash on the lights of the mobile that Avni please help us? We want to scale our brand. All the brand owners, all the business people can flash. See, Avni, this is the aura of our hall. Thank you, ladies. Thank you, ladies, for the kind gestures. Well, at the age of 33, people are struggling for their first job. People are getting married. People are really worried about the work. And at the age of the 33, she is adorned and designated as CEO. How does it make you feel, Avni?
First of all, thank you so much. It's been a privilege and an honor to be amongst so many dynamic young women leaders, as well as thank you, Mr. Rati, for hosting us. It's really, just very inspiring to be in Indore. And one of my colleagues at Persistent, when he mentioned, I was really thrilled because I've heard so much about the city, so much about the way it's growing, not just from an infrastructure point of view, but just the spirit here. So somebody asked me, what will you go back and think about Indore? To me, it's the relentless spirit and the new India that you really capture. So thank you for inviting me here, and lovely to be here. For me, I've always believed that age is a number. When I was, a lot of people reposed their faith in me when they gave me the responsibility to open the market for Starbucks here. I did feel, of course, very fortunate, very thrilled. More than nervousness, I think it was an attitude to say I have to deliver to the expectations of people who have taken a bet on me. So I think that sense of putting your head down and getting it done was very, very important to me. More than that, I think leadership at a young age also poses its own set of challenges, both emotional as well as intellectual. You do come out as a new kid on the block trying to prove your point or trying to prove your existence. But very early on, I think, fortunately to have the guidance of great leaders from both the partners of the JV, I understood that it's about winning the confidence of your team. And that takes time, that takes patience, that also takes a lot of understanding, not just of the consumer, but being responsible for their careers. So while I was given the opportunity and was lucky to get a lot of love from lots of people, a lot of support, but I think managing the team was the most critical task for me because I could not make the brand successful. I think no individual, even as an entrepreneur, I would encourage most of you to not get carried away by the stereotype of entrepreneurs who think that they can make, whether it's apps or whether it's technology. I don't think success comes in any walk of life by thinking that you can achieve it on your own. Did I know it when I was 33? No, I didn't. I think an entire army of people taught me that, both at home and at work. So I think the most important memory that I have when I was given this opportunity was to be able to, not just fulfill my aspiration, but to make sure that people who worked on the team moved ahead. And I am so happy that the brand is almost 10 years old in the country. And the team that leads it today was the part of the founding team. So you look at most of the departments head at Tata Starbucks today, they've all been there since the company started. So I think the fact that their careers have blossomed and they have taken roles and taken the brand ahead gives me the satisfaction that maybe I did the right thing and maybe did a few wrong things, but mostly right because they've achieved the leadership position, they've kind of taken the brand to the next level. So yes, leadership at young age comes with a lot of challenges, but the time has changed. I meet so many young people that today are starting their companies at 20 who are so far more risk-taking than I was humbly at my age. So I think age is a number. Don't put pressure on yourself or any timeline, but just go out there and do something that you're very passionate about. And remember, it's not a story that you can author alone. I think anyone who believes that you can achieve it all by yourself is delusional.
Wow. It's okay. There are many brand owners, entrepreneurs right now, and the people who makers are here who really want to scale up their skills. Maybe they are having a good product with themselves or they're very skillful in providing the services. I just want some mantras from you because you might be having a good location. Maybe you have a good ambience of your restaurant, or maybe you have all the facilities along with you that you should. Your presentation might be nice, but still people are not able to flock the customers, So what effective brand strategies you deploy in order to read the minds of the customers? So I just wanted to know some mantras that how to position the brand in the minds of the customer.
Thanks for that question. I think the art or craft of branding there is a lot of science behind it as well, right? So I was fortunate, I think most of you know me because of a brand that was already iconic, right? Starbucks is something that a lot of people waited in this country for. But what is important to understand is that how are you going to strike that relationship? And whether it's the Tata brand or even while I was at the Taj or later at Nature's Basket, I think the first and the foremost principle that you have to understand is it's a trust-building relationship, right? So you have to be extremely authentic about what problem of the consumer you are solving. Starbucks is not delivering you a great cup of coffee. That it does. What it's giving you is a space and a sense of community when you go within a store, right? So the entire model or the brand really is about relationship building with the consumer. And it may sound very simple, but honestly, every barista that you see at the store actually goes through intensive training because they come from a very different walk of life to the consumer that they are serving. How do you bridge the balance so that they look you into the eye, wish you a good morning, ask you which coffee you like, and try and get to you at a humanity level, at a human level they are connecting with you. So the brand is about connection. And even as you think about your own product or service, think about building extremely authentic relationship with the consumer. And authenticity comes from decluttering whatever you're offering. So one is authenticity, and it comes from decluttering the problem that you're solving. If you look at any iconic brand in the world, it will never have more than 4 or 5 words. Even 3 were a lot. Because the kind of attention that consumers give you today, and it has changed. When you and I were younger, I'm assuming a lot of us are contemporaries, we did watch a 60-second commercial or a 30-second commercial. My 16-year-old doesn't give any brand more than 3 seconds, right? So if you're unable to find authentic relationships and declutter what you're offering, I think then you cannot even get ticket to entry into the race, in my view. What does decluttering mean? It means understanding what you stand for and very simply stating it. Your agencies or your creative talent can give you great ways to build a brand, right? But if you're not able to be crisp and you're not able to communicate that in 3 seconds, I think it's very difficult to build an enduring brand. The third important thing is that, you know, a brand, when you think about the consumer's mind, of course, there is a lot that is going on in people's life. But your brand needs to stand for much more than the problem it is solving. What I mean by that is that we all love fashion, right? We all wear different sort of fashion brands. Think of your favorite fashion brand and think of it not just the quality of the clothing or the makeup or the jewelry that you're wearing. It's not just the quality. It is always building a deeper relationship with you. And that is always emotional. Whether you like it or not, most valuable brands or companies in the world are built on fundamental emotions. And it's nothing new. If you Google it, you'll find a lot of podcasts about it. But in India, that becomes very relevant. And one of my learnings, humbly, I wasn't involved with the brand. It was a famous brand, Nano. It was about the human spirit. It came from a very good place that Tata Motors wanted to give the country a brand because they didn't want them to, you know, face the hardships. But when they tried to tell the Indian consumer that it is the cheapest car, not a single person who was behind the brand realized that they are insulting the Indian consumer, right? You do not want to be found dead in that car. It was so iconic. I mean, it was a great learning, and I speak very humbly because I think, of course, the Tata Group has achieved a lot. It's at a different scale in the decades that I've associated with it. But I think we cannot forget that human beings, consumers are at the end of the day just like you and me. And therefore, what you try and tell them in that 3 seconds has to be rooted in respect and it has to be rooted in emotion. And that is very difficult. Trust me. Because you will try and develop a product that you think solves a problem, but if you forget the emotion behind it, and specifically in a country like ours, if you forget respecting the Indian consumer, believe me, you cannot succeed. And I can tell you very humbly that when we started Starbucks, we were very clear that Indians are only going to come back to the store and make it a habit if we make the stores not like that they look in New York, not like that they look in South Korea, but rooted in the Indian philosophy. So if you go to the stores, and even today, you will find the artistry or some part of India, some part of your region in that store. I cannot sell a samosa in a Starbucks because the Indian consumer doesn't come to taste India. He has Haldiram or the local guy to go and taste that. So what is the food program was also done with a lot of respect to what the palate likes. While there are standard products like a muffin or a croissant, we also tried to get Indian flavors in it. And believe me, when we spoke to consumers, they actually said, I am getting a flavor of the US brand, but I also love it that you respected me and my heritage. So I think the equation in India or in any Eastern culture, which has got, you know, we're not 200, 300-year-old civilization. Our civilization is more than 5,000 years old, right? So for us, respecting that is very, very important. So please build your brands around authenticity. You have to declutter your mind to be able to find space in the mind of the consumer. And thirdly, it may not be fashionable to say it, but you have to be deeply respectful of the consumer. The minute you treat that respect with frivolity, you're going to fail. And I think you should fail because the Indian consumer, when they love you, you know, with all their heart and their soul. So look at the most successful brands and forget fashion, lifestyle, or Starbucks. One of the most successful companies that I deeply respect is DMart, right? They understand why people shop, what is the quality that they require, and they give it to you. It's not that they're selling anything cheap. You will never find the DMart store only saying that we give you products at the cheapest. They're actually respecting our mindset that we are value conscious, and they celebrate that, right? So please think about your brands in terms of authenticity, declutter your head before you talk to your consumer, and never forget emotion and respect.
Wow, that's great. Wow. One very prominent question that almost every entrepreneur right now sitting here is scalability. You know, everybody has got that franchisee model, how to go ahead in the franchisee model. And I read in some book written by M.J. DeMarco that it is the law of affection that you goes. To make millions, you have to impact millions. So people are really looking forward for the franchisee model. But there is an irony that Starbucks has never gone for the franchisee model. So just viewers want to know that is there any other way for the scalability? How do we impact millions in order to make millions?
I think for me, the question of scale is very important, especially for younger entrepreneurs who are trying to build their brands in the D2C space, right? Direct to consumer space. And you will hear a lot about technology. I need to have a great social media strategy. I need to have, amazing connect with the consumer, and that only happens if I have influencers. What you need to understand is that great brands, what you see as a consumer is only the last 10 feet. Pick up Apple, pick up Starbucks. It is about the 90 feet that you go beyond it. So if I tell you a little bit about Starbucks, the first 6 months when we started that company in India was not about the store location. It was about getting coffee to India, which is consistent. And believe me, if you import the Starbucks coffee, you pay 100% duty on it. So it wasn't a viable model. It wasn't a scalable model. So to me, getting your supply chain right and the back end is very important. The non-sexy part of the business is where you need to focus on, technology and supply chain. So before you strike a relationship with your consumers, make sure that you have a great relationship with your suppliers, whether you're in service industry or you're in the product industry. All of you must have tasted the iconic Frappuccino in Starbucks. The cream that you see, which is so delicious, when we started the market, there wasn't a single dairy manufacturer in the country, and I love the dairy industry. I think it's a case study for the world to learn from India. 100% dairy cream that could withstand and stay in that position so that the consumer, enjoys the delicious beverage was actually not available in India. The reason is we have a mixed milk country, and in every possible cream product that we saw, we found vegetable oils. And that was a no for us. So we took a lot of time, and we were amazed with the innovation at the ground level. It wasn't the biggies in the dairy industry who helped us crack the problem. There were entrepreneurs up north and in south that we worked. We actually worked for 6 months to get that product right. Even the milk that you try is 100% cow milk. We're a country where at the collection center milk is mixed because we work on a cooperative model. So why I'm telling you all of this is because the 90 feet that you walk as a brand owner or as an entrepreneur are far more important. Only then will you be able to successfully stand in front of the consumer and deliver a consistent experience. And the last piece, which is again the non-sexy part, I'm not talking about social or digital media. I think we take technology for granted. And again, we look at it only in terms of younger people, older people making payments or having conversations. I think what technology can do for scale is really, really important for everyone to understand. If you think about the kind of information that large brands are using today to be able to deliver their service or product is incredible. So I think the power of data, and for example, a very successful retailer which I admire is Vedant Fashion. The brand is Manyavar, and it is one of the only Indian brands and probably one in the world that does not have wastage. All of you who are in, I think Mr. Rati himself is in the textile business. Brands spend so much money, but they discount their brands, they have wastages. This guy uses technology to understand how consumers shop and therefore stocks the product in his stores in such a way that he has a low single-digit wastage. And that is incredible power of technology. Having so many different stores across the country and to be able to deliver that. So to my mind, I think the supply chain part and the technology should not be taken lightly by any entrepreneur who wants to succeed.
Great. I read a very fantastic line while I was reading your article. We are not into the coffee business serving people. We are into the people business serving coffee. That was an article. इसको हिंदी में भी बोलूँगी. हम कॉफी के बिजनेस में नहीं हैं जो लोगों को सर्व करते हैं. हम लोगों के बिजनेस में हैं जो कॉफी सर्व करते हैं. So it's ultimately the customers who are the epicenters of the business. And I guess for customers, to fetch the loyal customers into the business, you need to have a very strong team. You need to build a very strong team. So what is the first quality that impresses you, Avni, when you hire or when you recruit? And what are your mantras or tips for building a strong team?
I think it's amazing how the founder, and if some of you Google it, you will find it, that the Starbucks founder was actually inspired to build a company which would not treat, his father was a veteran and died actually because he didn't have medical insurance, Howard Schultz's father. So his entire passion to build this company was to ensure that people who work at the stores are not left behind, that they achieve something in life that they are proud to. Therefore, the model of this company actually rests on training, retraining, and most importantly, making sure that the people who deliver the coffee are happier than the customers. Only then will they be able to make the customers happy, right? And a lot of companies across the world today, even in India, are focusing on the employees in a big way. So I know for a fact that even large IT companies, and you've seen post-COVID that they've had a huge problem how to retain these young people. So in my mind, how do you treat your employee, I think comes from a very deep sense of what is the philosophy of why you started your business and why do you exist. And you can very well say you exist to get a great valuation or you exist to make the most iconic brand in the world. But if your purpose is much deeper than that, I think you will have the ability to not only scale, but to sustain a model for a longer time. And therefore, when I think about building teams or when I think about people who serve the consumers and bring an experience to life, I think passion is very important. And the second thing that one looks for is grit. It's not just the determination to win, but it is not giving up in the face of all difficulties. And I think a lot of younger people today, I have a 16-year-old and I'm very, frivolously I say, you guys don't have grit. And what do I mean by that is that you have to be relentless if you want to really succeed in life. And if you want to build a great team, it's not the person who always gives you the right answer, but always the person who's willing to slog it out to find the right answer until you, are at a standstill. And I'll tell you, I had the fortune of working with a lot of people like that who have that grit. When we had an issue in Starbucks, and you would assume that with a backing like Tata and Starbucks, we wouldn't have problems. But the FSSAI laws changed in the country, and believe me, we couldn't serve any customer anything more than black coffee. Even decaf coffee was not permitted during that time because they changed the regulation, and it is for the good. You can't, you can't argue with the lawmaker. But I had a team who worked for 6 months, and we were the only company, only market in the Starbucks history to localize 95% of the beverage ingredients. And that happened not just because the team was fantastic, but because of this grit that we are not going to, say, it could have been very easy for us to say, we're not going to be able to import, so, let's try and find a middle solution. Let's import from an Eastern country. The team actually went down to basics and recrafted all those products. We convinced global suppliers to set up shop in India for us. So I think passion, grit are the two very most, for me, the most important attributes or soft skills that people need.
So it's to remember passion and grit. Now we have actually finished with the session. I just want to open the session for the audience. If they have some query or questions related to their brand, we can take a few questions.
Hello. I do not have a question. I would say I have a compliment. So I work for waste management. The WM is North America's biggest waste management company. And we have an office in Brilliant, just the next building. So we have a lot of people who come from US. So just in the month of Feb, we had 5 team members who came from US. They were here for over a week, and we were giving them all the flavors of India. And they were super excited and happy to have poha, jalebi, and all those stuff. On 6th day, that lady told me, I want to have a Starbucks coffee. Do you have Starbucks in Indore? I said yes, but I'm not sure if it would taste the same. So, but still I said, okay, let's go to Starbucks. And there she was like, oh, this is great, and I can relate it to America. So I would like to congratulate to bring that flavor to India, and all those compliments to us Indians. Thank you so much.
Okay, so I'm just ending up the session because she's the reservoir, and since we have the time constraints, and our thirst will never be quenched. So thank you so much, Avni. Thank you so much for your valuable insights. Thank you so much for coming down here at the second Leadership Women Conclave organized by IMA. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
We would like to say a massive thank you to Avni Davda for gracing us with her wisdom and wit today. Your insights have been the perfect blend of inspiration and innovation, just like a brewed coffee. Your journey is not just impressive, it's a magnificent. We have learned that when it comes to leadership, you are the espresso of excellence. So thank you, Avni, for making our event not only informative, but also a latte fun. We raised our virtual coffee cups to you. Thank you, Ms. Ishani. Your skillful moderation added depth and clarity to our session. Now we express our gratitude to our sponsors, who spiced up our event like never before. Yes, it's a Dawai Masala. And another sponsorship has truly been the bank of inspiration for all of us. Yes, it's Canara Bank. So let's give a round of applause to our sponsors for their fantastic and spectacular contribution to this conclave. Thank you so much.
May I now request Ms. Garjana Rathore, past President, Indore branch of ICAI, founder Krishak Vatika and BIS 7 to conduct the next session. Thank you, ma'am.
third largest startup ecosystem in the world, 110 unicorns, 40% being woman founder startups, and 15% startup, that means startup having valuation of more than 1 billion have been run by women. Yes, I'm talking of India. So we can say that women are marching ahead and taking a lead. They are inspiring others. So from the city, which is ranked 11th in the startup scenario of India, which is ranked 15th in regional and South Asian scenario, and which is ranked 387 worldwide, may I welcome the CEO of a company which is having presence in more than 100 countries, which has 15 million trilons and having 50 plus customers, the CEO of Mirar, Meghna Saraugi. Before we start, I would like to thank our education partner, GD Goenka School, most preferred school for overall development and grooming of kids at Indore and around, Atulya Organics for providing organic solutions for all our beauty needs, and our creative partner, VMA. Sarojini Naidu once quoted, Stritvam Shaktihi Sacheta, Stritvam Yasha Dharana. Being a woman is a strength and consciousness. Being a woman is carrying fame, unquote. With these words, may I request dynamic and enthusiastic moderator and session chair, Architect Vibha Jain, Director, The Nest Architect, and Secretary, Infobeans Foundation, to escort Ms. Meghna Saraugi, CEO and co-founder Mirar, on the stage. I was listening to Meghna's TED Talks. तुमसे नहीं हो पाएगा. जब हम ये शब्द सुनते हैं तो क्या होता है? दो रिएक्शन हो सकते हैं. At times we feel कि नहीं यार शायद नहीं हो पाएगा, और at times हमें ये लगता है कि नहीं नहीं कर ही लेंगे. ये वर्ड्स तुमसे नहीं हो पाएगा have changed Meghna's life. Meghna ने जॉब छोड़ा and she said, I'm going to make sure that I'll do it. आगे वो कहती है कि when someone creates hurdles for me, I make sure and I'm strong that I'll overcome all of them. She started her journey from Janpath, where it is found impossible to have any trial run. We plant the garden as we believe in tomorrow. It is our tradition to welcome our guests by offering saplings, a hope, a vision for tomorrow. May I request Swati Jain, Director Arihant Capitals. May I request Shonali Paul, IMA board members, to welcome Ms. Meghna Saraugi and present a memento to Ms. Saraugi. Necessity or problems are the mother of inventions, and now problems are the inventors of all our startups. Meghna is an example that women are empowered. They are marching ahead as entrepreneurs, and they are taking the lead. Now, may I request Vibha Jain to take the session further.
Hello. A very good morning to you all, and a very warm welcome. It is a lovely morning, and we have Ms. Meghna Saraugi, founder of Mirar. Welcome, ma'am. Before we start, I have a question for our audience. How many of you think you are a shopaholic? And are very much into online shopping. So we can see that. Wonderful. So you will enjoy knowing about the product. It is a very interesting product. Everyone here knows who Ms. Meghna Saraugi is and what is Mirar. Just a brief for those who are not aware. Mirar is a digital mirror that augments human and give them a virtual experience based on augmented reality. कुछ समझा? नहीं समझा, मुझे भी नहीं समझा actually. So instead of giving you Chatur's definition from Three Idiots, let us understand this by ma'am. Ma'am, when I was...
I'm sorry, may I interrupt you? Actually, we have not shown the AV of ma'am because I was giving so much description that we forgot to play the AV. Maybe have the AV first.
It's okay. I think this is important for us to understand what exactly Mirar is. So it is important to see the introduction.
Meghna Saraugi, the founder and CEO of Mirar, a graduate of the esteemed Srishti School of Art, Design and Technology. Meghna's creative prowess is evident in her unique approach to entrepreneurship. Today, as the driving force behind Mirar, Meghna has seamlessly blended her creative expertise, PR acumen and product design sensibilities to elevate her brand to global recognition. With a dedicated team of over 45 members, she is on a mission to revolutionize the global shopping experience using immersive technologies like AI and the metaverse, catering to a vast audience of 3.6 billion shoppers. Meghna's leadership at Mirar has yielded impressive results, securing $2.7 million in funding from prominent angel investors in just a few years. Her vision extends beyond financial success. She believes that AI-powered virtual try-on experiences will become integral to the global shopping ecosystem, driving substantial revenue enablement. Please welcome Meghna Saraugi.
Thank you, Garjana. And yeah, this is the Power Pack women from Indore. So proud to say that. So ma'am, when I was researching about Mirar, I came across few terms like AR, augmented reality, VR, virtual reality, and AI, artificial intelligence. I am not from technical background and fear technology. And many women here also do. There are many who are from technical background, but I'm sure many fear technology too. ये term सुन के ऐसा लगता है जैसे कोई aliens आ गए हैं. Can you please explain in layman's language or in Ranchor Das Chanchar's word what AI, AR and VR is?
Firstly, thank you so much for having me here. Indore is home for me, and this is actually the first time, I'm able to share what I'm doing, who I am, how I grew from Indore, now in Bangalore, in Indore, and I'm absolutely grateful for this opportunity. As you rightly said, 10 years back, these were all alien words to me as well. So, to give you the most layman explanation, how many of you have a Snapchat or Instagram on your phones right now? Great. Let's do an activity. Please open Instagram. Open any filter on Instagram and do a front camera. Let me know if we are there. Great. So, the filter that you have opened and you are able to see it on yourself, that means you are in the same environment. Your environment has not changed. The camera is same. Your face is same. There is just another filter on you making you feel or look better, which you might or might not be in the same space right now. That's what AR is. So AR means, augmented reality means, you being anything in your real surrounding. That means our surrounding is this. In this surrounding, if I make you see a bag which you can move around, that is AR. If I make you try a lipstick on yourself virtually. So in real surrounding, anything that you are able to interact with a device, and that device can be an iPad, a phone, anything that has a camera, that is called augmented reality. Virtual reality, which is VR, is something where you will have to wear an Oculus glass. So anything where you wear a headset on your eyes, or something like a Google Lens, or a Snap Lens, right? Which is an external device. Abhi AR mein you are not wearing an external device on your face. In VR, you wear an external device on your face, and you are transformed to another world. While you are sitting here, I can make you feel you are standing on a New York Times Square and probably dancing there. That is what a VR is. So VR lets you experience with an external device and lets you transform to another world. So people wear VR glasses and play games, right, where they are fighting, shooting, doing all of that. That is VR. AI, which is artificial intelligence, is the most talked about technology right now. I would want to know how many of you know ChatGPT or have heard about. Wow, this is amazing. So, as you know, technology like ChatGPT, Media, Midjourney, they are all trained on AI. So artificial intelligence means it's an intelligence, but it's an intelligence through data. Millions of data have been trained to show you AI or to give you experience in AI. It can be a search engine, it can be an image search, it can be something like ChatGPT where you are just asking a question, but behind the back, the technology is constantly training the data to give you the accurate answer, and that is AI. I hope I have been able to explain in your chatur words.
In Ranchordas Chanchara's word, yes, you have, and everybody from education background. I think we should have such professors. You have actually explained in such an easy language. Now, I have never heard such an explanation for all these terms. Thank you, ma'am. So in India, jewelry shopping is a family affair, a celebration or an event. पूरा परिवार एक साथ जाता है, कभी कोई शादी की jewelry की shopping करना हो खास कर तो मामा मामी काका काकी and everything. I think the padosi also goes for jewelry shopping. How were you so sure that this technology will be accepted so easily, especially in jewelry segment, where they can see the design and its beauty but cannot touch it? How did you think they can shop jewelry online?
I had no belief they will agree to it. So I'll give you a background. I'm from Indore. I studied in Indore till my schooling. Then I moved for my education to Delhi and then Bangalore. After Bangalore, I had started my business. I was working on Style.me, which is an instant fashion advice platform. And we were struggling to raise funds, to get clients, etc. And you know how moms are. When their daughters are back home, they want to, just make them do multiple things. So my mom wanted to buy some jewelry in Indore. And I think we went to at least 4 to 5 stores, I won't name. But obviously, like all great ones. That time, the only jeweler I would look up to, and I'm sure all of you will laugh at it, but Nirav Modi. I mean, I think his designs were spectacular. So every store that I would enter, in my head, I would remember the Priyanka Chopra ad, the earrings that she was wearing in Nirav Modi's ad. And in my head, it was that jewelry or that kind of design, which I was trying to find in these stores, which I didn't get. What I realized was all these jewelers were giving me very lavish pamphlets or brochures. And they would also say that, okay, you bring in a design and we can make it. But my concern was I was sitting in Delhi. And how do I trust that with a design, they'll be able to produce something exactly same? And that's when I thought that jewelry is a very capital-intensive industry. So for a jeweler to expand, whether it is in stores or inventory, it takes a lot of capital. During those times, I was very mesmerized with the experience of Snapchat and Instagram. I don't know how many of you tried, but there used to be this doggy filter of Snapchat where you take out your tongue and it's like a dog filter. And that inspired me to bring in augmented reality in retail. I thought that because the AR is evolving constantly, our phone cameras are becoming better. If we are so addicted to our phones, just imagine if people will be able to just try jewelry, virtually, see the size, how it looks on your face, from the size, color, etc. And that is how we started. We did struggle for the first 1.5 years to get like 5 clients, but once we started, I mean, we had a great job.
Yeah, of course, you are, I think, you were the pioneer in this field. What were the pros and cons of being a pioneer?
So, the biggest pros was that people had not seen this before, so it was very new, innovative. But also, as you rightly said, that jewelry is a very family-run business in India. They were running in a certain way and they didn't want it to change. They were in such a comfort zone that any change was not acceptable. So to convince people the value that it will drive, the kind of ROI that you can get, today we've been able to drive a upsale increment of around 32% for brands only through AR. If I had said this 6 years back, no one would trust me or believe in me. So it took really, really long to go to every door, every step, give people it for free, give it for trial, to just let them have a flavor of it and try it. I think once people started using it, we were seen as global leaders, especially in the jewelry industry. And then it became a pro, because now today I know any jeweler who wants to start trying also AR, they will look at Mirar. So I keep saying, and I'm very proud of this, that in India, for jewelry brands, for jewelers, AR means Mirar. And that's the kind of branding we've been able to build.
That's very true. So ma'am, you are a bachelor in arts. And I think you are into creative field. You are more of a creative person. And you started a tech company. Many women here, though multi-talented, fail to showcase their talent to the world due to fear of technology. How did you overcome this aspect of your business without any technical knowledge?
I think I love answering that question. Because, so firstly, not just I'm a non-techie, I'm also a very lazy person. And I was working as a graphic designer, but so I'm a very confused shopper. Also, I know Indore has evolved, and when I look at all of you, when I saw all the students before this, I was just so proud. But 10 years back, when I moved from Indore for my education, for my work, I was a very underconfident girl. I didn't even know how to dress up properly. And I would ask my friends on how do I look, what do I wear, etc. So when I was working as a graphic designer, I think I wanted to solve that problem. So we did a study, and as per a study, a woman spends 1 year of her entire life in just deciding what does she want to wear. Okay? And I thought that was a very big problem to solve. So I wanted to build a tech company, and you rightly said I had no tech knowledge. But as I also said, I was lazy. So I was just sitting on that idea until one day my friend said, "Why are you even thinking about it? You're so lazy that you will never do it." That day I realized I have another strength. If someone tells me I can't do it, I'll prove you wrong. And that's why I started. I think I was very lucky that I was designing annual reports for InfoEdge. InfoEdge is the parent company for Naukri.com, Jeevansathi, 99 Acres. And I was privileged to be directly meeting and working with the founder and CEO then, Sanjeev Bikhchandani, who's now my mentor. And when I decided finally that I'm going to build this, I reached out to him. And because I was a designer, I could just go with all the design flows, paperwork, etc. And he said, this looks great, but what do you want from me? And I told him, look, I know I want to build the world's largest fashion tech company, but unfortunately I don't know tech and I don't know coding. I don't know how I'm going to do it, but I'll find my way out. I just want you to be my mentor. And he agreed. So that day I realized that you should always ask. And he guided me throughout. So the first set of 2 people that I hired were from a college in Indore, GSITS. And that is how I started building. So even if they would write French in coding, I wouldn't know. But it was about the trust that I got in people who started working with me. It was the vision that I was able to share with people that even today, I don't understand coding, I don't know technology, but I know as a consumer what I want in my brand. And I am able to share my vision with my team so strongly and build a team that is able to build a world-class product.
That's wonderful. Oh, that's very inspiring, actually. So I think that will help us, overcome our fear of technology. Great. So as you said, rightly said, Style.me was your fashion platform initially. So please share the journey of transition from Style.me to Mirar, or the birth of Mirar from Style.me. Is it something like the transition of Facebook to Meta?
Not really. So Style.me was an instant fashion advice app. And I just told you a background. The whole idea was that if you need a quick advice, you take a picture, post on the app, and you can get advice in under 60 seconds, not just from your friends, but fashion experts around the world. 7 years back, we were the only company in India that was working with 200 fashion influencers on the same. But what I've realized is that, and that's how India is also looked up to, we're looked up to as a service country, not a product country. And I think I couldn't reach out to the right people for the right product, not like we build a bad product, but we just realized we were too ahead of its time. Today, if you look at e-commerce, shopping assistants, video calling, chat are very common. 7 years back, it wasn't. So the origin of Mirar was literally because Style.me could not succeed or grow. We were not able to raise funds, not able to pay salaries, not able to pay rent. And the only thing I did not want it to do was to shut it down. And that's why in that whole process, I was looking at ways to pivot, ways to stick to my core vision of revolutionizing retail globally online, but probably with something else. And that's when Mirar was built. When I told you the story about me coming and going to shopping with my mom for jewelry, that is when I thought that probably we can pivot it into an augmented reality company. The good thing was that we had a client who was willing to give us 13 lakh rupees for a pilot. That was probably the first ever biggest revenue I got. And that's how Mirar started. And also ever since then, the evolution of AR, Facebook changing their name from Facebook to Meta itself is a huge validation for any AR, VR company globally that we are in the right space. Right? And I feel that AR is still scratching the surface. Today, if you open a Lenskart, you'll be able to try on glasses on yourself. If you open Tanishq, you'll be able to try on any jewelry on yourself. And proudly, I'll say that's powered by us. So you open any of these retail e-commerce that is evolving, the whole vision is that how brands enable consumers to be able to feel more, great when they are seeing their products online. How you are able to see it on yourself, the way you'll see it on yourself when you are in a store. So we are trying to bridge that online and offline gap through AR, and I think the journey was very organic, I would say.
Very, very interesting to hear that. So, ma'am, online education was a fad during COVID. The bubble soon burst into the normal world. Similarly, leaving the apparel and branded basics, how did the post-COVID situation react to jewelry and eyewear online shopping, which is very specific to personal features?
So, before COVID, at Mirar, we were only serving stores where we would have jewelry digitized, put it in an iPad, and the iPad will be in a store. So if you walk into a store, you can try more jewelry than what is in the store. And I think we were absolutely lucky that in January 2020, we launched Mirar for the web. That means it can be integrated into any website or brand. And we were doing pilot with Tanishq with an exclusivity of 3 months. And our 3 months ended in March. That's when the COVID hit. And we realized that while all the stores were shut, people were going crazy and aggressive on online and integration. And you rightly said, post-COVID, there has been changes, but I still do most of my Zoom calls, meetings, like online. I mean, it's an online platform, right? I still have not met half of my customers in the US in person, even after the world has opened. So, COVID, obviously, it wasn't something that we wanted. From a technology perspective, it's also created a boom in multiple ways. It's made people think about things that we never thought about. Work from home became a normal norm, and we are struggling now to get people back to office. There are companies globally that have said that, okay, either you come back to office or quit, right? But I still feel, especially in retail and fashion, and in many other industries similarly, as I gave you the example of Zoom, I think that's my favorite example of a technology that has bloomed even after COVID. But even in retail, we've all become very lazy. We don't want to get out of the house for everything that we shop. So the numbers for online shopping has not gone down. It's only growing, and it's only going to grow drastically. The question is, are we going to constantly build and create an immersive experience online, or will we think that, okay, since everyone is back on the stores, we stop it, right? So that's the reason, even post-COVID, the whole scenario of experiential shopping, especially in the retail, is never going away.
Wow. So yeah, that's very well said. I think online shopping has given husbands a reason to stay at home and avoid an shopping outing with the wife. And now it has rather become more popular only for this reason. Yeah, COVID has taught us that. I think there are many more questions for me to, and so many things to ask. I'll definitely do that below the dais. Time is not permitting us to take it any further. Thank you, ma'am. It has been really a wonderful talk. And I am sure audience too has gained a new perspective about Mirar and about online shopping and about jewelry shopping or jewelry online shopping. And don't forget to try Mirar and shop for jewelry pieces, eyewear, and of course lipstick shades at the comfort of your home. Over to you, Garjana.
Thank you. Thank you, Meghna, for making us leap into the metaverse, for making us understand augmented reality and artificial intelligence in our day-to-day life, in our dressing, in our styling, from jewelry to makeup. And I'm sure that AI and AR solution will work towards providing us innovative solution for our desire of looking apt and looking gorgeous. Thanks to our education partner GD Goenka School, thanks to Atulya Organics and our creative partner VMA. Thanks to the audience. Thank you.
Thank you.
जिंदगी खूबसूरत है और बागबान बनाने के लिए जॉगर्स पार्क जाना ज़रूरी है, सुर मिलाना ज़रूरी है, थोड़ा धाकड़ होना ज़रूरी है, कुछ नज़रअंदाज करना ज़रूरी है। ये दिव्या की ज़िंदगी है। नाउ आई रिक्वेस्ट आवर सेशन चेयर मिस चानी त्रिवेदी, डायरेक्टर श्री अरबिंदो ग्रुप ऑफ इंस्टीट्यूट एंड EC member IMA to escort Miss Divya Dutta on stage. लव खिचड़ी भी पकाई, मम्मी जी को नचले भी कराया, सज्जनपुर में वेलकम किया, ट्रेन टू पाकिस्तान और दुबई से वापसी हो गई, फिर यहाँ आए हमारे शहर इंदौर में। IMA विमेन कॉन्क्लेव इज ग्रेस्ड बाय योर प्रेजेंस मैम। दिव्या जी की खूबसूरती और हमारे फूल दोनों के अंदाज अलग हैं, सो आई कॉल अपॉन स्टेज मिस सुषमा नंदी एंड मिस सुलक्षणा बड़गारा to present the flowers and memento to Divya ji. किसी आर्टिस्ट का प्रोफाइल बनाना and to sum it up in 1 minute is very difficult. She's an actress who speaks with her eyes and conquers our hearts. A versatile, amazing and enthralling actress who lights up the screen and the environment around her. But that's what editing, direction is all about. So let's have a look at the screen to see what they have to say about. May I request the AV team to please play the video?
Dutta. With a career spanning over 2 decades, she has consistently delivered performances that have not only touched our hearts, but also left an indelible mark on the Indian film industry. Her exceptional talent and dedication have earned her numerous accolades, including the prestigious National Award for Best Actor in Supporting Role. With over 100 feature films to her credit in both Hindi and Punjabi languages, Divya has graced the silver screen with her remarkable performances in iconic films such as Veer Zara, Bhag Milkha Bhag, Delhi 6, Badlapur, and Stanley Ka Dabba, among many others. Divya's talents extend beyond acting. She has ventured into the world of literature, capturing hearts with her memoir, Me and Ma, published in 2017, and her latest literary endeavor, The Stars in My Sky, which she launched in 2021. In addition to her literary pursuits, Divya has also explored the realm of poetry, garnering appreciation for her poignant piece titled Jab Sab Theek Hoga Na, which reflects on the challenges of the lockdown. Let's welcome Divya Dutta.
Thank you, AV team. प्रीति जिंटा को शब्बों का साथ, या मिल्खा की इश्री कौर जैसी बहन, या दिल्ली 6 में जलेबी जैसा रोल, हर किरदार में दिव्या ने कुछ कर दिखाया है और साथ में कुछ पंजाबी तड़का भी लगाया है। उन्होंने पंजाबी फिल्मों में भी काम किया है, लेकिन सब में कॉमन है उनकी आवाज़। तो आइए रूबरू होते हैं दिव्या और उनकी आवाज़ से।
Welcome, Divya ji. Before we begin talking with the audience and with each other, there's another video that we have, which is a very special video. May I request the AV team to play that, please?
कड़रेच में पहले नंबर ते आया
फिर ਤਾਂ ਛਾਗੀ ਮੇਰੀ ਤਕਦੀਰ
ਭੈਣੇ ਸ਼ਾਦਾ ਫਿਰ ਤੇ ਰਸੂੜ ਤੇ ਵੀ ਗਿਆ
ਆਪਾਂ ਹੋਰ ਪਾ ਲੈਣਾ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਮੋਹ ਦੀ ਮਿੱਟੀ ਮਾਂ ਤੇ ਪੁੱਤ ਨੂੰ ਹੋਰ ਸੋਹਣਾ ਬਣਾ ਦੇ
Divya Dutta plays sister. She has done something magical. She's incredible in every scene. मैं तेरा मिल्क हूँ भाई कोई पूत पूत नहीं
हेलो
हेलो गीतू
लड्डू बस डीजल सनी बंटी छेती आओ मेरे लड्डू का फोन है
हाँ मैं पहुंच गया हाँ अभी टैक्सी में होटल जा रहा हूँ
बताओ ना लंदन कैसा था
बहुत सुंदर है बड़े बड़े घर बड़ी बड़ी गाड़ियाँ गोरे गोरे लोग
तुम लाइफ की मदद करो या ना करो उससे तो 1 साल में रिहाई मिल ही जाएगी ये भगवान का फैसला है लेकिन तुम्हारा क्या होगा तुम्हारे इस घर में तुम्हारी पत्नी और बच्ची की तस्वीर तक नहीं है तुम तो खुद अपनी जेल में कैद हो
इस साफ का सर कुचलने का टाइम तो आ गया माइंड्स में हमला नहीं बोल सकते
अपना पिछवाड़ा में डाल
आज फिर अखबार आया है रोज की तरह झट से उठाया देखा और फेंक दिया कोई तेरी खबर हो तो पढूं कोई तेरी तस्वीर हो तो देखूं वरना अखबार के इन अक्षरों में मेरे लिए क्या रखा है
Please invite Divya ji to take over.
Sorry, may I know your name, please?
I'm Archana Aaron.
Archana, that was beautiful. Thank you. Very
Thank you so
overwhelmed.
much, ma'am.
Thank you. Thanks. Ji, over to you, Chanu. अच्छा, I'll start. पहले तो नमस्कार इंदौर और तहे दिल से शुक्रिया IMA ये बहुत सारे इवेंट्स पर जाती हूँ लेकिन जो एफर्ट्स आपने एक इंट्रोडक्शन में एक ऐसे फिल्म बनाने में किया है दैट शोज हाउ ब्यूटिफुली यू गिवन टाइम टू द गेस्ट हु इज कमिंग और मैंने उन्हें चांदनी को पहले बोलने के लिए इसलिए कहा क्योंकि आई थिंक आई एम लिटिल ओवरवेल्म्ड एंड क्योंकि आपके साथ शायद मैंने भी अपनी जर्नी एक बार और देखी और अच्छा लगा और बहुत अच्छा लग रहा है इतनी सारी महिलाएं और खूबसूरत महिलाएं और बहुत ही स्ट्रॉन्ग किरदार वाली महिलाएं बिकॉज वी ऑल हैव सच ब्यूटिफुल लाइव्स सच टफ लाइव्स व्हिच वी मेक ब्यूटिफुल एंड आई कैन सी इट ऑल इन दीज स्माइलिंग फेसेस दैट आर हियर टुगेदर and I'm so looking forward to just this conversation with Chandni and with you lovely people. And yes, thank you for having me, IMA. Shukriya, sir, and everyone who had me here. Thank you.
Thank you, Divya. सुना है वो बोले तो फूल झड़ते हैं, सुना है वो बोले तो फूल झड़ते हैं, ये बात है तो चलो आज उन्हीं से बात करते हैं. Divya Dutta is synonymous with actor, expression, writer. What exactly is Divya Dutta, or is there any shade that we haven't seen till now?
Chani, there are many shades I haven't seen myself because हर रोज़ कुछ सरप्राइज निकल कर आता है और आना भी चाहिए। कल मैं एक कोट पढ़ रही थी कि अगर आपका अगले साल भी आप ऐसे ही हैं और वहीं हैं जहाँ पिछले साल थे, तो फिर ग्रोथ नहीं है। तो मेरे लिए शायद वो साल की बात नहीं होती है, वो दिन की बात होती है कि हर दिन एक नया दिन, हर दिन एक नई दिव्या, मेरे लिए, लोगों के लिए नहीं, जहाँ मैं कुछ अपने बारे में नया जानूँ और उसे पेश करूँ। क्योंकि वो एक्साइटमेंट तभी आती है when you have something new in front of you, when you know you're going to do something different। तो वो मेरे शायद रोल्स में भी आता है, वरना तो बहुत सारी ऐसे चांसेस थे कि जिस तरह की फिल्में थी, वीर ज़ारा या फिर भाग मिल्खा भाग, तो उसी तरह के रोल्स अगर करने होते तो फिर बहुत सारी और ज़्यादा फिल्में करती। हालांकि मैंने 200 फिल्में की हैं, विच इज़ नॉट लेस, लेकिन वो इमेज में बंधना, मैं कह रही हूँ, बहुत आसान होता है। लेकिन ख़ुद को एक अलग चीज़ में देखना, अलग किरदार में देखना, जब आप शीशा देखते हैं, आईना देखते हैं, तो लगे कि आज की दिव्या अलग है, उसकी एक्साइटमेंट अलग है। सो आई डोंट नो हु द दिव्या इज़, बट येस श्योरली जो बचपन में थी वो एक बच्चा साथ में लेकर चलती हूँ, क्योंकि उसका साथ चलना बहुत ज़रूरी है। आई डोंट नो इफ आई एम श्योर ऑल ऑफ यू सीन भाग मिल्खा भाग। उसमें मेरा जो फेवरेट सीन है वो मेरा नहीं है, वो लास्ट में जब मिल्खा जी भागते हैं दिस फाइनल रेस एंड द स्मॉल मिल्खा रन्स विद हिम। आई थिंक दैट इज़ द मॉरल ऑफ माई स्टोरी, to have that child Divya running alongside me, reminding me, grounding me and telling me this is you. So run along but I walk with you. इसको मत छोड़ देना कहीं पीछे, क्योंकि यही साथ जाएगा और कोई नहीं साथ जाने वाला।
चलिए शुरू से शुरू करते हैं। You belong to a family of doctors। तो एक्टर बनना था ये आपको शुरू से पता था? जब आपने घर में बताया कि मुझे एक्टिंग करनी है, what was everybody's reaction? किसी ने फोर्स नहीं किया, नहीं डॉक्टर का बच्चा तो डॉक्टर ही बनेगा?
खुशकिस्मत रही इस मामले में। बच्चन साहब की बहुत बड़ी मुरीद थी। बताएं हिंदी ज़्यादा के अंग्रेज़ी ज़्यादा के, दोनों ही चलेगा? ओके लवली। तो बच्चन साहब की बहुत बड़ी मुरीद थी, बहुत सारे हम सब उनके मुरीद हैं। तो जब 4 साल की थी तो उनकी फिल्में देखती थी, और एक गाना था नटवर लाल का, परदेसिया ये सच है पिया, और खई के पान बनारस वाला फ्रॉम डॉन। तो वो मम्मी के दुपट्टे फाड़ के और साड़ियाँ फाड़ के, विच शी मैग्नानिमसली डिडंट से एनीथिंग टू मी, सो वो करके मैं सब दोस्तों को आसपास से बुलाती थी। आई वुड प्रिपेयर दैट डांस, आई वुड पुट हर लिपस्टिक बिकॉज वी वर नॉट अलाउड पान, आई वाज जस्ट 4-5, एंड उस पर डांस करती थी। एंड टू बी ऑन दैट स्टेज, टू हैव द नेबरहुड चिल्ड्रन सिटिंग इन फ्रंट ऑफ मी, और उन्हें कहती थी देखो समोसा है, गुलाब जामुन है, और तालियां ज़ोर से मारोगे तो रूह अफ़ज़ा भी मिलेगा। तो कहीं कहीं घूस अच्छी लगती है। तो वो मैंने बचपन से शुरू कर दिया था, बट आई थिंक आई लाइक्ड बीइंग ऑन स्टेज, आई लाइक्ड परफॉर्मिंग, एंड ऑलवेज थॉट ये जो इतने हैंडसम से और इतने मैग्निफिसेंट पर्सनालिटी है स्क्रीन पर, इनके वाले फील्ड में जाना है। आई डिडंट नो हाउ, उस वक्त नहीं पता था, लेकिन पढ़ाई में बहुत अच्छी थी, टॉप करती थी, तो सबको लगता था ये तो IAS करेगी, बिकॉज डॉक्टर तो मैं कभी शायद नहीं बन पाती, क्योंकि वो इंजेक्शन देख के ही मेरा हो जाता था। लेकिन वो जो ओनस था वो मेरे भाई पर आ गया अनफॉर्चुनेटली, कि तू जो करना है तुझे कर। मेरा घर थोड़ा उल्टा चलता था, तो मुझे बीइंग अ गर्ल बोला जाता था यू व्हाटएवर यू वांट टू डू, but he will then be a doctor। Fortunately he wanted to be a doctor, so it was not forced on him either। हुजूर बात करने दो ना, थैंक यू। तो फिर आई गेस मैंने एक कंपटीशन था स्टारडस्ट का, उसमें ऐसे ही पढ़ते पढ़ते लास्ट मिनट पढ़ती थी, और बीच में फिल्म मैगजीन्स देखा करती थी, और उसे एक मैगजीन में एक टैलेंट हंट था स्टारडस्ट का, वो मैंने भर दिया, और अपने भाई को कहा सुनो मेरी बहुत ग्लैमरस तस्वीरें खींचो। तो अब मैं बेचारी 17 साल की, वो बेचारा 13 साल का, तो क्या ही ग्लैमरस तस्वीरें खींचेगा, बट देखो दिमाग में है, अब हमें लग रहा है अच्छी हैं तो अच्छी हैं। तो अपने हिसाब के मैंने बड़े ग्लैमरस कपड़े पहने, जो आई डोंट नो हाउ दे सिलेक्टेड मी, बट वेरी काइंड ऑफ देम। एक साइकिल के पास ऐसे पोज और एक ऐसे पोज, एंड आई वाज वेरी श्योर आई विल बी सिलेक्टेड. तो एंड आई गॉट सिलेक्टेड. मुझे वहाँ से फ़ोन आ गया कि भाई यू आर सिलेक्टेड. और उस वक्त मेरे एग्ज़ाम्स चल रहे थे, शायद सेकेंड ईयर या फर्स्ट ईयर के. और मैं और मेरा भाई, हम दोनों ऐसे क्रिमिनल्स की तरह माँ के सामने खड़े कि आज तो बताना पड़ेगा, बिकॉज यू कांट हाइड इट फ्रॉम हर, शी विल नो. एंड आई स्टूड देयर, आई सेड मॉम आई हैव बीन सिलेक्टेड. So she was in her clinic. She said, where? I said, Mama, to, just appear for this competition for acting. And there was a pause. And in that pause, both of us would have, वो होते ना धरती फट जाए और हम घुस जाएं उसके अंदर. तो क्योंकि वो बेचारा तो कह रहा था मैं खामखा फंस गया. तो ऐसे अपना वो दिखाने में, कि सिबलिंग सपोर्ट दिखाने में. तो anyway, so मेरी माँ ने कहा कि are you sure? And that moment, for a 17, 18-year-old, I think I have never been more sure. And I was like, Ma, this is really what I want to do. And I give it to her for believing in a 17-year-old, for saying, I believe in your dreams unconditionally. I don't judge you for having these dreams. Ja, ud ja. तो she held my hand, मेरे साथ मुंबई आई. हमने एक बहुत बड़ा 5-star होटल था और हमने किसी को नहीं बताया कि अगर नहीं सिलेक्ट हुए तो बहुत नाक कटेगी. और जब पहुँचे तो वहाँ पर यश चोपड़ा, शेखर कपूर, सुभाष घई, सूरज बरजात्या, you name them, the top makers were all there sitting in front of me and I had to perform. और मेरे सामने खड़ी थी इतनी खूबसूरत लड़कियां तो मुझे लगा शायद परियों के देश से आई हैं. सोनाली बेंद्रे was one of them. So I was like, इनके सामने मेरा क्या चांस होने वाला है. I am but of course a petite, sweet looking girl, but I mean not as stunning as them is what I felt. तो फिर मैंने कहा यार यहाँ कोई चांस नहीं है. And then I saw my mother sitting right in the corner, backside, ऐसे हाथ फोल्ड करके. I knew she was praying for me. And I was like, जब इसको विश्वास है मैं कर लूँगी तो मैं क्यों डामाडोल हो रही हूँ. And I performed and I was the editor's choice in that.
Oh, that is wonderful. That is something we did not know.
So yes, I think I was lucky that I had a parent who strongly supported me. And then I never looked back. Of course there were rejections galore because बाहर से आई थी, जो कोई promise करता था मुझे लगता था I have been selected. हो गई मेरी फिल्म. और मैं बड़े प्यार से नाइविटी में जाके मिल के आती थी उनको. तो दे सेड हाँ बना रहे हैं, आपको ज़रूर बताते हैं. मुझे लगता था हो गया और हम पक्का काम करेंगे, जो बोलते थे मुझे लगता था हो गया. एंड आई कॉल्ड माई मदर एंड सेड मॉम आई एम डूइंग 22 फिल्म्स. एंड आई रियलाइज्ड उनमें से 20 तो शुरू ही नहीं हुई, जो 2 शुरू हुई थी उनमें मैं नहीं थी, कोई और था. And I felt so rejected, so disappointed. But I think again it was her who told me that is it the end of the world for you? I said no. So she said then go work hard and prove yourself as an actor so that roles are written for you. And that's how Veer Zara happened for me. So yeah.
In fact, मेरा next question, yes, मेरा next question इसी से related था because we are in a room full of women. Self doubt, हम हमेशा अपने आप को एक कटघरे में रख के देखते हैं. What is it that motivated you or kept you? हुआ होगा आपको भी कि अब शायद नहीं हो पाएगा मुझसे, बॉम्बे में नहीं हो पाएगा, ये मूवी शायद मुझे ना मिले, मैं तो वापस चले जाती हूँ. Did those moments come? और मुझे लगता है कि आप उनको भी मैसेज दीजिए कि how can they deal with such situations?
Of course it happened with me. और जिंदगी है, होता ही रहता है. ऐसा थोड़ी कि हर चीज़ आपके लिए ऐसे थाली प्लेट में ऐसे चाय की तरह सर्व होगी, ऐसा नहीं होता है. You have to work hard for it. You have to see those rejections. You have to know that feeling to understand the importance of it. नहीं तो सब आसानी से ही मिल जाएगा तो उसकी वक़्त नहीं रहती है. So I remember एक बहुत बड़ी फिल्म मैंने साइन की and last minute मेरे को उन्होंने ड्रॉप कर दिया. I came back howling. So my mother said, क्या तुम्हारे लिए मैं फिल्म बनाने वाली हूँ? So I said no. तो she said then do they know you're a good actor? I said no. तो उस वक्त मुझे वीर ज़ारा ऑफर हुई थी और वीर ज़ारा मेरे लिए ड्रीम थी कि यश चोपड़ा हैं और आदित्य चोपड़ा हैं और मैं ये सोचकर उनसे मिलने गई कि it's the lead role. एंड जब उन्होंने मुझे कहानी सुनाई तो उन्होंने कहा इसमें शाहरुख हैं, प्रीति हैं, रानी हैं, बच्चन साहब हैं, हेमा जी हैं. मैंने कहा तो इसमें मैं क्या कर रही हूँ? तो दे सेड शब्बो, both of them, and my face dropped. I thought कि अगर मैंने यश चोपड़ा की फिल्म में सहेली का रोल कर दिया तो ये इंडस्ट्री तो जो इमेज में बांधने के लिए इतनी आतुर रहती है तो मैं तो सबकी बेस्ट फ्रेंड बन जाऊंगी. आई थिंक आदित्य रेड इट ऑन माई फेस एंड ही सेड अगर ये रोल कोई भी कर सकता तो तुम्हें नहीं बुलाते हम, एंड आई प्रॉमिस यू विल बी रिमेम्बर्ड फॉर दिस रोल. आई डोंट नो हाउ ही सेड इट विद सो मच कन्विक्शन दैट आई टुक ऑन दिस रोल, ऑल्सो थैंक्स टू व्हाट माई मदर हैड सेड. बहुत सारी रिसर्च की उन्होंने, पाकिस्तान में किसी से लड़की से बात करवाई, फिर किसी ड्राइवर से बात करवाई कि इनके तलफ़ुज़ के उसमें आप फ़र्क देखें कि जो एम्प्लॉई है वो कैसे बोलता है, एम्प्लॉयर कैसे बोलता है, उनमें फ़र्क है. फिर वो सुना, उसको देखा, फिर वो सिंग सॉन्ग वाली जो टोन थी वो देखी. फिर उसके बाद मुझे लगा, फिर उन्होंने, आदित्य ने कहा टेक दिस टोन एंड कीप इट एज दिस. फिर इट वॉज डिफरेंट, द एंटायर थिंग वॉज डिफरेंट. और जब फिल्म का प्रीमियर हुआ तो एक्चुअली मेरा ख्वाब था कि कभी ये मेरी जो किताब है स्टार्स इन माई स्काई, उसमें एक एक चैप्टर एक एक पर्सनालिटी को डेडिकेटेड है. इट्स लाइक अ बुक ऑफ ग्रैटिट्यूड टू जस्ट से थैंक यू फॉर बीइंग इन माई लाइफ, इन माई मूवी जर्नी. तो पहला चैप्टर बच्चन साहब का है, यश चोपड़ा के हैं, गुलजार साहब, जावेद साहब, शबाना जी, शाहरुख, सलमान, एवरीवन. तो यश चोपड़ा का जो चैप्टर है उसमें मैंने ये लिखा है कि मुझे जब मैं मैगजीन्स पढ़ा करती थी, आई यूज्ड टू फील के शिफॉन साड़ीज़ में वो गाने मुझे गाने हैं, चांदनी एंड एवरीथिंग, दिस इज़ माई ड्रीम, आई वॉन्ट टू बी दैट हीरोइन. बट हियर आई वॉज सिटिंग इन फ्रंट ऑफ दैम बीइंग प्रिपेयर्ड फॉर शब्बो, बट आई हैड टेकन दैट ऑन. वो मैंने लिया चांस और इतना भरोसा भी सबने दिया. तो जब फिल्म का प्रीमियर हुआ वीर ज़ारा का, आई वाज सिटिंग विद माई मदर, आई सेड पिक्चर बहुत मज़ा आ रहा है, आई एम सो प्राउड टू बी अ पार्ट ऑफ इट, लेकिन हाउ इज़ एवरीवन गोइंग टू परसीव मी. तो जैसे ही इंटरवल में बाहर निकली, ज़िंदगी में पहली बार 5-6 साल इंडस्ट्री में रह चुकी थी, मुझे लोगों ने क्राउड किया, सराउंड किया. यश जी से पूछा ये लड़की कहाँ से आई है, पाकिस्तान से आई है. आई वाज लाइक, सो इन अ वेरी अनकन्वेंशनल वे माई ड्रीम ऑफ वर्किंग विद यश चोपड़ा गॉट फुलफिल्ड, बट द वे वॉज डिफरेंट. तो जब आप यूनिवर्स को कहते हैं ना मुझे ये चाहिए, बड़े दिल से कहते हैं कि मुझे ये चाहिए, वो आपको देता ज़रूर है, तरीका शायद अलग हो, लेकिन उस तरीके को लैप अप करना वो आपकी चॉइस है कि नहीं मुझे वही चाहिए और वैसे ही चाहिए, मे बी नॉट. But I think because of that, probably I've had a much longer lasting career. I've been around for 27 years now and still getting lead roles to play. Roles are written for me. तो शायद मैं अगर उसमें अटक ही जाती तो I would have stopped there.
कितना अच्छा लग रहा है ये सुनने में कि शुरू में सोच रहे थे कि शायद कोई फिल्म मिल जाए, अब किताब लिखनी पड़ रही है to thank everybody. I think it is a wonderful thing to have. It is a good problem to have. That is what I say.
Oh, lovely. Absolutely.
हम जब से मैंने आपसे बात करना चालू करी है, किसी ना किसी चीज़ में आपकी माँ का मेंशन ज़रूर होता है. I've read about you, I have seen your interviews. You always speak about your mother and you've had a wonderful relationship with her. हमारे इस हॉल में बहुत सारी माएँ हैं, बेटियाँ हैं, who probably want to have that bond, or maybe they have that bond already. What is that thing that created, because your mother was a working mother, she was a single parent. आप उनके पास बहुत सारी रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी थी, प्लस शी वॉज अ फ्रेंड टू यू. हाउ कुड शी डू दैट एंड हाउ डिड दैट हैपन?
हम लोग एक छोटे से शहर तो नहीं कहूँगी, टाउन कहूँगी, वहाँ रहते थे. और मेरी मम्मी सिविल सर्जन थी, डॉक्टर थी, गायनेकोलॉजिस्ट थी. बहुत सारे पेशेंट्स को मैं वहाँ देखती थी जो जिन्हें शायद बोलना भी नहीं आता था, बिल्कुल पिंडों से, गाँवों से आती थी. और वही किरदार मैंने शायद यूज़ किया भाग मिल्खा भाग में. इट हेल्प्ड मी मेनी ईयर्स लेटर. इट स्टक इन माई हेड दैट आई हैव सीन माई मदर्स पेशेंट्स हु आर लाइक दैट, हु कैन नॉट टॉक, हु ओनली एक्सप्रेस थ्रू देयर आईज. तो सो यस, हमने टेररिज्म के दिन भी देखे साथ में. हमने आई हैव सीन माई मदर when my father left, तो सब कहते थे कि आप ये वाइट कपड़े पहनिए और ये करिए, अभी काम पर मत जाइए, और ये वो सब कहते थे उनको. एंड ऑन द on the 10th day or the 9th day, she said, "This is it. मेरे छोटे छोटे बच्चे हैं, मुझे इनको पालना है." And my husband wouldn't have liked it if I wore white clothes. So she just went, lived her life the way she had to. और जिस तरह से वो एक मर्दों की दुनिया में ऐसे खड़ी रहती थी उनका सामना करने के लिए, मैंने बहुत बार देखा कोई स्ट्राइक हो गई तो वो जाके ऐसे धड़ल्ले से बात करती थी. आई यूज्ड टू हाइड बिहाइंड हर दुपट्टा एंड जस्ट लुक इन ऑ कि ये क्या हो रहा है. और घर पे वो बिल्कुल अलग थी, वो मेरी दोस्त थी, वो बच्चों के साथ बच्ची बन जाती थी. एंड आई हैड द फ्रीडम टू टेल हर दैट आई गूफ्ड अप. मुझसे कभी कोई गलती होती थी तो वो नहीं कहती थी कि ऐसा क्यों किया, आगे से मत करना. नेवर. इट वाज लाइक अच्छा हो गया, अब क्या करें. तो मुझे लगता था मेरा साथी है जो मेरे साथ ही प्लान कर रहा है कि अब यार गलती हो गई हम दोनों से, अब क्या करें. तो वो चाहे मेरे रिलेशनशिप्स हों, चाहे मेरी गलत चॉइसेस हों, और सब करते हैं हम, सबकी चॉइसेस परफेक्ट हों ये तो कोई ज़रूरी नहीं है, गिर के ही संभलते हैं सब. सो तो शी वॉज द फर्स्ट वन आई कुड गो टू. शी वॉज द फर्स्ट वन हु गेव मी स्ट्रेंथ. एंड शी वॉज समबडी हु वॉज माई ट्रैवल पार्टनर. और मेरी दोस्तों की बहुत बड़ी सहेली थी वो, उनको नलिनी ही बुलाया करती थी. हर नेम वॉज नलिनी दत्ता. और मैं सेकंड दोस्त हो जाती थी और मम्मी फर्स्ट दोस्त हो जाती थी. और जब भी कोई घर पे आता था शी वुड से डांस करके दिखाऊं, एंड शी वुड डांस ऑन दोज ओल्ड सॉन्ग्स जो मधुबाला वाले गाने होते थे. और मैं ना उनका बहुत मजाक उड़ाती थी. ऐसे हम लोग रॉटन टोमेटोज लेके फेंका करते थे, फ्लॉप शो करते थे. और उसी दौरान जब मैंने ट्रेन टू पाकिस्तान की, आई पिक्ड अप हर मैनरिज्म्स to use them in Train to Pakistan. So कहाँ क्या use होगा. तो yes, I'm ever indebted to my mother for being who she was. मेरे ख्याल से 3 किरदार उन्होंने प्ले किए हैं ज़िंदगी में. Of course एक माँ, एक बेस्ट फ्रेंड, और फिर जब उम्र सब बढ़ते हैं उम्र में तो मेरी बेटी शायद. इट वॉज अ रोल रिवर्सल. तो जिन चीज़ों के लिए वो मुझे मना करती थी मैं उन्हें मना करने लगी. मॉम डोंट डू दिस, मॉम डोंट डू दैट. एंड शी वुड, शबाना जी वाज टेलिंग मी यू आर द बैड कॉप. सो बट I loved pampering her. I think my happiness was to see that twinkle in her eyes. It was beautiful. And my biggest fear was to lose her. कि कहीं क्योंकि बचपन में ही डैडी चले गए थे. So I was like, ये नहीं जानी चाहिए यार, ये तो रहनी चाहिए. But when I actually faced that fear, I faced it. I was like, I need to celebrate her. And that moment I thought I'm going to write this book, Me and Ma, which is going to tell all parents, माँ बेटी का या माँ बेटे का रिश्ता कैसा होना चाहिए यार, ऐसा होना चाहिए. एंड वो if I go to airports or something, I saw this little girl come and run to me and she hugged me. I thought she's come to tell me something about my performance. She said, "Thank you, ma'am." I said, "What happened?" She's like, "Ma'am, बहुत for granted लेती हूँ यार अपनी मम्मी को. फोन रखो मम्मी, बाद में बात करती हूँ." तो she says, "After I read your book, I just took my mother on a date and said, Mom, let's have just a date," and she was so happy. ये छोटी छोटी चीज़ें हम अपनी मसरूफ जिंदगी में शायद भूल जाते हैं, करनी चाहिए. अपने बच्चों के, जो यहाँ माएँ बैठी हैं, अपने बच्चों के दोस्त बने. Don't be so serious about the role that you play as mothers, and just hear them out. Maybe they have lots to say. And the same for children. Just don't say they are another generation. इनसे क्यों बात करूँ? I'll talk to my friends. Probably talk and just confide. आप जिसमें confide करते हैं वो शायद आपका trust कभी break नहीं करेंगे. Try it once. So I think हम लोग बाहर खुशियाँ ढूंढने ज़्यादा जाते हैं. कोशिश करें अपने घर में ही खुशी ढूंढे, मिलेगी. So yeah, that's what I feel.
Thank you. I think this is very, very important. I have 2 daughters myself. तो ये जो आपने confidence वाली बात करी, sometimes I become very strict mother. मैंने इसको एक दिन बोला सब बताया करो. वो सोच के एक दिन पता है मैं चाकू से कुछ काट रही थी, मुझे कट लग गया था मम्मा. This is what she shared with me. That was the biggest secret. So you know, we have to just reach out. I think that is what it is. कहते हैं कि बड़ों की बातें माननी चाहिए. धर्मेंद्र जी को आपकी मदर भाई मानती थी, लेकिन आपने उनकी बात नहीं मानी. But he was very proud of it. क्या story है? Please let us know.
So धर्म जी, as I said, was from our town. और उनका भी एक चैप्टर है इस किताब में. और तो जब हम छोटे थे तो सुना करते थे कि धर्म जी आए, रातों रात आए और सबसे मिले और चले गए. सो आई वुड थिंक ये क्या बात हुई, मैं तो मिल नहीं पाई इनको, ये किसी से मिल के क्यों नहीं गए, और ये क्या बात हो गई, रातों रात आए फिर चले गए. Then I met during, मेरे अंकल was a director और तब मिले मुझे. तो he said, बेटा मतलब you've made this choice, but see how it suits you. So I could feel he wasn't very comfortable with it. But years later, मैंने उनके साथ अपने भी की, और years later हम एक award function में थे कनाडा में, और उनको lifetime achievement award मिल रहा था, तो मैं host कर रही थी वो event. तो उनका जैसे ही award खत्म हुआ और मैंने अगली announcement शुरू की, the audience started laughing. मैंने कहा क्या हुआ? Did I say something wrong? And I turned around and I saw Dharamji was standing there and he hugged me tight. He took the mic from me. Thousands of people sitting there, and he said, I had told her once, you know, think about it if you want to be an actor. I'm so happy she didn't listen to me. So I think it requires guts, a magnanimous heart to say it to such a big audience and to say that I'm proud of you. So I guess that, and वो जो मैं आपको किस्सा सुना रही थी कि आते थे और चले जाते थे, मैं अभी पंजाब से आई हूँ और मैं ऐसा ही करती हूँ शायद. तो वो जो गलियाँ गलिहारे जहाँ बचपन बीतता है, वहाँ अकेली होकर आती हूँ. Yes, I get teary-eyed to think about the beautiful times you've spent there, and you don't want anyone that time. मतलब आप कर लेंगे socialize, बस उस वक्त बस आप हो और आपका बचपन हो. And that moment I realized why Dharamji did that. So, so yes, I guess life comes around, it's a vicious circle, and you realize things when it's the correct time for you to realize them.
जब आप बोलती हैं ना तो सबके चेहरे पे ऑटोमेटिकली मुस्कान होती है. आपको इसकी सुपर पावर के बारे में पता था कि नहीं आपको? I think it is a child in you that you said that, you know, you're keeping it alive. Yeah, it has something to do with being single. You know, the
आप दूसरी हैं जो ये सवाल कर रही हैं. अभी जो आपका पॉडकास्ट किया वहाँ भी ये पूछा गया, और कल मैं जब पंजाब, I think everyone has an issue with me being single.
I think jealous
or jealousy, is it? No, I think it's हर एक की life अलग होती है. I've had some relationships in my life. Fortunately, unfortunately, they didn't work out the way I thought they would. हम सब शायद यश जी को इसलिए blame करते हैं कि हमारी ज़िंदगी का हीरो वैसा होगा, पर वैसा होता नहीं है. और फिर also on a very serious note, I think when you're an actor, and it's not easy to find somebody who can be understanding of that. And जो आपका पार्टनर हो, तो ऑफ कोर्स अच्छे लोग, बहुत प्यारे प्यारे लोग होते हैं, बट आपको मैच करें और आपकी फ्लाइट में आपकी मदद करें और आपको नर्चर करें और आप उनको नर्चर करो, ये ज़रूरी नहीं है. सो मुझे नहीं लगता मुझे ऐसा कोई अभी तक मिला, एंड आई हैव नो कंप्लेंट्स. बहुत खूबसूरत वक्त बिताए मैंने उनके साथ भी और अपने साथ अब बिता रही हूँ. आई थिंक पोस्ट द पेंडेमिक हमेशा बहुत डरती थी खुद के साथ बैठने को, बिकॉज आई वाज लाइक व्हाट विल आई डू स्टेइंग अलोन. आई वांट टू टॉक टू दिस वन, आई वांट टू टॉक टू दिस वन, आई वांट टू गो मीट दिस वन. शायद हम लोग सब कहीं ना कहीं अपने आप में अंदर हमने झांकना शुरू किया, बैक टू बेसिक्स जाना शुरू किया व्हेन कोविड हैपेंड. So I think it helped me be best friends with me, and that's when I wrote this book as well. I am open to love always. But yes, I'm open to myself first. I would see what gives me happiness. And if somebody who's coming into my life is giving me happiness, he's more than welcome. But if he's taking it away, sorry, no.
Very important message. People who follow you on social media, unko pata hoga ki you make, I also noticed one thing before I tell you. You are very natural, you know, जब दुनिया पूरी फिल्टर की तरफ जाती है, you come the way you are there on social media. आप इतनी funny reels बनाती हैं, very baby like, very funny. You know, how do you do that? Because you know, ये creativity का सबसे बड़ी चीज़ मुझे लगता है humor है. So how do you think, are you humorous in your real life, and how does it help your creativity in life?
I think Chandni, I'm taken too seriously in life because of my roles. तो वो सबको लगता है ये ऐसी ही है. तो मैं जब सेट पे भी जाती हूँ तो सब ऐसे घबरा जाते हैं या दिल स्टैंड अप और समथिंग. आई एम लाइक, आई एम नॉट दैट सीरियस. व्हाई आर दे टेकिंग अ व्हाइल टू इवन से हाय टू मी? तो फिर मेरी जो पीआर थी उन्होंने कहा कि तुम रील्स नहीं बनाती हो. मैंने कहा नहीं यार, इट्स वेरी, अटक ही जाते हो रील्स में, क्या रील वो क्या रील. एंड शी सेड मेक वन. And I was just sitting in my bedroom with no makeup, and I made that reel, and I think I enjoyed it, and I saw these thousands of likes coming. I said, "ये क्या हुआ?" तो अब मैं कोलकाता गई तो उन्होंने कहा हाउ डू यू फील डूइंग अ रील विदाउट मेकअप. आई सेड आई थिंक दैट्स मी एंड दैट्स अनदर साइड ऑफ मी. आप मुझे मेरे रोल्स में देखते हैं जहाँ हर तरह अलग लुक होती है, ये मैं हूँ without makeup, without any apprehensions or inhibitions or any facades. This is me, and I enjoy that, and I'm glad. अब सब मुझे कहने लगे हैं, "Ma'am, we see you for your reels," and that's mostly youngsters. I said, "Picture भी देख लो." But it's nice.
So coming back to your performances, they are outstanding. I don't have to say that. तो जब आप स्टैनली का डब्बा में एक टीचर बनती है तो मुझे लगता है शायद ही रियल लाइफ में टीचर ही होंगी, या जब आपका भाई खो जाता है तो हमें भी उतना ही दुख होता है आपके भाई के खोने का जितना कि आपको हुआ है. सो यू सेड दैट यू वांटेड टू बी यश चोपड़ा की मूवीज में हम ऐसे, बट व्हेन यू स्टार्टेड डूइंग दीज काइंड ऑफ रोल्स व्हिच मेक सच अ वेरी वेरी बिग इम्पैक्ट ऑन द ऑडियंस, ऑन द पीपल, एंड most of your roles, they have a very very strong message also. How do you feel to be making that impact to everybody?
I've never really thought, is my role giving a message? I do it because I enjoy it and I believe in it. और शायद ठीक ठाक चीज़ों में बिलीव करती होंगी इसलिए उससे मैसेज भी आ जाता है. लेकिन the thing is that I need to feel very nervous. बहुत ज़रूरी है nervous feel करना और एक्साइटेड फील करना और अपने लिए ऐसे मुख्तलिफ रोल्स ढूंढते रहना जो आपको अलग तरह से प्रेजेंट करें. सो या आई गेस दैट्स व्हाट आई डू.
वंडरफुल. मुझे हम लोग ने वीर ज़ारा के लिए हम सब हमेशा बात करते हैं. उसमें हाउ वाज योर एक्सपीरियंस वर्किंग, बिकॉज दैट वाज द फर्स्ट टाइम दैट यू वर वर्किंग, probably the first time that you were working with so many big people. How was your experience working with Shah Rukh Khan and people like that, and how was your experience doing that role, because that was also a new experience, right?
हाँ, I guess I told you how it was कि वो सब डायलेक्ट वगैरह सब सीखे. मुझे एक बड़ा इंटरेस्टिंग किस्सा याद है कि शाहरुख के साथ हम वो जो सीन कर रहे थे एक, तो मैं बीच में थी और एक और एक्टर थी साथ में और शाहरुख थे साथ में. तो वो एक्टर से मैं कवर हो रही थी. तो मैं इतनी एप्रीहेंसिव और घबराती थी, मैंने कहा मैं इनको कैसे बोलूं कि मैं कवर हो रही हूँ, कस थोड़ी देर में प्रोड्यूसर बोल देंगे या डायरेक्टर बोल देंगे. अब आई एम सल्किंग कि कोई बोल क्यों नहीं रहा है, अभी तक किसी ने नहीं नोटिस किया होगा. तो जस्ट बिफोर द टेक शाहरुख सेड, मैम कैन यू जस्ट शिफ्ट अ बिट बिकॉज शी इज गेटिंग कवर्ड. एंड आई जस्ट लुक्ड एट हिम कि was he doing his lines or was he observing a newcomer standing there sulking away. And उसके बाद मुझे बोले I will not be everywhere, so you look after yourself. So it was so amazing. चाहे ये हो चाहे बच्चन साहब हो, when I did बागबान, तो बागबान में मुझे डिस्कनेक्ट नहीं करना आता था, बहुत नई थी मैं उस वक्त. तो इतने मीन लाइंस उनको मैं बोल रही हूँ, कहाँ ये मुझे अफेक्ट कर गया मुझे रियलाइज ही नहीं हुआ कि इट्स अफेक्टिंग मी, इट्स इम्पैक्टिंग मी. एंड एक दिन मैं घर आके रोने लग गई, सब पूछने लग गए क्या हुआ है. सर आई डोंट नो. एंड द नेक्स्ट डे आई वेंट टू द सेट एंड मिस्टर बच्चन सेड गुड मॉर्निंग एंड आई वाज लाइक गुड मॉर्निंग सर. तो उन्होंने देखा गुड मॉर्निंग में ही फर्क आ गया है, तो चौपी गुड मॉर्निंग की जगह बिल्कुल सल्किंग वाला है. ही सेड तुम इधर आओ. And I went and he said, do you know you're being very mean to me? So I said, no sir, but this is just a role. So he said, well, so without saying anything, he made me realize it's just a role. You don't have to take it back home. So from him and from Shah Rukh, I think it's so amazing to know little things, little pearls, कि कितना observe करते हैं अपने co-actors को और उन्हें इतना comfortable करते हैं कि scene अच्छा हो सके. Thank you.
We'll again come to the author side of you. पहली चीज आपको इतना समय कैसे मिल पाता है कि आप लिख पाएं. दूसरी चीज आपके भाई भी लिखते हैं, आपकी मदर भी लिखती थी और आप भी लिखती हैं. So is it something to do with the genes or or did you develop it? When did you know that you want to write or you can write?
I always saw my mother write. तो वो लिख के फेंक देती थी डस्टबिन में और हम बच्चे वो कागज़ उठा लेते थे. और जब मैं एक्ट्रेस बनी तो हमने वो कागज़ इकट्ठा किए और उनके बर्थडे पे वो बुक रिलीज़ करवाई, दत्त साहब ने वो रिलीज़ की. सो इट फेल्ट ब्यूटिफुल दैट एंड आई कुड सी दैट लिटिल जॉय ऑन हर फेस. किए तो फेंक दिए थे मैंने, एंड बट द पावर ऑफ वर्ड्स इज सो ब्यूटिफुल. And I started writing newspaper articles in various newspapers, चाहे वो Tribune था पंजाब में, फिर HT, हिंदुस्तान टाइम्स, टाइम्स ऑफ इंडिया, लिखती रही continuous columns. And जो कनेक्ट मेरा रीडर्स के साथ बना वो बहुत खूबसूरत था. तो मुझे लगता है 2 प्रोफेशंस हैं जो बहुत ही सुंदर हैं, जहाँ आप जो चाहें आप एक्सप्रेस कर सकते हैं किरदारों के ज़रिए, when you act, and as an author or a writer, when you express what you're feeling. And I think I've been extremely fortunate that I've had both. And फिर किताबें, of course, as I told you, वो हो गई. वो incidental था, लेकिन बहुत एक खूबसूरत तो नहीं कहूँगी, but क्योंकि मेरी माँ थी उसने उसे blessing बना दिया, वरना मेरे लिए वो catharsis था.
आपने जब आपकी जो recent किताब है The Stars in My Sky, वो जब आपने लिखी और जिनके बारे में आपने लिखी, जब आपने उनको बताया या उनको प्रेजेंट करने की, मुझे कुछ रिएक्शंस जानने हैं. हाउ डिड दे फील?
ओके, दिस इज़ वेरी इंटरेस्टिंग. तो इतने सारे उसमें तकरीबन 23-24 लोग हैं और हर एक को उनका चैप्टर भेजना वाज लाइक अ मॉरल रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी कि किसी को कोई प्रॉब्लम नहीं होनी चाहिए. लेकिन एक कमाल की बात ये हुई कि हम लोग शायद वैसे भी, आई मीन, यू मस्ट बी रियली लविंग योर लव्ड वंस और यू मस्ट बी फॉन्ड ऑफ अ फ्यू पीपल इन योर वर्क स्पेस, बट हम कितनी बार उन्हें कहते हैं, ये हम नहीं कहते. हम या तो ऑकवर्ड फील कर जाते हैं या हम कहते हैं यार ठीक है, अंडरस्टूड है ना यार. लेकिन जब मैंने वो चैप्टर्स उनको भेजे, आई हैव सीन रिएक्शंस विच वर अमेजिंग. तो जिनको खुद जाके दिया या तो वो चुप हो गए, एंड कोई तो रोया, मैं नहीं बता रही कौन रोया, बस रोया और मेरे हाथ पकड़ा, एंड देन सेड थैंक यू. एंड देन देयर वर कॉल्स where he said, you know what, this I didn't know, and thank you and I love you. So बहुत ही खूबसूरत चीज़ें. गुलजार साहब का एक ख़त आया मुझे, मेल पर आया. अब मतलब वैसे ही फैन गर्ल मोमेंट था कि गुलजार साहब का ख़त आया और इतना सुंदर कि इट वाज ब्यूटिफुली रिटन. बट मुझे लगा कि इन सबको बताना कि शुक्रिया, वो कहते हैं ना, कहने को महज एक लफ्ज़ है, जो तहे दिल से निकले उसे शुक्रिया कहते हैं. सो ये तहे दिल से निकला, और जो दिल से बात निकलती है, कोई भी हो, चाहे मैं एक्टिंग कर रही हूँ दिल से, चाहे मैं किसी को कुछ प्यार से कह रही हूँ लिसन आपने बड़ा अच्छा काम किया, वो चाहे किसी के बारे में कुछ कहना जो आप दिल से फील करते हैं, चाहे वो गलत भी हो, लेकिन अगर तरीका सही है ना तो लोग अप्रिशिएट करते हैं. तो किसी को कहना बहुत ज़रूरी है. आई थिंक वी शुड कीप इट हियर. हम लोगों को लगता है कि क्या ज़रूरत है, नॉट नीडेड, बट है ज़रूरत, शायद उनसे ज़्यादा आपको ज़रूरत है. प्लीज़ जस्ट say these little things, it makes a huge difference.
तुमने कहा था,
ये जो आप बार बार तालियां बजा रहे हैं ना, मुझे बहुत अच्छा लग रहा है. ये भी तो एक्नॉलेज करना जरूरी है ना. जी,
तुमने कहा था एक है हम तो अपने बराबर कर दो ना. शायद आज के सेशन के लिए इस कविता के बारे में बात न की जाए तो कुछ अधूरा रह जाएगा.
मैं जब तक ये ढूंढती हूँ चांदनी, आप कुछ सवाल, बहुत प्यारी प्यारी यहाँ लेडीज बैठी हैं, आई एम श्योर दे हैव, we'll just take 4 questions because we won't have time. तो 4 सवाल जरूर. तब तक मैं पोएम ढूंढती हूँ. I'll end it with that.
जी. We will have. I would request the volunteers to go near the people who are going to ask questions. Surbhi, we can ask one question from Surbhi.
अच्छे सवाल करिएगा प्लीज. 4 ही हैं.
I would like to tell you this कि कल जब हम बात कर रहे थे और मैंने दिव्या जी से बोला I have a set of questions and I'm going to ask you that. She said please let the audience ask. I said मैम कुछ भी अगर पूछ लिया तो. She said I don't care. बोली कुछ भी पूछने दो. I'm open to anything they ask. So you know that she said I'm very very comfortable with my audience. That is what she said.
जी दोस्तों ऑन द साइड स्टेज प्लीज आप इतनी बातें ना करें कृपया. शुक्रिया. थैंक यू पीपल. There's lots of excitement here. जी मैम.
I think the mic is not working.
I can't hear you.
Take this.
आवाज यूं ही बुलंद कर लें आप.
Divya ji, thank you so much for coming to Indore and gracing the IMA Conclave. आपको सुन के बहुत अच्छा लगा. Being a Punjabi, being your fan, मैंने आपकी कविता सुनी है जो आपने पढ़ी है अमृता प्रीतम जी की, मैं तेनू फिर मिलांगी. मेरी भी वो बहुत फेवरेट कविता है. अगर 2 लाइन आप पढ़ दें मुझे बहुत अच्छा लगेगा.
अरे एक तो अभी सुनिए, पढ़ती हूँ, उसको भी ढूंढना पड़ेगा. आप सवाल कोई है? Thank you, sweetheart. I'll surely read that.
Abha ma'am, can anybody get the mic?
I know. जी.
दिव्या जी, कभी ऐसा हुआ कि आपने कोई रोल को मना कर दिया और फिर आपको लगा हाय ये नहीं करना चाहिए था? How did you handle that?
मैम, मैं बड़ी देर से आपको वो देख रही हूँ और आपका मुस्कुराता हुआ प्यारा सा चेहरा देख रही हूँ. Thank you for being all ears to what I've been saying. मैंने बहुत रोल्स मना किए हैं मैम, लेकिन मुझे रिग्रेट नहीं होता है. मुझे लगता है जो गट फीलिंग होती है ना आपकी, वो कभी गलत, मैम प्लीज बैठिए, वो कभी गलत नहीं होती है. जो इंस्टेंट ख्याल आता है ना, जब मैं कोई कहानी सुनती हूँ या कोई डायरेक्टर मुझे कहानी सुनाता है, मन अंदर से या तो कूद पड़ता है या कहता है या मैं सोच के बताती हूँ. जब सोच के बताती हूँ तो वो मुझे नहीं करना है. जो दिल कह रहा है कि करते हैं बहुत मजा आएगा, चाहे वो छोटी फिल्म हो, I will do it. So बहुत सारी चीज़ें मना की हैं मैम. मेरे ख्याल से बहुत सारे ना बोलते हैं ना, तब आपका हाँ वर्थ होता है. तो I have learned to say no, to have my precious yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. सर, जो साउंड वाले लोग हैं, आपको पता है कितना बात कर रहे हैं? जी.
There's somebody behind.
Before I take the question, ma'am, for you. This is Amrita Preetham. मैं तेनू फेर मिलांगी, किथे किस तरह पता नहीं. शायद तेरे तखयल दी चिनक बन के तेरे कैनवस ते उतरांगी, या खोरे तेरे कैनवस ते उत्ते एक रहस्यमय लकीर बन के खामोश तेनू तकती रवांगी. मैं तेनू फेर मिलांगी. जी.
Can the volunteer go behind?
Good afternoon, ma'am. Divya,
Good afternoon.
I am Sneha. I am just a faculty in Indore. मैम, एक छोटा सा क्वेश्चन है आपसे. आपकी इमोशनल लाइफ मैंने फॉलो करी है.
इमोशनल लाइफ आपने कैसे फॉलो की?
द रीजन इज कि आप हंसती हमेशा हैं, मगर आंखों में आपके हमेशा एक आंसू भी ठहरा रहता है. यस मैम.
काश आपकी जैसा मेरा कोई बॉयफ्रेंड होता.
ओह, थैंक यू मैम.
इतना गहराई से जो आपने मुझे पढ़ा है उसके लिए शुक्रिया मैम.
ओके.
ये आंसू खुशी के भी हो सकते हैं.
यस मैम, डेफिनेटली. बट आपने 2-3 इंटरव्यूज मैंने आपके देखे. एक बार कपिल शर्मा का भी देखा है, मैंने आपको इंस्टा पे आपके जो वीडियोस है वो भी देखे हैं. बट आप एक पोयम बोलते वक्त हमेशा इमोशनल होती थी. तो वो इमोशंस जब आप इग्नोर करती हैं या उनको फील करती हैं जिस वजह से आपके आंसू आते हैं, वो मैं जानना चाहूँगी.
आपको क्या लगता है?
मैम, फील करते वक्त तो आंसू आते हैं डेफिनेटली, बट कई बार हम इग्नोर करते हैं तब भी आते हैं. तो मैं वो जानना
मैं किसी को इग्नोर नहीं करती. मैं आपके प्यार को भी इग्नोर नहीं करती, मैं अपनी फीलिंग्स को भी इग्नोर नहीं करती, और करना भी नहीं चाहिए. जो आप फील कर रहे हैं उसे रिस्पेक्ट करना बहुत ज़रूरी है. और या कई बार आपको लगता है कि मैं ऑडियंस के सामने हूँ तो रो ना दूँ या ऐसा कुछ नहीं, लेकिन इमोशंस पूरे आते हैं, आंसू आए ना आए. I'm feeling that emotion. So right now I'm feeling the warmth of all the love that you're giving me. I'm not crying here, but I am overwhelmed, and that's how it is. Thank you.
शायद उन्होंने आपको कुछ ऐसी बातें भी बताई जो आपको खुद नहीं मालूम थी अपने बारे में.
मैं बहुत हैरान हूँ कि इन्होंने मेरी इमोशनल जर्नी फॉलो की है. Never heard this before. Yes, ma'am.
Hello, Divya, ma'am. Good to see you here. I mean, it's a pleasure.
Hi.
My name is Ira. I am from Impetus here, an IT company. मुझे आपसे ये पूछना है कि आपने बहुत सारे चैलेंजिंग रोल्स किए अभी तक. आपको कौन सा ऐसा लगा रोल जो कि ये मैं कैसे करूँगी, मैं इसके लिए मुझे बहुत प्रिपरेशन लगेगी?
मैम दिस वाज दिल्ली 6 जलेबी। मैंने जब वीरज़ारा की तो मेरे पास इतनी सारी फिल्में आ गई, कम से कम 100 फिल्में ऑफर हुई, लेकिन मैंने उनमें से एक भी नहीं की बिकॉज आई थॉट मैं बोर हो जाऊंगी। अगर मैं एक ही जैसे रोल करती रहूंगी तो कितनी बार आप एक ही चीज करोगे ना, मैकेनिकल हो जाओगे। सो आई डिडंट डू एनी। घर पे सबको लगा ये पागल हो गई है, इतने बड़े बड़े ऑफर्स को मना कर रही है, गुड मनी, गुड रोल्स, ग्रेट बैनर्स। आई सेड नो टू इट ऑल एंड देन आई गॉट ऑफर्ड जलेबी। राकेश मेहरा ने मुझे फ़ोन किया और कहा आ जाओ जलेबी के लिए। आई वांट टू, हाउ मेनी ऑफ यू सीन दिल्ली छे? क्वाइट अ फ्यू, ओके। सो तो मैंने कहा क्या ये पंजाबी रोल है? ही सेड नो। ऐसे फिर चुलबुला होगा शब्बो जैसा? ही सेड नो। तो ऐसे फिर मुझे क्यों बुला रहे हो? मतलब मैं भी आई हैड टू से इट। सो ही सेज बिकॉज आई थिंक यू कैन कैरी इट ऑफ एंड इट वाज अ लोकल वुमन जिसको सब बुरी नज़र से देखते हैं, लेकिन सब डबल स्टैंडर्ड्स में रहते हैं। इट वाज अ ब्यूटीफुल रोल। तो मैं क्या है फ्रेश आई थी पंजाब से और इनहिबिटेड मुझे नहीं लगता था कि मैं हूँ, लेकिन मैं बहुत इनहिबिटेड थी कि मैं ये बोलूँगी तो कोई क्या सोचेगा, मैं ये कर दूँगी तो कोई क्या सोचेगा। तो हरियाणवी तो मैंने सीख ली अच्छे से, लेकिन जब सेट पर पहुँची आई कुड नॉट गेट माई सेल्फ टू स्पीक दोज लाइन्स बिकॉज कहीं थोड़ी गाली थी, कहीं बॉडी लैंग्वेज ही ऐसी थी कि एक होती है बोल्ड बॉडी लैंग्वेज, एक होती है ऐसे आप कंधा भी ऐसे कर लेंगे तो मुझे पता है आप क्या सोच रही हैं, और अगर आप ऐसे चलेंगे आई नो यू आर कॉन्फिडेंट। सो वो बॉडी लैंग्वेज ही मेरी वैसी थी एंड एज अ पर्सन आई न्यू कि मैं कुछ गलत कर रही हूँ, कुछ सही नहीं कर रही हूँ। एंड आई कॉल्ड राकेश मैन, आई सेड सर प्लीज बताओ ना। मेरे सामने वहीदा जी बैठी थी, पता नहीं क्यों सब आए थे उस दिन सीन देखने के लिए। वहीदा जी, ऋषि कपूर, ओमपुरी, दिग्गज लोग मेरे सामने बैठे और मेरा 1 शॉट सीन था। 1 शॉट एज इन फुल मोनोलॉग है जहाँ मुझे गाली भी देनी थी, मारना भी था, चप्पल भी फेंकनी थी। हम लाइक इनके सामने कैसे करूँगी, तो नहीं होगा, मेरे से नहीं हो रहा है। सो ही जस्ट केम टू मी, आई सेड सर कुछ तो बताओ ना। तो ही सेड कुछ नहीं, आप बहुत अच्छा कर रही हैं। आई सेड सर नहीं कर रही हूँ, आप प्लीज मुझे बताओ। ही केम टू मी, ही सेड छोटा सा काम करना है बस आपको, दिव्या को साइड पे बिठा दो शूटिंग दिखाने के लिए, जलेबी को बुला दो। सो आई सेड व्हाट डिड ही जस्ट से? But that for me became the mantra for me to take on any role. Because दिव्या जब थी ही नहीं तो वो सोच ही नहीं रही कि ये कौन सोचेगा और वो कौन सोचेगा। जब मैं जलेबी बन गई हूँ तो जलेबी को परवाह नहीं है कि कौन क्या सोच रहा है। So I started inculcating that role in myself and let it flow. I didn't care what that role wanted from me. So उस वक्त मैंने फिर आई वॉज यहाँ तक मैंने बटन लगाए थे। आई ओपन टू, आई सेड सर इट्स ओके विद यू इफ आई ओपन टू बटन्स? ही सेज दैट वुड बी योर विश, व्हाटएवर यू वांट। एंड आई डिड इट एंड आई पिक्ड अप। मेरी तो बॉडी लैंग्वेज बदल गई, मेरा बोलने का तरीका बदल गया। एंड आई थिंक दैट्स अ थिंग ऑफ अ ट्रू डायरेक्टर हु जस्ट helps you walk your own path but shows you the direction. So I think that was really lovely.
Thank you so much, ma'am. I mean, it's a real takeaway for us as well, that we need to change the roles at times. Thank you.
Thanks. Hello, ma'am.
You with us, and thank you for touching our lives.
Oh, this life just this. Okay, yes.
Ma'am, I just want 5 words from you. Your ideology of life in 5 words. Can you please sum it up for us?
देखिए आइडियोलॉजी मैं बताऊंगी, 5 वर्ड्स होंगे कि नहीं बता पाती, ये बहुत स्पेसिफिक हो गया है जिंदगी। तो आइडियोलॉजी मेरे ख्याल से सीख के ही आती है। आपकी जर्नी अलग है। अगर मैं आपको ऐसे ज्ञान बांटूं तो शायद आपके लिए सही नहीं होगा, क्योंकि आपकी जर्नी अलग है, मेरी अलग है। लेकिन व्हाट आई फील इज यू हैव टू बी वेरी सिंसियर एंड जेन्युइन टू व्हाट यू आर डूइंग। वो बहुत ज़रूरी है। जो कर रहे हैं दिल से करिए और ज़िंदगी को ना थोड़ा एक्सेप्ट कर लीजिए। हमारा आधा वक्त जाता है डिनाइल में कि नहीं ऐसा नहीं है। हम जो ज़िंदगी की बहुत मायने रखने वाली चीज़ें हैं, या आपको लाइक इफ़ आई हैव लॉस्ट माई मॉम, आई रैन। मैं तो शूटिंग से घर ही नहीं आती थी, मैं कहीं ड्राइव पे चली गई और शूटिंग्स ले ली, भाग रही थी मैं, जब तक कि मेरी एक दोस्त ने कहा तुझे पता है तू भाग रही है। एंड आई रियलाइज मैं भाग रही हूँ। तो रुकना पड़ता है, उसे देखना पड़ता है कि ये हो गया है, इसे अब एक्सेप्ट करो। जब आप एक्सेप्ट करते हैं तो फिर आप उसे सॉल्व करने की हिम्मत ला सकते हैं. सो वो बड़ा ज़रूरी है टू नो व्हाट्स हैपनिंग टू यू, टू एक्सेप्ट इट, टू वर्क ऑन इट, टू मेक अ न्यू वर्जन ऑफ यू. और शायद मुझे ये बात से बहुत खुशी मिलती है कि जो चीज़ मैं बाहर ढूंढ रही थी वो शायद अंदर रहती है अब. तो जो सवाल मैं उससे बाहर पूछती थी अपनी माँ से, अब मैं अंदर से पूछती हूँ और जवाब आते हैं. सो बट आई एक्सेप्टेड इट. सो या एंड आई थिंक ऑल्सो व्हाट आई फील इज़ हम अपनी ना जेन्यूननेस इस रश में, सोशल मीडिया में कहीं भूल रहे हैं. हमें सिर्फ ये चाहिए कि मुझे एक वैलिडेशन दे दो, मुझे एक लाइक कर दो फेसबुक पे, एक इंस्टा पे ज़रा बोल दो यार वेरी गुड. लेकिन जब मैं आपको पर्सनली कॉल करके बोल रही हूँ वेरी नाइस, उसके मायने नहीं हैं. मायने हैं कि आपने लाइक भेजा कि नहीं. सो लेट्स गो बैक टू बेसिक्स. हमारी जेन्यूननेस ऑफ जेन्यूनली केयरिंग फॉर पीपल, for just doing that little gesture of just saying a bright hi, ये चीज़ें I think जब हम डालते हैं, I don't know, ये मैंने खुद पे इस्तेमाल करना शुरू किया and I saw my life became different. So that's all I can tell you. I'm still learning. बहुत सारी गलतियाँ करना अभी बाकी है और उनसे सीखना भी. लेकिन this is all I can tell you.
Thank you so much.
We'll just have one last question.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
I am
Hello.
popular. जी.
Hello, ma'am.
अच्छा then we'll रितु मैम then फिर हम एक और question ले लेंगे.
Yes. Hi, I am Yashi.
Hi.
Hi. So Divya ma'am, you have shown a very beautiful picture of a mother and a daughter, and I got a very beautiful insight from you today, being a mother. मेरा question ये है कि like you have so many phases in life. Are you spiritual as well? Do you meditate and do you have any spiritual journey as well?
स्पिरिचुअल जर्नी हो जाती है साथ साथ, और वो ऊपर वाले से कनेक्ट होना बहुत ज़रूरी है. ज़रिए आप ढूंढ सकती हैं, चाहे आप मंदिर जाएं, चाहे गुरुद्वारे जाएं, चाहे ना जाएं, लेकिन यहाँ से कनेक्ट होना ऊपर वाले के साथ वो बहुत ज़रूरी है. वो है, इट गिव्स यू स्ट्रेंथ इन वेरियस वेज.
So what do you follow? What do you
That's
do?
for me to know.
Okay.
But I go everywhere. I feel there's a power up there which is always there for each one of us. We just have to log in. Log in ही नहीं करोगे तो फिर कहाँ से connect आएगा ना?
Correct. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Hello. Hello.
Sorry, ma'am. हम यहाँ बतियाना शुरू.
No, that's perfectly all right. हम भी बातें कर रहे हैं आपसे. Thank you so much for coming to Indore and enlightening all of us.
Thank you.
बहुत देर से सब जो चर्चा मैंने सुनी questions में और आपसे भी, एक चीज़ बहुत अच्छी उभर के आई जो आपका और आपकी मदर का रिलेशन है. मैं बैठे बैठे वो कोरिलेट कर रही थी with my mother and my daughter. So मुझे कहीं ऐसा लगा कि जो इतनी अच्छी लेगेसी या धरोहर जो हमको मिली है वो हमें आगे भी देनी है. हाउ डू यू लुक एट इट? कि वो एक कर्ज है आप पे जो आपको आगे देना है, नहीं तो किसी को अपनाइए ना और ये दीजिए.
पहले तो मैम वो कर्ज है ही नहीं. कर्ज समझेंगी तो फिर उसे चुकाना पड़ता है. आप इसे दिल खोल के दीजिए सबको, और सिर्फ घर वालों को ही नहीं बाहर भी दीजिए. मेरे नीज नेफ्यू हैं घर में, और आई थिंक आई लिव माई दैट लाइफ दैट आई वांटेड टू सी थ्रू देम. और मेरे ख्याल से उनको लगता है कि ये जो है ये हम दोनों से छोटी है. एक 5 साल का है, एक 8 साल का है. तो उनको लगता है ये हमारे से छोटी है और हमसे सीख रही है. एंड आई लव दैट रिलेशनशिप विद देम. आई डोंट वांट टू से कि भैया मैं तुमसे बड़ी हूँ, लेकिन वो आकर मुझे चीज़ें बताते हैं. यू नो बुई दिस हैपेंड, फिर ये हुआ. तो ये चीज़ें, ये दोस्ती जो मैंने शायद अपनी माँ से सीखी है, ये दोस्ती मैं धरोहर में शायद उनको दे रही हूँ, बट ऐसा सोच के नहीं दे रही, वो दिल से आ रहा है. So just that.
Wonderful sharing.
I wanted to ask something which I've not touched upon. You also work for the upliftment of women and children. I've read somewhere. Are you associated with an organization which is helping them out?
I associate with anyone who is there for something like this. मुझे लगता है कि हम लोग बहुत fortunate लोग हैं, और जहाँ भी थोड़ी मदद कर पाएँ करनी चाहिए। और इनके बारे में कुछ बोलने की ज़रूरत नहीं, लेकिन कुछ चीज़ों के लिए बोलने की ज़रूरत है। वो मुझे बहुत स्ट्रांगली ये फील होता है कि हमें ये देखना बहुत ज़रूरी है कि हम जो अपनी डेवलपमेंट्स करते हैं आसपास वो बहुत अच्छी बात है, लेकिन हम कहीं ना कहीं अपने नेचर को डेवलप नहीं करते। तो जो हम धरोहर की बात कर रहे हैं वो शायद ये होगी, ये उधार रहेगा कि नेचर को थोड़ा संभाल के रखें कहीं ना कहीं, क्योंकि इट गिव्स अस सो मच बट वी टेक इट ऑल फ्रॉम इट एंड वी डोंट गिव इट बैक एट ऑल। That I feel very strongly about, and I feel very strongly also about animals. कि हम उनकी जगहें लेते जा रहे हैं, हम अपने घर बनाते जा रहे हैं, जंगल तोड़ते जा रहे हैं और उनको हम पत्थर मार मार के भगाते जा रहे हैं। कहीं ना कहीं that thing, परसों मैं एयरपोर्ट पे थी and I saw this guy, वो उसको कुत्ता कुछ नहीं कह रहा था, अपना हीरो दिखाने के लिए उसने पत्थर उठा और ठाड़ मारा। भाई वो तुम्हें काट रहा है क्या? क्यों? सो आई थिंक ये जो जनरल एक अवेयरनेस अगर आप सब में, आई डोंट नो मैं यहाँ पर कितने लोगों के साथ बैठी हूँ, बट थोड़ी सी भी लेके आप 5 लोगों को और बोलेंगे, आई एम श्योर इट बिकम्स लाइक अ मुहिम, एंड दैट्स ऑल आई वांट टू से। मैं पोइट्री सुना दूं इससे पहले कि मैं भूल जाऊं? जाने ही नहीं दे रहे, इनका अगला सेशन कैसे है? जी, तुमने कहा था हम एक ही हैं, तो अपने बराबर कर दो ना। नापी जब मैं बदलती हूँ तुम दूध की बोतल भर दो ना। बस यूं ही एक है करके कहाँ जिंदगी कटती है। कभी तुम भी सर दबा दो मेरा, ये भी कमी एक खलती है। जब मैं भी ऑफिस जाती हूँ तुम भी घर को संवार दो ना। तुमने कहा था हम एक ही हैं, तो अपने बराबर कर दो ना। This is just one paragraph. It is not written by me. It's written by my brother. I won't take credit. But अच्छी बात है कि एक लड़के ने ये पोएम लिखी है. So I think that's amazing. Yes. इसके साथ समाचार समाप्त हुए. धन्यवाद.
मैं बस इतना कहना चाहूंगी आखिरी में कि देखो इस दिव्या को जो दिल से एक्टिंग करती है, दम है इस दिव्या में जो कलम से दुनिया रचती है, दबंग है ये दिव्या जो मिल्खे को दौड़ाती है, दीदार करो इस दिव्या का जो दिल पे छाप छोड़ जाती है।
अब आपको मेरी इमोशनल जर्नी पता चल रही है? Thank you so much for all the love, for taking our time to write such beautiful lines and for being such a warm audience. Shukriya IMA. Thank you very much.
Talk which is dil se and provoking our minds will surely keep on echoing for days to come. आज दिव्या जी ने शायद जब तक है जहाँ रहने वाली बातें बताई हैं. And yes, today I felt that even when an actor comes out of screen and on stage with no direction, no cuts, no script, the movie has a lot to say about women and womanhood. Thank you, ma'am. And so is our partner Housel saying, hope you all appreciate it. Now we'll break for lunch and reassemble at 2 p.m. Thank you.
GD Goenka School's aim is to provide an environment that helps children realize their latent potential. At GD, we not only encourage learning, but also the love of learning. With a fully air-conditioned campus and buses, the school is a safe haven for better education. The teacher and student ratio of 1:25 ensures each student is given the right attention to blossom. Students at GD are free thinkers who are confident to make their own decisions. A range of subjects offered from nursery to grade 11 with excellent career guidance help students choose the right career option. At GD, we also put a special focus on indoor and outdoor sports that helps in overall personality development of the child. With state-of-the-art dance, maths and science labs, we nurture our students' talents and foster their curiosity to learn more. GD Goenka Public School. Come, be a part.
Corporate banking. Use our unmatched personal banking services, smart investment options, and a wide range of credit cards. Make your dreams a joyous reality with housing, car, education, and gold loan. Let's dream big. Join the vision of strong India. We can.
love what you do, I don't think there's anybody who can stop you from being successful. So whatever's your passion, you can turn that into a business of work.
प्रेशर होता है तो होएगा, नहीं होता है तो लर्न फ्रॉम
Hello. Hello.
GD Goenka School's aim is to provide an environment that helps children realize their latent potential. At GD, we not only encourage learning, but also the love of learning.
Hello.
With a fully air-conditioned campus and buses, the school is a safe haven for better education. The teacher and student ratio of 1:25 ensures each student is given the right attention to blossom. Students at GD are free thinkers who are confident to make their own decisions. A range of subjects offered from nursery to grade 11 with excellent career guidance help students choose the right career option. At GD, we also put a special focus on indoor and outdoor sports that helps in overall personality development of the child. With state-of-the-art dance, music and art studios, robotics, maths and science labs, we nurture our students' talents and foster their curiosity to learn more. GD Goenka Public School. Come, be a part of the change.
Indians are going miles with a big smile. Boost your growth story with our corporate banking. Use our unmatched personal banking services, smart investment options, and a wide range of credit cards. Make your dreams a joyous reality with housing, car, education, and gold loan. Let's dream big. Join the vision of strong India. Canara Bank. Together, we can.
हेलो थोड़ा सा सेंटर हेलो 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 गाऊं बावरा मन देखने चला एक सपना इसमें थोड़ा सा एको बढ़ा के बताइए कैसा साउंड कर रहा है एंड में अभी नहीं मैं सुनना चाह रही हूँ कैसा लगेगा आप उसी वक्त डालना हाँ अच्छा तो अभी सुनने के लिए आई कैन मैं नहीं कर सकती ठीक है तो मैं लास्ट में एंड करूँगी विद अ सॉन्ग जब मैं गाऊंगी तो आप डाल देना एको क्योंकि ये अभी एकदम फ्लैट साउंड कर रहा है बिल्कुल है ना तो वो सिंगिंग में थोड़ा सा एको हो जाएगा तो थोड़ा सा स्पीकर इफेक्ट अच्छा आएगा ठीक है एंड बोलने में इट इज
लगन लागी रे तो से प्यार बलम केसरी तो से प्यार लगन लागी रे तो से लागी रे बलम
acting not only from the point of view of something glamorous and to be done on screen, but also acting that affected lives of people, acting that brought change in societies, acting which talked about issues around us.
Love what you do, I don't think there's anybody who can stop you from being successful. So whatever's your passion, you can do that in bigger business world.
pressure. होता है तो होएगा, नहीं होता है तो learn from it.
GD Goenka School's aim is to provide an environment that helps children realize their latent potential. At GD, we not only encourage learning, but also the love of learning. With a fully air-conditioned campus and buses, the school is a safe haven for better education. The teacher and student ratio of 1:25 ensures each student is given the right attention to blossom. Students at GD are free thinkers who are confident to make their own decisions. A range of subjects offered from nursery to grade 11 with excellent career guidance help students choose the right career option. At GD, we also put a special focus on indoor and outdoor sports that helps in overall personality development of the child. With state-of-the-art dance, music and art studios, robotics, maths and science labs, we nurture our students' talents and foster their curiosity to learn more. GD Goenka Public School. Come, be a part of the change.
Indians are going miles with a big smile. Boost your growth story with our corporate banking. Use our unmatched personal banking services, smart investment options, and a wide range of credit cards. Make your dreams a joyous reality with housing, car, education, and gold loan. Let's dream big. Join the vision of strong India. Canara Bank. Together, we can.
लगन लागी रे तो से प्यार बलम केसरी तो से प्यार लगन लागी रे तो से लागी रे बलम के
acting not only from the point of view of something glamorous and to be done on screen, but also acting that affected lives of people, acting that brought change in societies, acting which talked about issues around us.
If you love what you do, I don't think there's anybody who can stop you from being successful. So whatever your passion, if I'm done that, it'll be a business of work.
Don't keep taking pressure. होता है तो होएगा, नहीं होता है तो learn from it.
GD Goenka School's aim is to provide an environment that helps children. GD, we not only encourage learning, but also the love of learning. With a fully air-conditioned campus and buses, the school is a safe haven for better education. The teacher and student ratio of 1:25 ensures each student is given the right attention to blossom. Students at GD are free thinkers who are confident to make their own decisions. A range of subjects offered from nursery to grade 11 with excellent career guidance help students choose the right career option. At GD, we also put a special focus on indoor and outdoor sports that helps in with state-of-the-art dance, music and art studios, robotics, maths and science labs. We nurture our students' talents and foster their curiosity to learn more. GD Goenka Public School. Come, be a part of the change.
Indians are going miles with a big smile. Boost your growth story with our corporate banking. Use our unmatched personal banking services, smart investment options, and a wide range of credit cards. Make your dreams a joyous reality with housing, car, education, and gold loan. Let's dream big. Join the vision of strong India. Canara Bank. Together, we can.
लगन लागी रे तो से प्यार बलम के सरी तो से प्यार लगन लागी रे तो से लागी when I need you the most.
Not only from the point of view of something glamorous to be done on screen, but also acting that affects rights of people, acting that brought change in society. And we stop without pushing it down.
Without what you do, I don't think anybody who can stop you from being successful. So whatever your passion, you can do that in the successful.
sitting. So like, why not let's do something all together, right? So let's check how we guys can keep the timing, right? All of you, because you guys have checked my timing very well. So you have to clap along with me and we will do something, okay? And if some people will want to, do some vocalized rhythms, then we can say, let's clap, then I will say what to do, okay? So 1, 2, 3, 4. Clap, 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 clap. Dik. So you will say, dik, chick, tak, chick, 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 dik, chick, tak, chick. Dik, chick, tak, chick, 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 dik. of you guys supported me in the rhythm. One more song I have to play? One more song?
GD Goenka School's aim is to provide an environment that helps children realize their latent potential. At GD, we not only encourage learning, but also the love of learning. With a fully air-conditioned campus and buses, the school is a safe haven for better education. The teacher and student ratio of 1:25 ensures each student is given the right attention to blossom. Students at GD are free thinkers who are confident to make their own decisions. A range of subjects offered from nursery to grade 11 with excellent career guidance help students choose the right career option. At GD, we also put a special focus on indoor and outdoor sports that helps in overall personality development of the child. With state-of-the-art dance, music and art studios, robotics, maths and science labs, we nurture our students' talents and foster their curiosity to learn more. GD Goenka Public School. Come, be a part of the change.
Indians are going miles with a big smile. Boost your growth story with our corporate banking. Use our unmatched personal banking services, smart investment options, and a wide range of credit cards. Make your dreams a joyous reality with housing, car, education, and gold loans. Let's dream big. Join the vision of strong India. Canara Bank. Together, we can.
लगन लागी रे तो से प्यार बलम केसरी तो से प्यार लगन लागी रे तो से लागी रे बलम के
Thank you.
Acting not only from the point of view of sustaining
तो सब लोग तैयार है अगली उड़ान के लिए?
on screen, but
All energized?
acting that effective life.
Good afternoon, ladies, distinguished guests, and lovely audience.
In society.
To start the session, I would invite RJ Winnie from 94.3 My FM to come on stage, please.
Thank you so much. Yeah. Thank you so much. Hi and good afternoon everyone. इतनी सारी खूबसूरती एक साथ, बहुत अच्छे लग रहे हैं आप लोग. Hi, this is RJ Winnie from 94.3 My FM and I can see some very lovely faces here. Hello Arima ma'am, very good to see you in Indore after so long. और बहुत अच्छे लग रहे हैं आप सब लोग. और आज हमेशा से मुझे लगता है ये जो फीलिंग है ये आपकी और मेरी कॉमन होगी कि जब भी वी वुमेन सी मोर एम्पावर्ड वुमेन हम और एम्पावर्ड फील करते हैं अपने बारे में, isn't it? है ना? तो एक बार जोरदार तालियां एक दूसरे के लिए, अपने लिए, हम सभी के लिए. एंड थैंक्स टू IMA जो इस तरह के इवेंट्स और इस तरह के प्लेटफॉर्म्स हम सबको देते हैं जो हमारा हम में ही विश्वास जगाते हैं. तो आज बहुत खास होने वाला है, बहुत खास मेहमान हमारे बीच होने वाले हैं. सो डेफिनेटली इट इज गोइंग टू बी वेरी स्पेशल. उससे पहले आप लोगों को एक बात याद दिलाना चाहती हूँ कि अपने आप में हम सब बहुत स्पेशल हैं. लाइफ में कई सारे ऐसे मोमेंट्स आते हैं जहां हमें लगने लगता है कि शायद हम कुछ कम हैं या हम वैसे नहीं है जैसा हमें होना चाहिए. और वो इसलिए लगता है क्योंकि लोग हमें फील कराते हैं. एज आई एम नोन फॉर माई स्टोरी, तो इफ यू अलाउ क्या मैं एक 70 सेकेंड्स की स्टोरी आपको सुना सकती हूँ, छोटी सी. इट इज अ स्टोरी अबाउट अ गर्ल जो अभी अभी ग्रेजुएट हुई है और उसके फादर ने बोला कि अब तुम ग्रेजुएट हुई हो, बहुत अच्छे मार्क्स तुम्हारे आए हैं, तो आई मस्ट गिफ्ट यू समथिंग. तो बड़ी खुश हो गई जैसे हर बच्चा होता है. उसके फादर उसे अपने गराज में ले गए. बड़े कारों के शौकीन थे, तरह तरह की कारें उनके पास थी और एक विंटेज कार जो बहुत संभाल के उन्होंने रखी थी वो अपनी बेटी को उन्होंने दिखाई. तो बोलती अच्छा डैड ये कार मेरा गिफ्ट है, थैंक यू सो मच. उन्होंने कहा नहीं ये कार तुम्हारा गिफ्ट नहीं है, इसमें छुपी हुई एक सीख तुम्हारा गिफ्ट है. बस तुम एक काम करो, इस कार को तुम्हें बेचना है और इसकी अच्छी कीमत लेकर आनी है. तो उसको लगा पुरानी कार है, सबसे पहले भंगार वाले के पास चली जाती है. भंगार वाला कुछ 1000 रुपए बोलता है कि मैं इस कार के कुछ 50-60 हजार रुपए तुम्हें दे दूंगा. वो आके अपने पापा को बताती है. तो उसके पापा ने कहा कोई बात नहीं, वो जो एक रीसेल करते हैं कारों को, ओल्ड कार शोरूम्स होते हैं, वहां चली जाओ. वहां जाकर पूछती है तो वो कहते हैं कि मैं तुम्हें 2-3 लाख रुपए दे सकता हूँ इस कार के. उसके बाद उसके पापा उसे एक क्लब का एड्रेस देते हैं. ये एक क्लब उन लोगों का क्लब था जो कार्स के शौकीन थे, जिनके पास एक से एक प्रीमियम, यूनिक और जो ऐसी कार्स जिनके बहुत कम मॉडल्स बने होते हैं ऐसी कार्स होती थी. जब ये कार लेकर वहां जाती है तो वहां पर लोग मुंह मांगी कीमत देने के लिए तैयार हो जाते हैं. बोलते हैं अरे ये तो बहुत ही एक्सक्लूसिव सी गाड़ी है, इसके तो बहुत कम मॉडल्स बने थे और ये मुझे चाहिए, ऐसे हो जाता है. आके ये बात हैरत से अपने पिता को बताती है. तो उसके पिता ने कहा यही बात है, कार तो वही है, तीनों जगह पर ये कार सेम थी, लेकिन इसकी वैल्यू लोगों की, देखने वालों की निगाहों में, उनकी नजरों में थी. तो कभी भी तुम्हें अगर ये महसूस हो कि तुम्हारी वैल्यू कम है, कोई ये महसूस कराने की कोशिश करे, तो ये समझ लेना कि कमी आप में नहीं है, वो जगह गलत है. तो एक बार जोरदार तालियां हम सभी के लिए. हर वुमेन की लाइफ में ऐसे बहुत सारे मोमेंट्स आते हैं जब आपको कम आंका जाता है, कम फील कराया जाता है, लेकिन हमें इस बात को याद रखना है कि हमारी वैल्यू सही जगह पर है और हम आज बहुत सही जगह पर हैं. तो थैंक यू सो मच फॉर हैविंग मी हियर. ऑल द बेस्ट, हैव अ लवली सेशंस और हम सब यहाँ से बहुत कुछ अपने साथ लेकर जाने वाले आज. थैंक यू सो मच. थैंक यू मैम, थैंक यू.
Thank you, RJ Winnie, for adding that value to today's session. How was lunch, ladies? Delicious? How was the jam session? Energetic? So are we all ready to dive back into our session again with the same enthusiasm? Perfect. Welcome to this insightful panel discussion on passion and profession. I, Surbhi Shah, am honored to be your master of ceremonies for this engaging and motivational session. Whether you are a seasoned professional, a dedicated homemaker, a young student, or a passionate artist, today we are celebrating the strength, resilience, and achievements of women. May I now request the moderator for the panel discussion, Ms. Trishila Jain, Lead HR and Promoter, Eagle Seeds and Biotech, to escort Squadron Leader Paridhi Singh Karthik, Ms. Shalini Nambia, and Ms. Mahasweta Ghosh to the stage. Let us all, with a thunderous round of applause, welcome our esteemed panelists, achievers in their respective fields, who will be sharing their valuable insights with us today. Welcome, ma'am. Isn't the stage sparkling with glory? I may now request Mr. Pankaj Soni, Director Housel, who are into brand design houseware, to come to stage and welcome our guest speakers with sapling and mementos. I would request Sonali Paul, IMA board member, to join him. Thank you. Today's theme for panel discussion resonates with women from all walks of life. We have a fantastic lineup of speakers planned that I'm sure will inspire, empower, and enthrall you. The first speaker for the session is an epitome of bravery. I would request the tech team to play audiovisual for Squadron Leader Paridhi Singh Karthik.
Squadron Leader Paridhi Singh Karthik. With an illustrious career in the Indian Air Force, Squadron Leader Paridhi Singh Karthik has soared to great heights, accumulating an impressive 2,500 hours of flying experience and mastering various transport operational roles. She's captained the AN-32 aircraft in a range of demanding missions, including paradrops, low-level operations, bombing, and critical tasks in Carnico Bar and Port Blair. She is a dynamic sports enthusiast. Her passion for adventure led her to raft major rivers in India, and she is the driving force behind the Indian Federation of Adventure Sports and Racing. A multifaceted artist, Paridhi is a skilled Kathak dancer, a yoga practitioner, a meditation teacher, motivational speaker, a corporate trainer, a strategist, and a pranic healer. Paridhi is also associated with various NGOs like Hamara Sansar and Rotary Club. Let's welcome Squadron Leader Paridhi Singh Kartik.
A very good afternoon to everybody. I hope everybody has had good lunch and is ready to listen to us. A very big thank you to IMA for inviting me over and giving me this opportunity to share my thoughts with all of you. So today's topic is passion and profession. I am very lucky that I have got to live my passion as my profession and as my engagements throughout my life. I was very passionate about flying, and I at one time would cycle around 20 kilometers in Bhopal. I'm from Indore. From Bhopal, I used to cycle some 20 kilometers one side twice a day to go finish my flying lessons in the Madhya Pradesh Flying Club there. So all my hard work, all my effort that I put into flying was given to me as a prize when I joined the Indian Air Force. So the passion has always driven me. Passion has driven me even to my adventure sports. I used to love nature. I used to love being in the rivers, in the mountains. That's why I chose to be a whitewater rafter guide. I have guided many rivers in this country, and I have also been into skiing, which took me to the mountains. So a passion-driven life is a successful life. That is a life which teaches us that if you have interest in a certain thing, that if that interest is driving us, it gives you very good result. So that you don't feel the pain or the, the hurt of going through the hard labor towards your passion. So I have lived a passion-filled life. I have also seen other side of life and challenges which happen in everyday life of the Air Force women. If you are in a field which is full of men, and I joined in 95, if I am in that time when there were no women in the Air Force, if you are in that field, in that stage where there are no women, you can understand our challenges. The infrastructure was not built for us. There were no washrooms for us when we joined our offices. There was no washroom, ladies' toilet for us. We had to go to our residences to go and use a washroom. And you see, we are the officers. There are some people who are men, who are sailors, who are sort of not officers, they are of the lower ranks. They were from so many villages and so many rural areas of India. Do you think they liked taking orders and commands from a lady? They didn't. They were we have faced challenges in trying to give commands, in trying to give orders to our younger men to make them listen to us. Those were the times. There was an incident, I will tell you, when the first intake of the ladies was as co-pilots in the Air Force. They said, we'll try you out as co-pilots, and then we will give you a chance to become captains. So we said, okay, we took part as co-pilots, and after 3 years they said, now we want you to do a captain conversion, and you now will become captains. We said, fine. We went through the training of around 3 months, and then we gave exams to become captains of the aircraft, from co-pilots to captains. When I went for the exam, I was sure I would do well because I worked hard. I gave my ground subjects was good, my flying was good, flying test went off well, and I got the required marks. When the time came to give the captaincy, they came to me and they told me, listen, lady, you have done well in your exam, you have done well in your flying test, but we would like to try you out for another 3 months. We would like to see whether you are still able to have a consistent performance. I tell you, that day, I think in my entire life, I have never felt so sad as I felt that very day. I cried and cried and cried, and I'm lucky I have some very good friends in the Air Force. They came over to my room and they said, it's okay, Paridhi, you will be able to do it. But I cried and cried and cried, and I said, what is this? You give an exam with the hope that if you achieve this many marks, you will get what you required. And still I have reached the required mark, and still they have not given me a conversion. And I felt very sad. They said, you give it. I said, I won't give in 3 months now. I waited and I gave, because every unit is wanting more captains. I said, I don't want to appear now. I will appear at my turn. Next turn comes. I waited for 6 months. My next turn came, and then I became the captain of the aircraft. So I'm saying that living a life of passion or doing what you want as a woman is not easy. We all understand this is a complete hall packed with women who have achieved so much in their lives. So I understand that each one of you know that there will be challenges. I'll narrate another incident which happened when I was in the cockpit, and I was the captain of the aircraft, and the entire team was men. So the co-pilot was a man, the male officer, the navigator was a male officer, the flight engineer was a male. I was wanting to there was some emergency at and I wanted to take a diversion to another city. So for example, if I was heading for Lucknow, I decided I'll take another, because of some emergency at Lucknow, we had to travel to Kanpur and land there. I gave the command to the co-pilot, kindly, because the co-pilot is in charge of giving an RT call. I gave a command to the co-pilot. I said, listen, please give an RT call to Kanpur that we will be landing with you. He didn't budge. He didn't give the RT call. He just said, why are you diverting? I said, because the base is not available, we are diverting. Explain this to me, only then I will do it. Whereas as a captain of the aircraft, he has to listen to my command. I gave the RT call myself. I kept myself absolutely, I got strength to myself. I told myself, you can do it. I landed the aircraft. After getting out, I lodged a complaint against that officer that he refused to listen to me in the cockpit, which is against the law. Any airline, any air force you go, the captain's command is the command of the highest order. The other team members have to listen to it. So these are the challenges we faced when we joined Air Force. That was way back in 1995. But I would like to leave a small message to all the lovely ladies who are doing so well in their lives now, is that challenges will come. There will be gender bias, there will be some kind of discrimination, there would be times when we are not encouraged enough. Whatever we are doing, in whatever profession we are in, we would not find ourselves encouraged, or we would feel that somebody is trying to demotivate us, or look down upon us, or not give us enough enough leverage or enough encouragement to do whatever we want to. These challenges will come. But we don't have to take it on ourselves to just be activists and say, oh, I have this kind of problem, oh, these are the gender problems I'm facing, how do I go ahead, what should I do? So my small message to everybody would be, is that suppose we have X kind of problems. We have problems as women, we have problems. The gentlemen have Y kind of problems. They also, it's not that their life is problem-free. None of us can claim here in this entire hall, of all genres people are sitting, nobody can claim that they have no problems. So we have X kind of problems, they have Y kind of problems. Problems are there. We need to face it. I'm not saying don't fight for your rights. Fight for your rights. Learn to fight against injustice, put your foot down if anything wrong is happening, but forget about just being complaining about it all the time. We have to gather ourselves and work on ourselves. Which happened to me when I'm a skydiver. So I did my basic skydiving course with the Marine Commandos. Now Marine Commandos are the strongest men found on earth. They're really very strong. So I did my training with the Marine Commandos. I obviously physically was not as good as they were. They were, you know, when we used to go for a run, they would be 500 meters or so ahead of me, and I was running slowly behind them. But I decided, okay, this is my weakness. I'm not that strong. So I decided to do well in the technical part. I said, okay, let me see what I can do with skydiving. So I did my ground lessons very well. I did my positions very well. I learned the technique very well. I learned the emergencies very well. And I went there and became a skydiver. When we went the first day to the aircraft and it climbed to 7,000 feet, opened the door, all of us were scared. We were all very scared. And I have seen some of the toughest men on ground being scared at that moment and being pushed down by of the aircraft by a trainer. I have seen that. They were scared and they were such strong men. I was also scared. I just closed my eyes and I jumped. So I decided to work on my strengths. My message will be that work on yourself. No matter what we do in our lives, if we stop working and constructing ourselves internally, we will fail whether we are a man or a woman. So we have to work on ourselves and never forget to be happy and cheerful, because no matter what, our happiness and cheer is what will take us ahead in life. Thank you so much. Nice meeting.
It wasn't short of a Bollywood story, and we truly know who has emerged a true hero. Thank you, ma'am, for your motivational words. And I truly believe that words have the power to change lives. The second speaker for the session is a visionary with a larger purpose. I would request the tech team to play the audio-visual for Ms. Shalini Nambiar.
Shalini Nambiar, a visionary leader, passionate educator, director, principal, St. Anand Ram Jaipuria School, Ghaziabad. With over 3 decades of unwavering dedication to the field of education, Shalini has been a guiding light for countless students, educators, and institutions. She holds a BA Honours in Economics from Lady Shri Ram College, Delhi. Her journey in education began after she transitioned from the airline industry, where she brought with her a unique blend of skills and profound commitment to nurturing young minds. Shalini believes in nurturing not just scholars, but well-rounded individuals who can contribute meaningfully to society. An educational consultant and trainer, she is a vocal advocate for breaking educational stereotypes and is passionate about the transformative power of genuine education. Her vision is rooted in fostering man-making through education, shaping individuals who not only excel academically, but also possess the values and skills necessary to make a lasting impact on the world. Please welcome Shalini Nambiar.
May I now request Ms. Shalini ji to educate us on her achievements and goals in life. Welcome, ma'am.
Hello. How's the mood? How's the Josh? इतना sad नहीं, थोड़ा loudly. मैं educator हूँ, पढ़ाऊँगी तो जरूर. How is the Josh? Yes. So we're going to do a little activity. मेरे बारे में इन्होंने बहुत कुछ बोल दिया. Please mother-in-law को भेज देना ऊपर है. Because it's sometimes very shocking, you know. No, really. You know, that reminds me, there is a stand-up comedian here. I'm not, but I love telling jokes. So my mother-in-law, I'm a Punjabi, married to a Keralite. और जब शादी हुई तो लॉट ऑफ पीपल ट्राइड कि मलयालम सीख लो, मदर इन लॉ से प्यार बढ़ेगा, पर मेरे को पता था प्यार अगर बढ़ाना है तो लैंग्वेज नहीं सीखनी चाहिए. So we used to do Kathakali, and she'll speak in her language, I'll speak in my language, and our relationship was the best. So I'm going to do a little activity because lunch के बाद जब session, जब मेरे को बोला सीमा ने call करा कि it's at 2:30, मैंने कहा see half the women will sleep, and it is a fact. इतना बढ़िया lunch and then Chani you expect us to stay up, so we're going to do a little activity. I would request everybody, आपके पास एक I think pad है, if you can take a piece of paper and just stand up please with the paper. एक paper फाड़ लीजिए उसमें से. And if you can, I can see some men also in a women's conclave. आपको भी करना पड़ेगा. So what we'll do is, you have to just stand up and don't cheat. Just close your eyes and follow my instructions. जो भी मैं बोलूँगी आपको वो करना है. आँख बंद कर लीजिए please. And मैं promise कर रही हूँ, बहुत लोगों ने पूछा है evening में मैं बिंदी कैसे बनाते हैं session में. So पेपर आँख बंद करके पेपर को आधा फोल्ड करिए. क्लोज योर आइज एंड बीच में से काट फाड़ दीजिए. थोड़ा सा पार्ट बीच में से, कहीं से भी जहां आपको बीच दिख रहा है. अब उसको फिर से फोल्ड करिए और फिर राइट हैंड कॉर्नर फाड़ दीजिए. हाँ आपका. फिर से फोल्ड करिए और लेफ्ट हैंड कॉर्नर से छोटा सा पीस फाड़ दीजिए. और अब सेंटर से छोटा सा पीस फाड़ दीजिए. अब आप सब आंखें खोल के एक दूसरे का देखिए, क्या सबका मिलता है? नहीं. प्लीज सिट डाउन. थैंक यू. Everybody's will be different. So thank you all so much. The point I was trying to say, how many of you are moms and dads? Just raise your hands. Thank you. हम सोचते हैं कि जो हम कह रहे हैं बच्चा समझ रहा है. बच्चा, every child is different और वो अपने perception से समझता है. I'll do another activity. You have a pencil there? Yeah? So can you all draw a house on that pad which you have? Just draw. Can I go down with the mic, please? Just draw a house. Okay, everybody has drawn like this, है ना? ऊपर से कोना, right? कौन ऐसे घर में रहता है? हाथ उठाओ. We don't stay in houses like this, but yet all of you drew a house like this because you were taught this in your school. So, thank you. आपको मेरे को ना जब टाइम हो जाएगा बोल देना, बिकॉज एजुकेट टीचर्स बंद नहीं करते हैं. माइक दे दिया. पॉलिटिशियंस और हमारे में फर्क नहीं है. व्हाट इज इम्पोर्टेंट इज आई बीन इन द एजुकेशन फॉर 30 years. आई वांट टू टेल यू अ लिटिल बिट. आई एम फ्रॉम अ मिडिल क्लास गवर्नमेंट सर्वेंट. माय फादर वाज अ मिडिल क्लास गवर्नमेंट सर्वेंट. मतलब एंड वी ग्रू अप इन अ स्मॉल फैमिली, मी एंड माय सिस्टर. आई मीन, एंड उस समय 3 प्रोफेशंस होते थे जब हम पढ़ रहे थे. डॉक्टर, इंजीनियर, फेलियर. सो फादर ने बहुत चाह से इको ऑनर्स कहा. लेडी श्रीराम कॉलेज, बेस्ट कॉलेज, आप वहाँ जाओ. एडमिट करके गए. वो 3 साल में हॉस्टल में दिमाग खराब हो जाता है. एंड आई जस्ट वॉन्टेड टू नॉट स्टडी. आई एम बीइंग ऑनेस्ट. बिकॉज एंड आई जॉइंड एयरलाइंस फॉर 5-6 years. देन आई हैड माई डॉटर. जब बेटी हुई तो स्कूल्स ढूंढने लगे. प्रिंसिपल्स इतने स्कैरी होते हैं कि उनके कमरे में मेरे को लग रहा था हम क्यों कांप रहे हैं, हम तो पेरेंट्स हैं. बट वी वर ट्रेवलिंग एंड आई यूज्ड टू थिंक माय मनी, माय चाइल्ड, एंड स्टिल आई हैव टू आंसर ऑल द क्वेश्चंस. That was the day. I've been always a little crazy. I left my 1.5 lakh rupees job at that time, became a music teacher at a salary of 1,500 rupees because there was no qualification I had. So part-time rakha school walon ne ki chalo aap gana ga dena. And in my journey of 30 years, I have met thousands and thousands of children. And let me tell you, we know more about your child than you know about your own child. And parenting is an art. Parenting की कोई instruction booklet नहीं होती है कि आप ऐसे करिए. आप 2 बच्चे होते हैं. I have 2 kids. दोनों को एक जैसा मैंने बड़ा करा. Same environment, but both are absolutely different. Now, what is important is that try and connect with your child. आजकल क्या हो गया? Roles reversed हो गए. Parents को मैं अभी बता रही थी कि even if a teacher sneezes in the classroom, parents को पता होता है. You know, the parents. See, in the last 30 years, how many inventions have taken place in our country? How many scientists have come out? Because we let the child grow, हम पकड़ लेते हैं उनको. You know, अभी मैंने तो first time देखा कि एक ऐसा job जहाँ parents school का काम करते हैं और उनको salary भी नहीं मिलती. And it's a fact. So what is important is that what should you do as a parent? Of course, I can go on and on, but very important, just trust your child. Do you trust each other? Do we trust our husbands? Do we trust our family? No, we don't. नहीं झूठ मत बोलिए, नहीं करते. एक करते काम. You all are looking so beautiful, right? Even men are looking handsome. The person sitting next to you, just do this little exercise. Tell that person, you are awesome. बोलिए please. So much of positivity came. Do you agree? Yes? So much of positivity because क्या आप अपने बच्चे को दिन में 4 बार बोलते हैं, listen, I trust you, you are great? नहीं, हम नहीं बोलते. कुछ नहीं कर पाएगा. पता है माँ शर्मा जी का बेटा कितने मार्क्स लाया है? We do that. Knowingly, unknowingly, we compare. I know it's very sad, but I know at least, you know, thousands of kids who don't want to study because of the pressure at home. They say, पढ़ना ही नहीं है मैम, डांट तो पढ़नी है, क्या पढ़ना? And it's so difficult to motivate these children, to make their parents understand. Parents वो अपने आप तो engineer बन नहीं पाए, बच्चों को engineer जरूर बनाएंगे. And it's a fact. 80% children fail in 12th because parent ने बोला था science लो. You need to just let the child be. अभी मैं उनसे बात कर रही थी, the RJ, right? It's such a beautiful profession. Most of the parents are not aware. You know, a voiceover artist, my both children are. They make money by seconds. वो कहते हैं आप 8 घंटे में जितना कमाते हो, and they laugh at me. There are so thousands of jobs, so just trust your child. Let your child be. The world will be so beautiful. Second very important thing I want to talk about is, as you also said, it's very few people who live with passion. And as a woman, it's very tough. We don't know each other's story. All of us have a story. All of us. If we were to sit and share our stories, I think 80% of us will cry and go back, oh my God, I thought I was having a worse time. Inka to aur bhi bura haal hai. It's a fact. So we need to understand each other and support each other. Being a woman is very difficult. It's not easy, but then it's the most beautiful thing on earth. Clap for yourself. It's the... भगवान ने बहुत सोच के बनाया था women को, and I think we are the... I'm sorry men, but women are better multitaskers. Because हम आपको भी घुमा सकते हैं, बच्चों को भी घुमा सकते हैं, काम भी कर सकते हैं. Is my time up? वो बोल रही है टाइम ऊपर हो गया. मैंने उनसे पूछा एक्चुअली, लेट मी एंड विद द जोक. सॉरी मैम, I'm मैंने इनसे पूछा कितनी देर बोलना है. इन्होंने कहा आप 5 मिनट बोलना, हम तो माइक, आप जितनी देर बोलो हम माइक 5 मिनट बाद बंद कर देंगे. सो बिफोर दे स्विच ऑफ द माइक, थैंक यू ऑल सो मच. हैव अ ग्रेट डे. गॉड ब्लेस यू.
Thank you so much, ma'am. One takeaway from your session is we till today knew that knowledge opens a lot of doors, but now we need to learn how hard to push the door, and every key is different. So thank you so much. The last speaker for this session is a true example of a successful grit to glory story. I would request the tech team to play the audiovisual for Miss Mahasweta Ghosh.
Mahasweta Ghosh, a dynamic blend of an endurance runner and a marketing expert. She lives her life by the inspiring mantra of never give up. With 2 remarkable decades dedicated to the pursuit of fitness and endurance, she has achieved the extraordinary. Her journey includes taking on the daunting Marathon des Sables in the Sahara Desert, a 6-day ultra-marathon of 250 kilometers. What makes Mahasweta's journey even more remarkable is her personal transformation. Once weighing 78 kgs, she has undergone a profound physical and mental metamorphosis, emerging as a devoted long-distance runner and a symbol of what sheer determination and grit can achieve. Please welcome Ms. Mahasweta Ghosh, a living testament to the power of determination and resilience.
Before Ms. Mahasweta showers her words of motivation on us, I would request the AV team to play the special video that we made on her.
थैंक यू सो मच. मैं तो इतनी नर्वस थी, नोट्स भी बना के लाई हूँ, सच्ची में प्रूफ है मेरे पास. And before I start, the most amazing part of this day today was when she addressed saying, welcome ladies. Generally welcome ladies and gentlemen. Poor gentlemen, थोड़े minority में है पहली बारी. Much feeling prouder than usual, I must say. So let me take you back a little back into history, let's say. आज से करीब 20 years ago, a freak accident and I fell down because somebody pushed me accidentally and I dislocated my spine. I was bedridden for 6 months with no ability to move. I had to take help from somebody to get out of the bed, to even go to the washroom. 20 years ago, medical science was not that advanced in India as it is today. We eventually found out that there needed to be a surgery done for me to get back to my 2 feet. Amazing, my parents were excited, and then we went through the surgery. And it was a whole year of process of going through the whole treatment. When I was able to get back to walking again, I literally rehearsed to start back how to walk again after a year. In this period, 2 interesting things happened. My dad shed a whole lot of money. Thankfully, he had enough to spare. I also shared some stuff. I actually shared all my confidence, my morale, and then I gained something immensely, which was a lot of weight. That's what you saw in the picture. This, what you see, and that me is also a version of me. I was almost 80 kgs weighing. Body was gone, mind was gone, and you know what happens when you become like that, right? Especially a girl, a typical Indian middle-class family saying, oh, itni moti ho gayi hai, aage kya hoga, college mein shaadi nahi hogi, rishte nahi aayenge, blah, blah, blah. I understand that they came from a place of good intention, but at that time, it just rogered any little bit of motivation left in me. In those days, depression was not a big word. Nobody used the word depression. Sab bolte the, dukhi hai, bechari types. But then I think I was borderline getting depressed, if I may say. Thankfully, I don't know what happened, but there was a spark in my life, and it's a funny story which I really want to share. I was studying in Bangalore at that time, and I used to wear this whole big mask. And I went to the shop to buy a jeans, and my last size jeans didn't fit me, and I had to go and try a higher size. उस टाइम पे पैसे उतने ही होते थे. You were in college, didn't have a plus job to like go shopping every day, and I was distressing. What the hell is happening? That was the point, I think, when I decided that something has to change. And that day and this day, something changed. Now, you can say that either my mind changed or my attitude changed. I'm a big believer of the word attitude, because I think that day, that journey of, as she rightly said, that I could have lived a life of a victim and still probably weighing 80 kgs with all my medical conditions, my frozen hip and my PCODs versus me. People call it a fat to fit story. I like to call it the story of my victory, because I chose my attitude better than what happened to my body. So, you know, and in this process of transformation, there were 2 things that stuck to me. And one thing is, of course, me, myself, who set out in this journey to say that, okay, I want to do this weight loss journey, you know. I need to get fit. I didn't know fit at that time. I think I only knew I needed to lose my weight. And the second, most important, was also me. It has been 20 years. I have never stopped going to the gym and later getting into running or being just me. For most of us here, and I'm a running coach, the most common thing I face is that people start, but they forget how to sustain. And you know what? My biggest challenge that I challenge all of you to do today is that if you pick up something, a you will pick up, but where is the you that will take you through that journey to sustain? If you do not get that you along, you will not sustain. Now, how I did it, and this session talks about passion into profession and skills. I want to leave you with a few skills that I think it helped me, and I'm still working on them, but maybe it's worth sharing here. How many of you think skill is something jiska ek certificate milta hai? I have an MBA certificate, and as ma'am said, engineering too. Papa to kiya nahi, mujhe bola engineering pad lo beta, pad liya, kuch kiya nahi uska. So how many of you think skill is like a certification you get? Show of hand. Okay, I got a few. Yeah, please, there's no right or wrong. Skill to me, my first skill is my attitude. My parents didn't support me when I was married. My in-laws, my husband never supported my ways. They thought, you know, I don't know what she wants to do. She's lost in life. I think I had that attitude to do what I think is good for me. We always deprioritize, and especially have to say this cliche women dialogue that women love to deprioritize themselves. हर किसी को मदर टेरेसा बनना है, पर हर कोई जाके रोता भी है कि हाय यार मेरे साथ ऐसा हो रहा है. So that attitude, if you change and if you bring a little bit of focus on yourself and bring that attitude to do what you want to do. You hear so often, I used to do this before I was married. I used to do this before my kids were born. Why was it used to? What stopped? What changed? Who stopped you? Who got dominated? You know, nobody can dominate me, excuse me. Like, I wouldn't let anybody dominate me. So first to me is that attitude. I carry an attitude of positivity and gratitude. Life's difficult. Hum sabke. Everybody who's sitting here is having a hell of a ride, but then mine too. But then that doesn't stop me from being positive and doing what I love to do. And I'm grateful for all that I have. The second is the goal. You know, a lot of people ask me when I did this, marathon DSAB, saying, why did you do it? And I have only one thing. I really, really love what drives me in life is to set this goal which is beyond my scope. Because that then pushes me to go outside of my comfort zone and do this. When I went here, I was the only Indian in 1,200 people who were doing this. I'd never done this race. It was 7 days. I was eating out of whatever I had in my bag. I was like 7 days, I didn't have any real food. I only ate packed food. But I still did. That's my passion. That's my dream. So I believe that if you put up a goal which is slightly more outside of your comfort zone is what will take you to the next level. Else you are in a very nice, comfortable, wherever you are, and you will not grow. It's in corporate language, it says that that's how you grow. The third one is motivation. Now, if you set a humongous goal, then you need this in a lot. Like, you have to stay motivated to work towards that goal. A lot of people ask me, saying, how do I stay motivated? And I give a very simple answer, saying, every day wins. To be able to, I live in Gurgaon. Gurgaon is extremely hot, extremely cold, raining like mad, Diwali, whatever, fire burning, crop burning, everybody, the world hears. But I still go out and run, in whatever is the condition, in whatever shape and form and time. My motivation is every single day, I'm able to wake up at 4 o'clock, go out and do run, come back, make my lunch, take care of my family, and get to work at 11 a.m. in the morning. That's my motivation, and that's what adds some total. You keep doing this every day, you know, you will see how far you're going, and then it's a vicious cycle. Then you get addicted to this motivation by yourself. And then the most important part is resilience. I assure you, you set out to do anything. Today, you decide I'm going to run 5K. You tell your partner or your family, even your kids, and they will say, "Mummy, आप पागल हो गए हो? इस उम्र में कोई भागता है? आपके घुटने चले जाएंगे." The most common question I hear is कि your knees will go when you run. Sorry, I've been running for 10 years. अभी भी knees ठीक है. So how do you just ensure that you're resilient? You know, when I finished this race, I made this comment saying, resilience is inversely proportional to resistance. My father was my biggest critic. I think he absolutely couldn't understand why I did all of this. And when I came back after my race, the first thing my dad said was, "Beta, I should have supported you more." You know, that was my biggest accolade. I don't think the medal or anything mattered more. And that came because he fought. I was sad, I cried, I was angry, I was upset. But one thing didn't change, is I did what I had to do to get to that race and to everything else in my life. And the last thing, and the most important thing, is prioritizing. We all think, especially women, and since this is a women forum, I want to emphasize this. I've emphasized it to my mother as well. Is that if you do not prioritize yourself, we are good at prioritizing everything. In-laws, parents, pati, bacche, even your neighbor, even your dog probably. You come last ke bhi last mein kuch hota hai to. We fail to understand that if you are not good, you are of not good to anybody else. You being rushed to a doctor in your 50s by your husband or your kids, is that what you want to give them? Or you want to be like, you know, super fit, healthy, taking care of yourself and taking care of the family? That's what you give. The choice is yours. If you are good, you're good to yourself, to your family, to your office, to your community, to everybody, to the nation as well. And so the core, according to me, I just want to leave you with these 5 skills. If it resonates with anybody, pick it up and run with it. But to top of this, as ma'am said, thodi si khushi, a little bit of happiness. We are all going through troubled times. Nobody's life is hunky-dory. But then what you can get up, look at it and smile and say, it's okay. Tomorrow is another day. It's going to change your life. It's changed mine. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am. Your words have truly inspired us and ignited a fire of determination and attitude, reminding us that the only limit to our realization of tomorrow will be our doubts of today. Now that we know how every woman has the power to make a difference in their own unique way, we are definitely tempted to know more. May I now call upon Ms. Trishla Jain to take the session forward.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. That was such an inspiring talk, all 3 of you. I'm actually overwhelmed listening to you. So my first question, I'll shoot straight away to Paridhi ma'am. Ma'am, you spoke about your struggles during the Air Force time and what ordeal women had to go through. But now, how do you see things changing? Because recently we had Avni Chaturvedi, the first women, and 2 more women who were the first ever Indian women to fly the fighter planes. And so these kind of incidents, do you find the role of women changing in defense services in the coming time?
Yes. Yes, I feel it has changed a lot, and more opportunities have come. Now I have seen there are even commanders who are women. So you see a commanding officer who's a lady, you see a flight commander who's a lady, there are lady instructors, flying instructors also. So it has changed a lot. But somehow I feel there is a certain point of time when women are still feeling less of themselves by themselves. So when you have an opportunity there, you have to go ahead and do it and complain a little less and just build up your challenge.
That's such a learning lesson for us. So, ma'am, coming to you, Shalini ma'am, thank you for such an entertaining session. All the women were, suddenly alert during your session. Thanks for that. You spoke about education, literacy, schooling. So there's a very basic question which I would be asking you. What is the difference between being literate and being educated? And what role schools can play to educate children rather than just making them literate?
So, very interesting question. I think, if I may say, take the liberty. When we went to school, we were actually educated because the role of a school and a parent was clearly defined. So the school used to teach and they didn't interfere what parents were doing at home. And the parents were telling us, okay, make the bed, lay the table. So all the life skills were taught in the school, right? So we got truly educated. We knew if we didn't study, the teacher is going to get after our lives. If we did, we learned to, self-do things. I mean, do it ourselves. But today what has happened is, like, as I said, that parents, the roles have reversed. Actually, parents are also equally, like the mother is so excited to see what the homework is that she'll teach the child. I'll give you a little example. Let's take a child of a nursery, 3-year-olds, right? A school is teaching them phonics, right? They're saying A, the mother is saying A. So the child is confused. So what is important is, I think, to clearly define the role of a school and a parent. And I think when we talk about education and literacy, of course, every school, that's their job. They will teach your child how to read and write. But to make him truly educated, of course, the progressive schools are putting in a lot of activities, a lot of things. But I think the parents, as women are here, you must remember the values system is taught at home. It's very, very essential that the kind of values, the children pick up everything what you do, because you are their idol, not us. No child when he's 30 is said, "Arey, ye to teacher ki tarah lagta hai." यहाँ तो वो father की तरह लगता है या mother की तरह लगता है. So the value system is picked up at home, and that parents, you know, when a child speaks a bad language, see, it happens, I've got 5,000 kids, so imagine 10,000 parents, and imagine how many calls I get in a day, and I still manage to smile, because they'll call you, bete ne school mein hi seekhi hai ganti bhasha, without realizing that the home is where this. So when we talk about education, I think it has to be, the children need to be educated. Literate to koi bhi ho sakta hai. But education is a total holistic development of a child.
I think it's all about the whole character formation of the child,
yes.
the personality, the character.
See, you may be PhD holder, but if you don't know how to, you know, leave your chair or how to, where to throw your this thing, then you are literate, not educated. Yeah, thank you. Thank you.
So, for Mahasweta ma'am, you spoke about, you know, the setbacks and everything. See, we women have a very jumbled physical phases, I would say, in their lives. If you talk about the teenagers, you know, the issues are different. If you talk about the pregnancy, the phases are different. You talk about menopause, things are different. So my question is, how soon or how late can women start their fitness journeys?
There is no age to get well, if I may start with saying that, is because it's, you know, the problem is that we define, when we say fitness, what comes to our state is the body. But we're not talking about fitness about the, you know, I just want to say that. But to answer your question, state, there is no age to start wellness. Anybody can, one should get well wherever or however, in whatever state, age they are in.
Okay, so fitness can start with mind, not with the age, right?
It is the attitude. You have the right attitude, only then you will start.
Correct. So I'm sure all the ladies are inspired to be fit in whatever age you are, in whatever condition you are.
Thank you, thank you.
So now that's the concluding question of this session. And this is a common question, and you have to give your views on this question as per your opinions, okay? In your recipe of life, what should be the correct proportion of passion and profession? How can we balance passions and professional life together?
You better get a profession which is your passion, otherwise you're going to fail. I think passion would take 99.9% of what you want to do in life, otherwise you're really going to not reach anywhere. If it's not your passion, you won't be happy doing it, you won't perform in it, and you won't achieve success there. So better have passion.
Great.
If I may say, I think if you don't have a passion, you won't have a profession. Because, you know, whatever you may be doing, you're not going to be, as she said, you're not going to reach anywhere because you don't love it, and you're going to be cribbing every day. So I think it's very important, and that's my message to all the beautiful women out there. Let your children discover their passion. We don't give them that time. We just don't allow them, we prepare their lives, you know, for them. And so what happens, you must have noticed around yourself, at the age of 40, people leaving their careers and changing their professional, you know, goals or whatever they want to do. And if you're sitting at home, and you are, some of you maybe, and you say that you have a passion and you're thinking about it, it can become your profession. Today is the world with AI, with anything, everything is possible. The pandemic has taught us that. So all the best to everybody, but if you have a passion, make it your profession.
And just to interrupt in between, you've been a part of corporate world also. It's a full-time job, and the deadlines are erratic, it is chaotic. So how do you manage and how do you balance it? Because D-sub and marathons, desert marathons, they're not very easy. So
I'll first finish the passion conversation, then I'll answer your question. According to me, a passion defines who you are. You become what your passion makes you. And that you is what you take wherever you go. Your profession, your personal, but I think, so what portion of that is passion and profession, you decide. But if your passion is going to actually define you, And that passion is what I take to my work. To be planning, to be managing deadlines. I have the same for my runs. I have my same goals to finish every day. I have my same races to perform. I have the same challenges to finish. And the best part about it is that when they realize, when my corporate realizes my passion for doing it, they came around and gave me 15 days paid leave saying, yeah, we are happy that you are contributing and you're part of a team. Go live your dream. So, but if you are good and passionate about your passion really, then the world will gradually come around. It wouldn't have happened to me 5 years ago maybe. But today seeing me do this, I'm sure when I go for my next race, my company is not going to challenge me for a 5-day leave they need to give me. So, I mean, just chase your passion.
Thank you so much for this very inspiring advice to the ladies sitting here. Now, the conclusion of this session has to be interesting. So I thought, why not dedicate something to all the ladies sitting here? And of course, the wonderful personalities sitting here on this stage. So, passion हो या profession हो, दोनों की शुरुआत होती है एक सपने से, एक ख्वाब से. सपना कुछ कर दिखाने का, सपना कुछ कर गुजरने का. So there's something for the ladies from my side. बाबरा मन देखने चला एक सपना, बाबरा मन देखने चला एक सपना, बाबरी से मन की देखो बाबरी है बातें, बाबरी सी धड़कने हैं, बाबरी है सांसें, बाबरी सी करवटों से निंदिया दूर भागे, बाबरे से नैन चाहे, बाबरे झरोकों से, बाबरे नजारों को तकना, बाबरा मन देखने चला एक सपना. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. We are so honored to have you, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Trishla, for that amazing conclusion. I would like to express my gratitude to our distinguished panelists for sharing their experiences. A special recognition for our health and safety partner, ABN Equipments, our logistic partner, Soumya Vehicles, for the seamless execution of the event, and IPS Academy for their technical support for today's event. We appreciate your partnership. And to you, lovely audience, for being here today. Let's all celebrate our collective strength, wisdom, and the limitless possibilities that lie ahead. Enjoy the event.
After such an amazing session, I'm very hopeful that every one of us are feeling very motivated. With the same spirit, I request everyone to please scan the QR codes kept on each of your table. Follow us on social medias. We are having a selfie contest today at our event where you can upload your selfies and tag IMA Indore and hashtag manifest together. And we have amazing prizes for all the lovely women in the room. Moving forward, now I would like to invite Ms. Preeti Khandelwal to escort our next speaker, Ms. Saloni Suri, to the stage.
times we feel कि कोई मंजिल पाने के लिए ब्रेन को कैसे ट्रेन किया जाए, and if we have to connect the dots of brain, what are those steps which we have to take to structure our thoughts? Our speaker for this session is a neuro coach जो यहाँ आई हैं हमारे ब्रेन को रीवायर करने के लिए. While I was talking to her, उन्होंने बताया कि if given a chance, she would rename the movie DDLJ from दिलवाले दुल्हनिया ले जाएंगे to दिमाग वाले दुल्हनिया ले जाएंगे. आखिर खेलना दिल से होता है और जीतना दिमाग से. Looks interesting ना? हर फूल की महक होती है और यही महक सलोनी तक पहुंचाने के लिए I request Miss Paramjit Juneja, Director of Capco Engineer from Info Firm, kindly to honor the. सलोनी मैम, मैंने आपके YouTube देखे and हर वीडियो कुछ कहता है and there is so much to say about you. Let us see what our AV team has prepared for you.
Saloni Suri. With a career spanning over 25 years, Saloni is a distinguished executive leadership neuro coach, trainer, and author. Saloni is a true trailblazer, merging the profound power of neuroscience-based models of change with spiritual wisdom to empower her clients to rewire their brains and unlock their full potential. She has touched the lives of over 2,000 individuals through 100+ workshops and coaching sessions held across India, Malaysia, and Dubai. She holds a master's and MPhil degree from the prestigious Delhi School of Economics. In 2018, she authored the insightful book How Jia Kills Jia. Judgments, expectations, and assumptions can kill the heart. In 2017, she founded her own company, The Coach, which has enabled her impact executive leadership across different geographies. Please welcome the mind-blowing Saloni Suri on stage.
Thanks, AV team. Today is a blessing for me. Today, I am free to make choices for myself. Today, I am grateful for all the wonderful opportunities that come my way. Today, I am my own cheerleader. So बस हमेशा तैयार रहें एक नई दौड़ के लिए. Dear participants, let the sweet voice of Saloni take over from here on the topic BRICS.
आप जाओ. Relax. So I really cannot sit and talk because that's just not me. And I'm here to share a very important thing with you. I'm going to take about 25 minutes is the time that has been given to me. And my request to everybody is that you see that you have a piece of paper in your hand, a lot like on your tables. Everybody's got these, just take that and just take a pencil that is lying in the center, everybody. Just have a piece of paper in your hand and just see that you have a pencil in your hand. Am I audible at the back? Can you see me if I get down here? We are good. Show me your pencil and paper. Okay, now you're talking. Now we are talking. Good job. So I'm going to share 5 techniques with you very quickly in 25 minutes. I have less than 30 minutes to create magic and make a difference in your life, and I'm gonna freaking do my best. Cool beans? Are we good so far? We have very little time, so pay attention, stay focused. Cool? Just write down. There are 5 bricks, B-R-I-C-S. I need to carry forward. Right? Okay, just write down B.R.I.C.S. Bricks, B-R-I-C-S. Are we good? Yeah? Number 1, write down. Just, you've written bricks? I'm just going to randomly come and check if aap log kar rahe ho ki nahi kar rahe ho. Good job, good job. So this is what I'm talking about. Where's the camera? Where's the camera? Are you the camera? Yeah? So this is what everybody, can you just put it up there quickly? So this is what I'm talking about. If you can, everybody just see that you have it like this. Cool? Good job. What's your name, young lady? Dr. Sonal. Thank you so much. B-R-I-C-S. Cool beans? Number 1. Just write down. Number 1. I believe. I believe. Okay? So my question to all of you today is, अपने आप को समझ क्या रखा है? बताओ? बताओ, बताओ. अपने आप को समझ क्या रखा है? Right? And the reason I speak this is careful. I believe. What follows I follows you. And listen to me carefully now. Our beliefs create our reality. And then we go looking into the world for evidence to match it. I'll repeat it. ऊपर से चला गया क्या? Our beliefs create our reality. If you believe you can do something, you can do it. Right? So what do you believe? As an entrepreneur, I want you to do fill in the blanks in your professional capacity here today. Right? You're a homemaker, you're an entrepreneur, you're a budding coach yourself. Write down, I believe. I believe. Fill in the blanks. Quickly, come on. Number 1, you're going to go away. Time nahi hai, 20 minutes hai, 5 programs banane hai, fatafat. I believe. Write it down. Quickly, 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 write it down. Fast, fast, fast. Jaldi, jaldi. We have little time. Quick, quick, quick. Come on, come on, come on. Move it, move it, move it. You finished? Okay.
I believe I am a good homemaker.
Good job.
I believe I will achieve my goals.
So this is very macro. I need it to be specific. Yeah?
Yeah. I believe I will achieve my target which I have set up for my profession.
Yeah, go for it.
I believe I can achieve my financial as well as emotional goals.
Okay. That's a tall one, but we'll give it a shot and we'll see what we can do with it. Right? You want to go for it? Go for it.
I also believe in joy of giving.
So I believe in the joy of giving. So whatever you believe in becomes your reality. Belief, and listen to me carefully, belief is the switch that controls our biology. I'll repeat it. Belief is the switch that controls our biology. So if you believe that it is not possible, it is not going to be possible. Your brain is designed to give you evidence that whatever it is you are believing in is going to be true for you. Because that is how powerful the human brain is. 1.4 kgs of muscle. Everybody has it the same. Your brain, my brain is exactly the same. But the way I use it is different from the way you use it. Can you use it differently? Of course you can. You and I go and buy the iPhone 15 Pro 250 GB from Chroma. You and I are going to buy the same freaking phone. After 3 months, your phone will be very different from my phone. Let us say I meet you at Indore IMA at the conference. Both of us are meeting. There is something that's happening. And suddenly you just take your phone and you just put it up on the screen and you're like, hey, how's it going? I'm like, what? How did you do that? I just did it from my phone. I said, what phone do you have? I have the iPhone 15 Pro. I said, so do I. You get my point? Everybody has the same skill set. Everybody has the same ability to use their brain in the way they want to. It is your choice. I believe. I want you to write down whatever you have written. Write down, I believe. I am limitless. Likho, 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 jaldi likho, fatafat, fatafat. I believe I am limitless. Because ladies, the truth of the matter is that you are limitless. You always were, and you're always going to be. Standing in front of you is a very successful neurocoach who started her career at 48 years old. With no education, I am not even certified. I don't even have a certification, and I'm so bloody good at what I do. Right? But the reason is, I'm also very well educated. What did I study? Geography. Masters, MPhil, Delhi school, top of the notch. Chote the. I'm much older to many of you over here. Yeah? उस ज़माने में किसी ने पूछा नहीं, बेटा तुम्हें क्या पढ़ना है? इसको हॉस्टल में एडमिशन चाहिए, हाँ जी मैडम आउटसाइड द काउंटर, इसमें मैक्सिमम इसको मिल जाएगा, इसमें आप दे दो, सुनिए तेरे को ज्योग्राफी करा लें, उसमें तेरे को हॉस्टल मिल जाएगा. My father was in the services. He got posted. I had to be left in a hostel. I was 15 years old. 15 years old. It's tough for a mother to leave her 15-year-old kid. Yeah? I'm talking many, many years back. Right? But that is the way it was. But my father told me, you're not going to get married till you are not educated and till you are not earning. So even forget about it. I'm like, what? Yeah. When you start earning, you can get married. Number 2, see to it, right? That when you get married and the work that you do, anywhere you are, right? His default was, अपने husband की सुनना, जो तुम्हारा husband बोलेगा तुम करना, right? He's telling me all of that, but he's also telling me that, you know what? Wherever you are, you can do whatever you want, beta. It doesn't matter. You can learn whatever you want. It doesn't matter. This is the best that I could do. I found you this guy. I've been married for 30 years to this absolutely amazing guy. I lucked out and don't have kids, right? Because don't bring another soul into this world if you're not sure whether you're going to be with this guy, because the karma of that is not too good. I said, cool, I'll take my time. Mother-in-law came and asked me, beta, are you okay? I said, yeah, I'm good. Correct? This created a belief system in me. Right? I was fearless. I didn't believe that anything could stop me. Right? I believed that I could do whatever I wanted to do. I believed I could become whoever I wanted to become. So the programming, the belief system of a child is set up in the age group of 0 to 7. R. Write down. Relationships. Right? If your relationships are strong, if your relationships are in a good place with yourself, you get the power to believe that you are unstoppable. There are 3 relationships, and listen carefully. There are 3 relationships in this world that cannot be messed around with and that cannot be changed. Number 1, the relationship with your parents. Number 2, the relationship with your siblings. Number 3, the relationship with your child. It cannot change. Your friends can change. Your partner can change. Your child will always remain your child. Your goal in life is to be at peace with these 3 relationships. Because these are the 3 relationships which cause maximum stress. Number 1, parents. Number 1, parents. Number 2, siblings. Number 3, children. Pati coming, pati going. Unfortunately, that is the reality. That relationship, believe it or not, these 3 relationships are set in time. They cannot be changed. You might have a divorce. Your child will always remain your child, come what may. Your brother or sister will always remain your brother or sister. And so will your parents. Your in-laws can never be your parents. It's not possible. That is a fundamental mistake that women make. They get very confused in this relationship. Your mother-in-law is not supposed to love you. No, it is fundamentally a wrong expectation to have. Because biologically, listen to me carefully, neurologically, it is not possible. Your mother, a mother is always going to love her child. You are given a choice between saving your mother and your mother-in-law. You will always reach out to your mother. Always. It is biological. You have to take care of your child and you have to take care of your sister-in-law's child. Both are about to die. You will save your child. It is inevitable. That is the wiring of the human brain. B-R-I. Imagination. Likho, otherwise you'll not remember. Do you think your memory is very good? No. The minute you write, you remember. Number 1, believe in yourself. Number 2, ensure that you are at peace in these 3 relationships that I spoke to you about. Use your imagination. Right? Imagination, every time you use your imagination, you're moving forward towards your goals. Right? Meditation is imagination. Be mindful that every time you are using your brain, excuse me, you are wiring in new neural pathways. As you grow older, remember always to travel more. When you will travel more, you will see to it that you are putting in new neural pathways in your file. As you, above the age of 35, remember, our brain becomes a set of memorized behaviors. These behaviors are going to make you stay in your comfort zone. Do you think you can move forward and be able to cope in this VUCA world, as we call it, as you move forward and achieve your goals? The phone is upgrading every 1.5 months. Right or wrong? If you don't upgrade your 1.4 kgs of muscle in your brain, where the hell are you going to be? Right? It's not possible. The brain changes till the day you die. It's called neuroplasticity. 20 years ago, we didn't even believe that. We thought, oh, this is the way it is. No. My 84-year-old mother knows how to use the iPhone now. For, I think, 10 years she has fought, कितने पैसे तुम लोग waste करते हो? 1 लाख का कोई phone लेता है? I am very fine. Then I have an older brother, he lives in the States, and then finally we managed to get her to use the iPhone. And pre-COVID, I remember I went home and she had the iPhone 10. And she says, ye screen mein na maza nahi aata. Ab now I need a bigger screen. I'm like, what, mom? What are you talking about? She said, yeah, I've learned it. She's learned FaceTime, she's learned Sudoku, she's learned WhatsApp, she can do WhatsApp calls. You name it, and that woman can do it. Why? Because we started the learning by using emotion. Remember, whenever there's a war between emotions and logic, who do you think wins? Always emotions win. Right? When you use your imagination to take yourself forward towards your goals, what do you think happens to your body? Your body biologically shifts. It moves. And it gives you ideas to move forward. When we are small, our parents systematically kill the cells that help us to be imaginative. All children are born, all of you sitting over here, when you were babies, your imagination was sky high. But then, parents, environment, community tells us, you can't. ये नहीं कर सकते, ये नहीं कर सकते, ये नहीं कर सकते, नहीं हो सकता, नहीं, 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 नहीं. बच्चे को जो स्टोरी सुनाओगे ना, वो सुन लेगा, वो बिलीव भी कर लेगा. But then, we use words like, what rubbish. Then life's experiences sometimes close down our imagination because we get tired, because we have done it so many times. Right? And then the brain starts giving up. And you stop imagining. Right? I'm going to ask you a question. When is the last time you were able to imagine the best version of yourself? And if you were to imagine the best version of yourself, what would it be? What would it be? Unleash your imagination. Come on, come on, come quickly, quickly. Get up, get up, get up. Come here, come here, come here, fast, come here. Come here. Up, up, idhar aao, jaldi aao, jaldi aao, jaldi aao. You and you, both of you, come here. Fast, fast, fast. Stand here. What's your name?
Asha.
Asha.
Yeah.
Answer my question, Asha. Quickly, come here. Answer my question.
So actually,
Professionally, personally,
it's quite funny. Actually, my co-sister, she's a budding life coach, like you know. So she did this exercise with me when she said, you know, imagine, and what can you imagine yourself, like the best version of yourself. And I have two small girls, and my whole imagination was me with like 8, 9 hands, like Mataji type. Ki you're doing here, going here, you're taking care of their education, you're taking care of the house, you're managing your kids, trying to work, do something on your own. So that's how I imagine myself doing so much. You know, I wish I had a couple of more hands to do my things. Yeah.
Good job, well done.
Yeah.
Next, you can go and sit. Thank you so much for coming.
I think the best version of myself would be I'm doing simultaneously, you know, multiple professions. That I don't have to stick one profession as a, you know, I can be a singer and a chartered accountant and an entrepreneur and everything else.
Okay, stay here. Now, whatever you have said, repeat it to this audience by saying, I believe.
Yes, I believe. And I am a singer. Actually, I do this. I am a chartered accountant. I believe. I am a chartered accountant.
Who's a kick-ass singer.
Who's a kick-ass singer.
Who fearlessly,
you know, does the entrepreneurship and dances and does the performances and become a coach and like that.
ये सब मेरे पीछे profession के पीछे क्यों पड़े हुए?
You look so, you know, amazing because of that.
Thank you for sharing that.
Hello, good evening to all of you. I imagine myself professionally at the peak of my career as I'm a banker. So I see myself as a government banker, I see myself as an MD and CEO of a bank. All of you are entrepreneur here. So obviously a bank and an entrepreneur is a better combination. So
I believe
I'm an MD and CEO of future any of the public sector bank and want to be associated with all of you any moment in the life. Thank you.
Thank you, thank you. Which brings us to C, B. Okay, I'm going to do 1, 2, 3, and I want the entire audience to repeat to me the B. We have done B, we have done I, we have done B, we have done R, we have done I. B for? I believe. Hello, excuse me. I believe. Number 2, BR. 3 relationships you have to be at peace with. Number 1. Number 2. Number 3. Good job. You have to use your. Number 4 is communication. That is what we just did with these 3 beautiful ladies who just came here. If you don't know how to communicate with yourself and with others, it is a no-go. Because communication is the business, it is the currency with which you interact, build relationships with each other. If you don't know how to quieten that voice in your head, which is with you all the time, it stays with you till the time you go to sleep, 60 to 70,000 thoughts in a day. If you don't learn how to quieten that monkey mind, and you don't know how to build that narrative for yourself, which takes you forward towards your goals, how will you move from here to here? And if you are a business leader, if आप अपने आप को point A से point B तक नहीं ले जा सकते, तो किसी और को कैसे लेके जाओगे? How is it possible? खुद हिल नहीं सकते यहाँ से वहाँ तक, कोई आपको क्यों follow करेगा? खुद तो आप अपने आप को lead कर नहीं रहे हो. Right or wrong? If you can lead yourself, you can lead others. If you can't take yourself from point A to point B, what kind of a leader are you? And why will anybody follow you? Communication is the key to building relationships. Right? Number 1, B for? R for? I for? C for? And S for serving others. We are born to serve others through our gifts, through our skills. When you start walking a spiritual life, when you start walking a life in which you understand that goal achievement is only in your action, the outcome is not in your control. It never was, it never will be. We are all born to serve others with our gifts and with our blessings. And the day you learn to look at your business with this outlook, the way you turn up for yourself becomes different. It just becomes different. Because for you, it's a working day for me. I have left Mumbai. I have come here to talk to you for 30 minutes. Because I believe there is someone sitting over here who needs to hear what I have to say. I don't know who it is, but I think somebody needs to hear it. And therefore, I will make that effort to come here. Right? Your work is in the service. Do you think a person like me, it is easy to learn Instagram? You think it is easy for... I do not belong to a generation, I'm 55 years old, I do not belong to a generation where it is easy for me to take out my phone and reel pe reel banao or post karo. Nahin, it's not cool. It's very difficult. I learned Instagram after COVID. Right? You think it's easy for me to do it? You think I get it? I don't. But do I do it? Yes, I do. I do. Because I changed my belief system after COVID. Because I'm a corporate trainer, I would go all over India, all over the world, going to corporates, doing leadership training. COVID, my business was over. It was finished. It's ground zero. What do? I had these young clients. Coach, there is something called Instagram. What is Instagram? All these 22-year-old useless, I'm one major Gyan guru training CEOs at the top notch. Ye kya mera samjhenge? That is a mindset. Can you change your belief system? Of course you can. Is it easy? No. It's hard. But is it possible? Yes, it is. You can believe whatever you want. It does not matter. But it has to take you forward towards your goals. I had to remind myself why I do what I do. The purpose of coaching is to help other people. Right or wrong? So your work is in the service of others. What is IMA doing today? You are serving a community of women. Right or wrong? खुदी को कर बुलंद इतना, खुदी को कर बुलंद इतना कि हर तकदीर से पहले खुदा बंदे से पूछे, बोल तेरी रजा क्या है? What is it? Tell the world what you want and it shall fall on your feet. Believe in yourself, build your relationships, use your imagination, communicate fearlessly, and let every work you do be in the service of others. All right? I'm on time? I'm on time. Thank you so much. If the you can ask? Not allowed? Achha, your job? No. I can ask? Okay. Okay. If anybody would like to ask me questions, I'm right here. How much time do we have? Only one question? Only one question. Anybody has a question or are we good to go?
One question.
Yes.
How can you change the mindset of a person who is depressed? Because a lot of students come to me who are depressed. How can you just tell me quickly, how can you make them believe?
So depression is the starting point of the depression of emotions. They are not able to express. And if they come to you because they are depressed, the first thing I would tell you to tell them is to move their body early in the morning. First thing, exercise, move your body. The minute you move your body, you release a chemical called endorphins. Yeah, that's the first thing. But
Thank you, ma'am. If we have to say thank you from mind, then it would be like thank you from the bottom of my heart. But if I have to say thank you from heart, I would say दिमाग की बत्ती जला दी. उसके लिए mentors नहीं, सलोनी के thoughts चाहिए. The talk which has put us on a different GPS and navigation of mind requires recenter the same way America has done to redefine skincare. Food is getting redefined with our millet partner, Pure Choice, and now is the time to redefine our thoughts of brain. Thank you, Saloni, once again.
May I now request Ms. Ragini Bafna, Director, Harshvardhan Laboratories Private Limited, to conduct the next session. Thank you.
Good evening, ladies, and the men supporting these successful ladies. I'm certain you're having an incredible time listening to our luminaries gaining insights. Let's dig in deeper. We have 3 exciting sessions coming up. One with the versatile Mandira Bedi, second with the stand-up artist Harpriya Bains, and with the viral Indian poetess Miss Nayab Midha. I'm sure you guys are really excited for all the upcoming sessions. Can we have a round of applause, please? So, the first session that we start with, it's now time to meet the impact player who's belted sixes in all corners on the ground of life. She's as elegant as a cover drive and defends all queries with a straight bat. You guessed it right. It's time for the sensational session with Miss Mandira Bedi. I would now request So I would now request Ms. Anubha Anand, Director, Punjab Jewels, to escort the most distinctive and elegant Mandira Bedi, an actor, anchor, author, and fitness enthusiast on the stage. I would now request Ms. Anushka Rathi, Director, Savid Group, to welcome Ms. Bedi, and Dr. Shikha Jain to please present her the memento.
My son, the drummer, too.
हाँ वो साइड में आता है आइडल है हाँ डन इट्स ओके ठीक है Thank you. I would now request the IMA team to please play the introductory AV.
Mandira Bedi, an actor, a television presenter, a trailblazer. She's a multifaceted personality whose presence has illuminated our screens and hearts for years through her iconic roles in TV series and films like Shanti, Aurat, DDLJ, Saho and many others. Her remarkable acting skills and unmatched charisma quickly made her a household name. Her career expanded beyond acting when she ventured into sports broadcasting, hosting events like the ICC Cricket World Cup, Champions Trophy and the Indian Premier League. A fitness enthusiast and a fashion icon, Mandira's journey from the cricket field to the fashion runway has been nothing short of inspiring. Also known for her philanthropic endeavors, Mandira has been an advocate for faux leather as part of her association with PETA. She continues to inspire countless individuals, especially women, to pursue their dreams relentlessly. Let's welcome the epitome of talent, grace and strength, the ever-inspiring Mandira Bedi.
Welcome, Mandira. Now I'd request Anubha to please take over.
Thanks, Ragini. And can we have another really, really roaring louder round of applause? I must tell you that for whatever time I've spent with her from the airport till now, I was already in awe of her, but I'm her fan now. She's achieved so much, but she's such a superwoman. She is so humbled, and she made me feel so comfortable that I'm so confident now. Thank you so much, Mandira, and thank you on behalf of IMA to be here. Yes.
Anubha, firstly, you're going to be great. She's going to be great. She escorted me from the airport to the hotel, and we chatted a lot, and now she can do this with her eyes closed. A big thank you to IMA for inviting me for this amazing conclave. I mean, I walked into this room, and to see an audience like this, I am so grateful, I am so blessed, I am so thankful. Thank you for having me here. I can't wait for this conversation to start. And by the way, I'm wearing Punjab Jewels earrings.
I was just about to ask. Kahan ke hai?
I beat you to it, Anubha.
Thanks. So, okay, let's begin. I'm sure we all are waiting to hear from you. And I'm sure, ladies, we all want to begin with the cricket side of her life, isn't it? Especially with the World Cup now bringing
First up, big round of applause for Team India.
Yes.
Woohoo!
Big match tomorrow.
I just want to say, 20 years ago, when I started my cricket journey, 2003, India and Australia were in the finals of the World Cup 2003. And Australia made 357 runs, and we were nowhere close to it, and we were not going to win this match. We made it to the finals, but you're not going to win this match. And cut to 20 years later, India starts its campaign against Australia, thrashes Australia. So they deserve a big round of applause.
And they did that thrashing in Indore. Remember that match in Indore? It was an amazing match. So yeah, so that's going to be my first question, that hosting for cricket. How did that come about, and how did you prepare for it? Because obviously it wasn't a woman's field.
Well, I tell you this, I put on the television today, any news channel, any sports channel, there's always a woman who is a part of the telecast. And it makes me feel very happy because 20 years ago, it all started with the 2003 World Cup, and I had a small part, of it. So it feels good that it was the start of something, it was the first of something, but it was not easy, I have to tell you. So I'll tell you how it happened. In 2002, India beat England to make it to the semi-finals of a tournament called the Champions Trophy, and it was being played in Sri Lanka. And the show that I did, my first ever show, was called Shanti, and Shanti was very, very, very popular. It was the highest rated, in Sri Lanka. It was the highest rated show on Sri Lankan television. So I'd made many trips to Sri Lanka. So India made it to the semi-finals of this tournament. So I said, you know what, I'm going to buy myself a ticket and go and watch the semi-finals and the finals in Sri Lanka. Now, Sony, the channel that was broadcasting this tournament, people from Sony saw me there and are like, how come you're here? And I'm like, I've come to watch the cricket. India's made it to the semi-finals, but they said, you bought your own ticket? You paid for it with your own money and came here? Because they were flying a lot of celebrities down from India to watch the tournament. And I said, yeah, I like cricket. So I think being at the right place at the right time had a lot to do with it, because they saw me in Sri Lanka. I had done no hosting before. I had done no anchoring before. So I think they were looking for somebody who liked the game. So just before the World Cup, about maybe 3 months before the 2003 World Cup, I get a call from people from Sony saying, hi, can you come over for a meeting? We want to meet up with you. And I went in for the meeting completely cold, thinking, I don't know what it is. Whatever it is, I mean, I get into the room, I sit down, and suddenly from one person being in the room, there's about 6 people in the room, and they all start firing cricket questions, starting with, so there's a test match going on at the moment, what's the score? Ouch. Ouch. But I knew the answer, and I said, you know what, Indore is the host of that World Cup, to see whether we had any chemistry and whether we can work together. And the third one was a more grueling one, but 3 auditions later, and apparently they auditioned about 1,000 women. 3 auditions later, they sat me down and said, so, these are the dates of the 2003 World Cup. Would you like to be a co-host? And I was like, yes! Now you're asking me this question, and there's going to be something more that follows? No, yes or no? Yes. So they said, yes, you're on, and we've selected you. And when I got to South Africa, which is where the World Cup was happening, I have to tell you, apart from the 3 suitcases I took with me of all my clothes and everything, I had a lot of excess baggage in my head. Because you know what? Cricket is India's national passion. Everybody loves cricket, but they're also very, very possessive about cricket. And they have this thing that, you know what, if you've not played cricket, you have no business talking about it.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Yeah, if you've not played cricket on any state or, you know, national level, you should not be talking about it. A woman, how dare she be sitting on the panel?
Cricket is a religion.
It is a religion. Yes. So they're like, what is she doing here? I mean, people were like, what is she doing here? Audiences were like, she doesn't belong here. Now, it didn't help also that I was very nervous. I had all these thoughts in my head that, you know, I want people to accept me. I want people to like me. I want, you know, I want to be known as a sports presenter. All of these thoughts were going on in my head. And, you know, there are 2 cameras over there. And, you know, whenever the camera's on, there's a little red light that comes on. And the moment the red light would come on and a voice in my ear would say, speak, I would like panic. And I'd be like a deer in front of headlights, and I'd get nervous, and I'd stutter, and I'd stumble, and I'd fumble. And I was making a royal mess of things. I was not doing well. And I was very, very nervous. And it was a disaster. It really was a disaster.
I mean, to accept this in a public forum, how badly she did. I mean, that requires a round of applause, guys.
No, but I was horrible. I really was. There's many newspaper articles also to prove it. Like, what is she doing here? She's an airhead. She's a bimbo. She's a dumbo. She doesn't belong there. Good thing my organization, Sony, really took care of me. Those were not the days of, you know, you pick up your phone and you just, you know, type in Mandira Bedi World Cup and all the articles pop up. No. Those were the days you had to get online, and there'd be that wee-on, 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 and then you were online, and then you could get on. So they told me you're not allowed to get online, not allowed to see anything. So for the first week, where everything was just a disaster, they just kept me away from all the stuff that was being written about me. And to top it all, this was the hardest stuff. Charu was nice enough because he had to sit next to me. But the people sitting next to me, as in the legends who I have grown up watching, experts, they were the experts. Ex-cricketers become the experts. If I asked them a question, I'd say, sir, and I've done this homework. Some of my questions were a little irrelevant. Some of my questions didn't make maybe sense. And I'd turn and say, sir, this is my question. And what they would do back to me would be, they'd just, you know, turn, stare at me for what seemed like a very, very long time, and then look at their red light on the camera and talk about whatever it is they wanted to talk about. Nothing connected to my question. Imagine to be dismissed like that. It was very, very hard. And you feel disrespected, you feel dismissed, and as it is, I'm nervous. As it is, I'm not, I'm struggling. And our wraparound programming was 1 hour before, mid-innings break, and 1 hour after. 3 sessions of 1 hour approximately a day. And at the end of every session, through the first week, you know what I would do? It would get over and they say, okay, you're clear. Expert number 1, legend number 2, they would all leave the room. Charu would say, Mandy, I'm going to go and get a cup of coffee. And I'm like, yeah, go. And I'd put my head down and I would cry. It was really bad. That 1 week was really bad. But at the end of 1 week, my channel, they decided it's time to have that talk because she is clearly struggling. Somebody needs to give her a pep talk. So they took me to a room and they sat me down and said, look here, there's no pressure on you. Remember, we have auditioned you from amongst 1,000 women. You belong there. We know you have what it takes. We know you can do it. So just start enjoying yourself. Enjoy yourself. Most importantly, enjoy yourself. Take that pressure off yourself. And, this is my first learning from that time of cricket 20 years ago. They say heaven and hell is in your head. You have a choice. Happiness is a choice. And it's literally like a switch you can turn. You can choose to be in hell or you can choose to be in heaven. And I discovered that day during that talk. And the third session of the day, which was the post-match session, with tear-streaked eyes, which they'd put some kilos of makeup to cover. I went on and I said, you know what? I'm not an expert, I'm not an analyst, I'm not a commentator. I am a presenter and I'm there to represent the layman, the layperson. No questions are off the table. So enjoy yourself. And honestly, I turned the switch from hell to heaven. It's a choice. Everybody has a choice. And whatever you do, I promise you, you can choose to take all that pressure. You can choose to be worried. You can choose to be nervous. Or you can choose to say, you know what? Whatever it is, I'm going to enjoy myself. I'm going to have a good time doing it. This is the journey of life. We have to love what we do. And from that particular session onwards, the third session of that day at the end of 1 week, I just started enjoying myself. And then when I turned to legend number 1 and legend number 2 and asked my question, said, sir, this is my question. And they'd turn, stare at me, look at the cameras and answer whatever they wanted to. I'd say, sir, you never got my question. My question is X, Y, Z. And then you know what? It's live television. So they have to answer. So then they did. So that nobody dismissed me, because then they look bad if they're not answering my question and if I'm asking it again and again. So everything changed after that point and I really started enjoying myself. And then I had fortunately a long enough tournament to change people's minds. But there are 2 more things that cricket taught me. And one of them is this, that, I'd be saying something, asking a question, talking my piece to camera, and I'd fumble and I'd stutter, and then I'd be like, oh my God. It would show on my face that, I made a mistake and I'm dwelling on it and, just staying with it. Or I like to do homework, so they'd give me a call sheet and they said, this is Mandira's throw to this particular story, this is Mandira's throw to this particular piece, this is Mandira's throw to break. I would write everything down. I would write my entire script down and I would say it to the best of my ability. So either I'd be dwelling on a mistake that I made in the past, or I'd be thinking about, I've written this amazing intro for Rahul Dravid's piece. I'd be thinking about it, saying, I'm going to say it like this. I hope I nail it. I hope I do a good job. So either I was caught in the past or, stressing about the future. I would cease to be in the present moment. And that is what cricket taught me. And that's what doing anything live teaches you. That words once uttered cannot be taken back. That's one thing. And all we have is this moment. All we have is this moment. These words that I'm saying to you right now, that's all I have. You break it down any further, all I have is this breath, in and out. So that's what cricket taught me. It taught me how to be in the moment. And I love doing live now. I love the adrenaline rush of live because words once spoken cannot be taken back. So that's the second thing that cricket taught me. And of course, then it got reinforced many times over with all the spirituality I've encountered, spiritual, evolved people I've encountered. They tell you in your good times, in your bad times, that all you have is the moment. Just live in the moment, feel the moment, love the moment, enjoy the moment. So that's what cricket taught me back then. The third thing that cricket taught me, because I told you, there was all that horrible stuff written about me. And rightly so, because I was horrible. But it taught me that even through the tournament, there were people who, I changed a few people's minds. People enjoyed my presence and liked having me there. And I was, this non-purist person asking the simple questions. But towards the end of the tournament, there were still some people who did not like me. And that's what cricket taught me, that, in life, be it a person who's in the public eye or someone, in whatever job you're in or whatever, organization you work for, whatever it is you do, there'll be people who like you and there'll be people who don't, okay? So, thank you to the people who like you. Thank you for liking me. Thank you. And for the people who don't, that's okay. It's all right. It's all right that people don't like you. It's more important to be an authentic, true, real version of yourself, do the best that you can. That's more important than being a people pleaser. Authenticity rates very, very high in my book. I try to be as authentic as I can be. What I am here is what I was backstage, is what I am back home, is what I am with my friends. I try to be the most authentic version of myself. I don't really care about, my mom. I grew up with my mom telling me, don't do this, what will people think? Don't wear this, what will people think? Don't be this way, what will people think? Don't behave like that, what will people think? So I hate now what people think. I don't care about what people think because what people think doesn't pay your bills.
Super.
What people think doesn't get you a job. What people think is not of any consequence. What you think of yourself and how you behave and how you feel about yourself, and if you are a true, real, authentic person, that's all that matters. So that's what cricket taught me back then. I try to live by that as much as I can, and I've tried over the years, and what people think ceases to matter to me.
Excellent. Very, very, very nice. So I think already we're so sorted mentally after hearing all your learnings, and I'm sure we can apply this in our, not only in cricket, but this applies to every area of our life. So ideally, I would have gone on to fitness after this, but I just want to do a follow-up question and change to the mental health part, because what I really understood from your answer that it was your mental strength which then made you go on. So what is your take on mental health, and how can we become a better version of ourselves mentally?
Well, mental health, I'm glad conversations are happening now. The first time I went to a therapist was about maybe 16, 17 years ago, a long time ago, and the only therapist I knew was one I'd interviewed for a TV show. I didn't know any therapists, and I wanted to go and meet a therapist, and I was like, how do I find out? And those days you're also thinking about how to ask someone for a therapist. You say, you know what, I'm asking for a friend. Right? But I didn't do that. I had interviewed someone for a show that I did called Aapki Shanti, which was this interview-based show, and there was a lovely lady who I interviewed, and we talked about mental health way back when, and I felt that I wanted to speak to somebody. And I remember telling my mom features a lot in my conversations. I remember telling my mom after I'd done the session, I said, you know what, I went to meet a therapist. Why? Why did you go and meet a therapist? What's wrong? And I'm like, no, I was not feeling so good, emotionally, and I felt I needed to have a conversation. But you can talk to me. No, I don't want to talk to you, Mom. You can talk to your friends, you can talk to anybody, but I said, no, I want to talk to somebody who is unbiased, who, your friends will tell you, you know what, yes, that person was wrong, you're right, and they're biased, and, they'll take your side. And sometimes what you need is an unbiased view, someone who can show you a mirror, someone who can give you perspective, and someone who is a professional can do that. People who are close to you aren't always equipped to do that. So I went to a therapist for the first time about 17, 18 years ago. And I found every time I'm not feeling right about things or not feeling good or feeling low for a period of time, I feel it's better to address that rather than letting it fester. So I've been going to therapy for many years. I've subsequently met a very beautiful spiritual therapist who just gives you a different perspective. She gives me a couple of affirmations. She shows me the mirror. She gives me a way out. She helps me process my thoughts and feelings. So I've gone to a spiritual therapist. I've even gone to a hypnotherapist. And may I tell you, about 10 years ago, I was angry for no reason. I had so much anger in me. I had so much negativity in me. I was prone to depression. I've gone into depressive states and thought very, very dark things. And I realized that there was something in me that needed changing. I was angry all the time. I was snapping at people. I had short fuse. So the first step is identifying there's something that needs to be changed. There's something that needs to be worked upon. A lot of people go through life without even knowing that they're treating people badly. They're angry all the time. They're negative. They don't see it. So one thing is to see it. And if you see it, give yourself a pat on the back that you see it. You can see it, that this needs changing. The second part of it is that you address it and do something about it. Acceptance and action, right? So taking action. And you know what? My therapy was helping me process some of my feelings, but the real action came with the hypnotherapy. And let me tell you, hypnotherapy is not like, I don't have a cut with any hypnotherapist. I really don't. In fact, the hypnotherapist that helped me, she's moved back to Singapore, so I can't even recommend one. If you find one, I say, please try it, because it's not what people think it is, that you're lying on a couch and there's somebody with a pendulum who's swinging and you're like zonked out and you're like just, I don't know, talking stuff that you shouldn't be saying. It actually just gets you into a very deeply relaxed state. You know, we use only like 2% of our minds. A lot of what, our thoughts, our feelings, they're just, pushed down. And we don't process a lot of the stuff that happens. People say to us, snap out of it, move on, move on. Sometimes you don't need to move on. Sometimes you need to grieve. Sometimes you need to process. Sometimes you need to really think the hell out of it, which we don't always do. So hypnotherapy helps you access a lot of thoughts, a lot of incidents, a lot of feelings that have been unprocessed. And I also came to pinpoint why and where, these turning points in my life, which made me so angry. And then, in hypnotherapy, it's very beautiful. You see a 9-year-old self and something that your 9-year-old self experienced and you pushed it aside, and then you meet that 9-year-old self, you relive that experience, and you just tell that 9-year-old self of yours that, you know what? It's okay. It's okay to let go of this anger. It's okay to let go of whatever you're feeling. It's okay to feel what you did when you did, but now it's time to let go of it and tell her it's okay. So hypnotherapy was actually a very beautiful experience and helped me deal with my anger. And honestly, none of this happens overnight. It happens over a period of time. And it's not to say I don't get angry at all. I mean, that would be crazy and that would be a lie. There are situations and moments that warrant anger, but I am a positive person now. I am a happy person now. I do look at the glass as, I won't even say half full, I look at it as full, because half full is no such thing. It's full. So I am a positive person now because I've worked really, really, really hard upon myself. And I say this, that it's wonderful that it started now. Post-pandemic, people have started having these conversations about mental health. You're hearing about so many people committing suicide, and I think this is a conversation that needs to be spoken about more. People don't talk about the fact that they go to therapists. I have done therapy for years. I've needed therapy. And I can stand here and talk today because I've gone through so much and I've worked so much upon myself.
This is beautiful. It's not about denial. It's about accepting and doing it. It's beautiful.
You know, I've gone through some very serious personal downs, personal lows. And I will tell you this, that be it, you know, grief, or be it anything that you need to process, there's no shortcut. The only way out of it is through. You have to take the long route through. You have to feel, you have to experience, you have to process to get to the other side. There's no shortcut. You know, people go through bad periods in their life and they say, okay, you know what, I'm just going to drown myself in work and I will just, you know, it's a great distraction. Work is great. Work is worship. I love what I do. But you still have to go through and feel and process and deal with. Because when you shove stuff aside, when you sweep it under the carpet, it is going to backfire on you. Yeah. So mental health, you know, we talk about physical health, how important physical health is. It's great to be healthy. It's great to exercise. You can have a six-pack, but that six-pack means nothing. You can have a great body, but that means nothing if you're not in a good place here. Health is now physical health and mental health, holistic. It can't just be, you know, having muscles and being strong and being, you know, physically healthy. Health is holistic, health is physical health and mental health. And you know, with your mental health, it's a constant work in progress. You're constantly working. Today I'm feeling positive. Tomorrow something can happen in my life that can bring me down and make me feel low. And if I can deal with it myself, I deal with it myself. If it bothers me and keeps me upset and angry for a period of time, then maybe I need help. And I go and I seek help and I take help. And somebody shows me the mirror, shows me the perspective, shows me a way out, helps me process those feelings, and then I can move on. Yeah? You know, now I've reached a stage where something happens in my life and I feel bad about it, I'll cry. And I'll cry. And I tell my son also, you know, after I lost my husband, he would cry so much. I never stop him from crying because I tell you, when you feel, you are processing. You are processing. When you say, no, don't cry, stop crying, you are holding it all back in, you are bottling it up. You need to feel, you need to process, you need to work on. The only way out is through.
Beautiful. I'm so overwhelmed by this. It's beautiful. So again, I'm not going towards fitness. Is it okay? I hope
we'll talk about fitness. Yeah, don't worry.
I think you know
even if you don't get a question, even if you don't get a question, I'll say stop.
Yes.
I have to talk to everybody over here about fitness.
Fitness, yes, perfect. So I'm going next to social media trolls, and I'm going to the naysayers and the allegations, and also to the second part of social media, which expects you to be a certain way. That it's acceptance that you're like this, but if you're not like this, then society doesn't accept you. So how do you deal with that, and how should we as laymen, like you there, but it happens to us people also who are not popular. So how do we deal with such things, or how do you deal with it?
I have to tell you, the first social media I ever got onto was Twitter, which is now called X. So Twitter, and I remember I used to put stuff out, and then I got a few followers, and then I got a few more followers, and suddenly I had 1,000 followers and 2,000 followers. And the only people that I would react to would be people who'd be saying nasty things to me. And I'm like, all the people say, oh, Mandira, you're so nice. Oh, Mandira, you're like this. And oh, Mandira, you're like that. I'm like, whatever. But the people who said, you're so stupid, and you're so ugly, and you're so fat, and you're so old, those are the ones I would respond to. And then I realized, and you realize it's because social media is a new thing for everybody, right? We're all discovering social media together. Yes. And then you realize, man, under anonymity, people can say anything. They have so much courage. And why are they saying these things? Only to get a reaction. Only to get a reaction. So then you discover that, you know what? They want a reaction, and that's why you're doing it. So the best thing you can do as far as the trolls are concerned is ignore. Ignore. So I honestly don't look at anything, all the comments negative comments that come my way. I'm open to feedback. I'm open to feedback that is valid. I'm open to feedback that, they say, you know what, in this we didn't like this that you said, or this that happened. I'm open to feedback. Okay, somebody feels this way, has an opinion about something I said or did or worked on, fine. That's an opinion, I accept that. But when somebody says, you're so ugly, and you deserve to die, and look at you at your age, you're wearing a swimsuit. I mean, what do you want in life? Are you trying to attract young men? And I'm like, it's my social media. Or they say things like, you're so stupid, I want to unfollow you. I'm like, what's stopping you? So those are not valid. Those are not valid statements. Those make no sense. That's not feedback. So then I leave you to your devices. And honestly, so much has changed also over the years, because I look at social media as a very positive space now. So I put out positivity. I put out my workouts. I put out positive, what I'm feeling, affirmations,
If
thoughts.
you guys are not following her page, you must, because the affirmations that she posts every second day.
Well, every third post, actually.
Every third post, exactly, are just beautiful. Yeah.
Thank you. No, so I use social media as a place of positivity. And you know what? Over the years, all those, you're so stupid, you're so ugly, you're so old, those have also stopped. So people turn to my page to seek positivity as well. So that's how it works. You put out positivity, you will get positivity back. So as far as trolls are concerned, as far as anonymous negative comments are concerned, who is this person? I was a part of a show called Troll Police, by the way, which was on MTV. I don't know if you saw it. It was, oh my God. I didn't even know this troll existed because I ignore the trolls. There's a troll who wrote such nasty stuff. He wrote some nasty stuff about a photograph where I was kissing my son.
Oh,
yes, yes. Can you imagine how low can that be? And MTV has this show where they dig out a troll. One troll who's been constantly at a particular celebrity, and they manage to get them out into the open.
Wow.
And under the pretext of whatever, they get the person out, and then they confront the person. And I didn't even know he was writing these things about me. I was like, what? But we exposed the guy, and he looked like a very, very decent guy from a decent family. And he had, can I tell you, he had one regular account to put his pictures with family, friends, blah, blah, blah. And he had one account to insult people. Yes. Yes, a lot of people do that. They have that second account so that they can, I don't know, get some badass out. I don't know. I don't know why people do it. But yeah, we exposed him, and it was a very negative day for me, and I don't like days like that, because I told him off, and I was like, what the hell, man? And I told him off. I said, don't you have a sister and a mother, and what is this? What is this that you put out? How can you write things like this? And I left it at that. But the host, and you know how television is, sensationalism, the host, my God, she went after him like a ton of bricks and felt like a fish market. She went, da, 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 da. I was like, oh my God, let this stop. I can't bear this anymore. I want this to end. But yeah, I mean, that's what social media has given birth to, sadly. And the only advice I give people, use social media as a positive space, and you'll get positivity. And really, there will always be those bums, pardon my language, those trolls, those negative people who under anonymity, because they are anonymous, can be so brave. I mean, come and say it to my face instead. Come stand in front of me saying, you're so ugly, you're so old, you deserve to die. I'll hear you out, and I'll ask you why you think those things. But you are, that troll's name was, by the way, Battamiz Pasta. It's like, Battamiz Pasta ko main kya kahun abhi? Bolo.
You won't even doubt such a person. But at the same time, you were sharing with me that how you are using social media for positive. You just shared now also, but then that 11 and 21 day streak, which went on to 365 days, and then finally we've come to the fitness question. So yeah.
Yeah, well, a lot of, people, okay, now, fitness. The fitness question has come, okay. So here we are. I use social media to motivate myself as well. I mean, so I used to put out these, proclamations. I am going to now do 21 days of exercise. 21 days, I'm not going to miss exercise. So it was the 21-day challenge. 21-day challenge happened like a breeze. So I said, you know what, now I'm going to put 40-day challenge. I did 100, I did 365 also, but that's besides the point. What I'm trying to say is, if you use social media positively, that's one way you can motivate yourself. So whether you have 1 million followers or whether you have 100 followers, you say, I am going to exercise for the next 10 days without a break. It's not like anybody's going to be sitting and watching and say, Acha, aaj isne exercise kiya ya nahi kiya? No. But you put it out there. It's like putting it out into the universe. So I use social media to motivate myself to make sure I don't miss, because I put it out there. I have a responsibility to no one and yet everyone. So that's how I used to use it. And that 100-day streak, I used to get so much. By the way, I used to get a lot of negativity there. रोज एक्सरसाइज के पोस्ट डालते, कुछ और करना नहीं है आपको, कुछ और करते नहीं है आप. Those kind of comments would come my way, and I had made it a point that every day I'm going to put 100, in those 100 days, put one fitness post out, whatever it may be. So that's how I use social media. But coming to how fitness became a very important part of my life, from the World Cup, people just thought that because she's associated with cricket, she must be fit. But I used to go to the gym maybe 3-4 times a week. I was not very regular. I used to walk now and then, but I was not so fit. But in 2008, I was invited to be a part of a reality show called Khatron Ke Khiladi. Wow. Akshay Kumar was hosting it. I mean, how fit is he? So I just decided that if I'm going to be on national television, wearing shorts and a swimsuit, I might as well look good doing it. So first time in my life, I got myself a trainer, and I also said, look, I take everything I do very seriously. I want to be a strong contender. If I'm going, I want to win. So I signed the contract on, say today, for 1 month later. So I said, I have 1 month to get strong, get fit, whatever I can do in this month. And that's how fitness became a part of my life. So, it's not what gets you there. It could be a show. It could be a wedding that you're going for. It could be, I don't know, you've gotten onto a dating app. I don't know. Whatever it may be that gets you to fitness.
My target is my 25th anniversary.
Okay. Anuba's target.
I have put it out on the universe.
Put it out. In fact, she's put it out right here in front of all of you. Now hold her responsible.
Yes.
Hold her responsible. If you don't see, when is the 25th anniversary? April. What? How much time do we have? Please count. No, it's coming to me now. Let's stay on 1 second, just 1 second. Then I'll continue. What are we on? We're on October, November, December, Jan, Feb, March, April. 7 months. She has 7 months to get fit. If she doesn't get fit in 7 months, her 25th anniversary, please hold her responsible. Please. Yes, now we've put it out into the universe.
I've learned it from you immediately. So
yes, she's a quick learner. So whatever it is that gets you there, it's not important. The important thing is, it's a very big gift you can give yourself. The important thing is staying there. We can all buy ourselves fancy gym clothes and get ourselves a great gym membership. But then we have to stay there. We have to stay on course. We've got to go 4 times a week. We've got to exercise. We've got to get from place A to place B, right? So my only advice to people who want to get on to a journey of fitness, a journey of good health, is give yourself small goals. All right? When you say, I have to lose how much weight do you want to lose?
Don't take me that seriously.
No, how much weight do you want to lose?
Let's say 10.
Let's say 10. So I'm saying, Anuba, don't give yourself a goal of 10 kilos. We are giving you the goal of 10 kilos, but don't give yourself an immediate goal of 10 kilos. Say, I want to lose 1 kilo over the next 2 weeks. Okay, give yourself small goals. Don't look at the staircase. Look at the first step in front of you. So you have to give yourself these small goals and say, you know what, I want to lose 1 kilo in 10 days or 1 kilo in 2 weeks. And then you work really hard to lose lose that 1 kilo in 10 days. And when you lose that 1 kilo in 10 days, you give yourself a pat on the back, say, well done. Now I want to lose 1 kilo more in the next 8 days maybe. And work hard towards that. And you know what? Nothing succeeds like success. Nothing succeeds like actual results. So suddenly, you know, your pants are feeling loose. You're like, wow, I've got this gap. You know what? I've got this gap. So you know what? I'm going to work a little bit harder for the next 1 kilo. And then, you know, your clothes fit you better. You feel better. Everything, you know, motivates you. It's like suddenly the universe is conspiring to make you exercise and work out. And so, you're starting with small goals. That's one part of it. You are also, don't really plunge into a gym membership. Start with something simple. Start with something sustainable. Start with something you can do for a period of time. Because if you say, you know what, I'm going to get to this fancy gym of mine, my new gym clothes, 2 hours a day, 5 times a week, it's not going to happen because you're going to get busy and then you're going to fall off the wagon. Start with, I'm going to walk 10,000 steps a day, or I'm going to walk for 1 hour a day. And the best part, I don't ever diss walking, because the best part about walking is you finish tying your shoelaces and your exercise starts. You know, you're ready to go. So start with saying, I'm going to walk 3 times a week, maybe go to the gym once a week or twice a week. Give yourself these small goals that are sustainable. And then when you start feeling better, when you start losing weight, then you say, you know what, this is working out. I can raise the bar. I can maybe go to the gym 3 times a week and walk twice a week. And like I said, nothing succeeds like success. And the most important thing, I have to stand up and tell you this, the most important thing, you can't beat what you eat. So go to the gym 5 times a week. But if you come back from the gym and have a bowl of ice cream, or eat gulab jamuns, or eat French fries, it's going to count for nothing. It is 70% eating, 30% exercise. Abs are made in the kitchen. It's not crunches, it's lunches. So remember that you, in your journey of good health, in your journey of fitness, you have to also eat right. It's holistic, like, you know, it's not just like we're talking about physical health and mental health, and within physical health, it's about good, mindful, healthy eating and exercise. It's both. I want to share with you, you know, when Khatron Ke Khiladi happened in 2008. In 2000 and my son was born 2011, so 2010, I am pregnant with my son. And this is the first time and the only time in life that you can eat and say you're eating. It's wrong. Don't say you're eating for 2. That's bad. Hum sab bolte hain, na, you're eating for 2, na, eat. So you end up eating for 2 and you end up eating x2, multiplied by 2. So guess how much weight I put on during my pregnancy? I put on 22 kilos. 22 kilos. My daughter is 7 years old and she's not 22 kilos. So imagine, 22 kilos is like crazy. That's a mad amount of weight. So in the delivery, what did I lose? 3 kilos. My son was 3 kilos. Okay? So 22 minus 3 is 19. With the placenta and everything. 19 kilos is what I had to lose to go back to my pre-pregnancy weight. 19 kilos. And you know, I'm going to give you a very, very, very important piece of advice for those who haven't had babies and are going to have babies. You know, there's something called muscle memory and there's a body memory. So when you put on the weight for pregnancy, you put it on very quickly. So somebody gave me this piece of advice that you lose the weight also very quickly. You should lose the weight very quickly, because if you let your body get used to it, your body then gets used to this new weight, and then it's very hard to lose it. So as soon as you put on the weight and you've delivered your baby and you've gone through those 40 days, but after that, just get onto the program of losing weight, because I gave myself, I looked at the staircase, I didn't look at the first step. I gave myself a goal of 19 kilos in exactly 6 months, and I was 52.5 kilos before I got pregnant, and exactly 6 months to the day, 52.5 kilos I was when Veer was 6 months old. I lost 19 kilos and I worked really hard to do it. I come 41st day, 40 days, I had a C-section, 40 days I did not exercise, 41st day, in the pouring rain, I bought myself a raincoat, and I wore a hoodie and a raincoat, and I walked, and I walked, and I walked. And I walked off a lot of my weight, and then I started going to the gym, and a couple of days a week I'd work out in the morning and in the evening, because I was hell-bent on losing those 19 kilos in 6 months. So don't let your body get used to that extra weight. Start losing the weight as soon as you can, because your body's not used to that extra weight. Now's the time to get rid of it. Yeah.
Can I ask one last question, and then we can open it for the audience? So one very emotional question. You had your son, Veer, in 2011, and then you had Tara, you adopted her later, in 2020, I guess. So how did this come about, and something more about it? It was such a beautiful gesture of adopting a daughter.
My Tara is from your Madhya Pradesh.
Yay.
My Tara, the light of my life, the star in my family, is from your MP. She comes from Tikamgarh. Tikamgarh, which is far away from everywhere. Tikamgarh, which is 6 hours away from Jabalpur, 6 hours away from Indore, 6 hours away from Bhopal. Tikamgarh, which is very hard to get to during the pandemic, let me tell you. So how it happened was, when my husband and I were dating, we had decided, you have these conversations, what do you want in life, and what do you want to do, and what you're thinking, and what are your thoughts, and what are your ideals. And I said, I always want to have one and adopt one. And my husband said, oh, wow, that's a nice thought. Yes, we should do that, have one and adopt one. And then when we had one, and Veer was born, I said, a couple of years later, I said, it's time now to adopt one. And it's one thing to think about it and talk about it, and it's another thing to do it. And it's not easy. The process is not easy. It's all under a government agency now called CARA. It's centralized. The papers take you 3 months to put together. I'm not kidding. The kind of paperwork that's required, the amount of forms you fill in where you're practically answering the same question in different words. It took us 3 months to put those papers together when Veer was 6 years old. And then Raj got busy and I got busy, and we just got caught up in our lives, and we just didn't follow up on it. And then come the pandemic, we're like, if it doesn't happen now, it's not going to happen, because Veer is now turning 9. And he was kind of getting, at age 6, he was really excited about having a sister, but at age 9, he was not so excited. He was like, why now? He was enjoying being a single child. Anyway, I decided to put my foot on the gas, so to say, and I called up you have to be affiliated to an orphanage or a center. So what's the delay? Why is this taken so long? We are a good family. We already have a this child will be coming into a ready-made family unit. Why? What's the delay? And then they tell you there's something in the form. They ask you which states you want your child from. And just for the sake of the form, you answer any 3. There wasn't a match in those 3 states. So there's something in fine print which says anywhere in India. And if you just tick that anywhere in India box, your name goes up really fast in the list. And literally from ticking the anywhere in India box, Tara's photograph was in our email inbox in 1 month. Yeah. And my husband and I shook our hands on it. We knew it was coming the next day. On Sunday night, we shook our hands saying, whatever the photograph, however she looks, we are saying yes. Apart from if there is a serious health problem, that's the only thing I'd want to, I'd say no to, or we'd decline. But if the child is healthy, however she looks, the photograph that's in our inbox is our Tara. And the photograph in our inbox was of this cute little naughty imp with a taulia behind her. And that's our Tara, and she's our Tara. And when she came to us, she was like, J ka hai, J kaun hai, Mama, a yellow hai, yellow. A gulabi hai, she didn't know colors.
MP.
Yeah, didn't know colors, didn't know the concept of color. She had not gone to school till the age of 4, nothing. She had zero education. So she didn't know. She knew that this is a suit. She knew this is an outfit, but she didn't know that it was red. She came with zero education. Now she comes and sits in my car and says, Mom, drop the beats. So it is amazing to see how she's molded into our family. It's amazing to see her personality. She came with a ready-made, a bit of a personality already at the age of 4. Now she's 7, and now she's got she's a firebrand. And you know, there are times where I'm lying on my bed with one child on one side and one child on the other, and I'm so grateful. I feel I am very, very, very privileged. I'm very lucky to be an adoptive mother and a biological mother. This is a journey that very few and special and privileged people can have, and I have that journey. And if Tara, everything happens for a reason. If Tara had not come into our lives after my husband's passing, it would have been just Veer and me. Now we're still a family unit of 3. She saved us. She's kept us all going, and I'm so grateful.
Beautiful.
I am so grateful for Tara that it is a very, very special thing to be able to be an adoptive mom, and I recommend it highly.
Thank you for sharing that part of your life with us. It's inspirational. So, yes, they've just prepared something very sweet for you. We'll see that first and then open it for... Yeah,
सुलगती सांसें, तरसती आंखें, मचलती रूहें, धड़कती छतियां। Thank you so much. I'm so grateful. That is so kind of you.
Well, thank you, Mandira. That was actually a very liberating session, I would say. We had so many takeaways. But before I conclude, I would like to invite Mr. Ashwin Palsekar, Secretary IMA, on the stage, please.
Okay, sorry, I have one more thing to say. You can please come on stage. Because I kind of like to end on one note, which I never got to touch on, and I like to stand up because I can't sit for so long. No, you sit. Or you can stand. It's up to you. I just want to tell you, and I want to share with you, that I have a superpower. And wherever I go and whenever I give a talk, I talk about that superpower. And that superpower is called gratitude. All right? I read somewhere, I don't know who to attribute it to because it's without an author. I read somewhere that whenever and wherever there is gratitude, whenever and wherever you're truly feeling grateful from your heart, there's no room for unhappiness, there's no room for negativity, there's no room for anger. So when you're feeling truly grateful, you can't be angry or negative at the same time. And the pandemic taught us this, that we wanted to go out and do things and buy things. And at the end of the day, we were at home. And what do? We have a roof over our heads, and we work for the food on our table. That's when I realized, and I guess a lot of us realized, कि थोड़ा है, थोड़े की ज़रूरत है, right? So ever since then, I have started this thing that before I open my eyes in the morning, before I start my day, I say, thank you for the roof over my head, thank you for the food on my table, thank you for my children's health, thank you for my parents' health, thank you for my able body that I can support my children and my home, and then I open my eyes. And if you start your day on a note like that, on a note of gratitude, if you look at life through a lens of gratitude, that can really, really color your day in a most positive way. So I really believe in gratitude. I am thankful for everything. Everything. I say thank you a lot because I am truly thankful for everything. I'm thankful for this moment. I'm thankful for this wonderful conversation I had with Anubha. I'm thankful for this audience who has listened to me so kindly and so attentively. I am so grateful for everything. At the end of my book called Happy for No Reason, I wrote a chapter on gratitude because gratitude means so much to me. Like I'm ending this talk on gratitude. Gratitude means so much to me. You know, a lot of people don't know how to say kya hai? What is there to be thankful for? Yeah, life is. But you say thank you for the small things and the big things. So at the end of the book, I wrote a list to show people how to be grateful for the good things, big things, the small things. So I said, thank you for the roof over my head, food on my table, our health. We must say thank you for waking up in the morning also. That's also something to be thankful for. And also the small things like thank you for great Wi-Fi. Thank you for inventing deodorants. Thank you for, thank you for like this moment. You have to say thank you for everything. So at the end I wrote this list where I said, I thought I'm going to write a list which is going to be 10 items long. I said, 10 is nothing. So I said, let's make it 20. 20 also went by like that. Then I said, let's make it 50. 50 ke baad bhi I had more to write. So eventually I wrote a list of 108 things because 108 is a nice auspicious number and I can write 108 more. So the more you appreciate, the more there is to appreciate. The more thankful you are, the more there is to be thankful for. So that is my parting note to you. Practice gratitude because gratitude is what's changed my life. That's what I wanted to say. Sorry, I took a few extra minutes.
A beautiful book, which we wanted to have that question, but because of the paucity of time, her book is called Happiness for No Reason. So we must all go through it. It's a beautiful book, authored by her.
Thank you, Mandira. Thank you. See, she's practicing gratitude.
Now all ours. Thank you, Mandira. And I think you are the analogy of television in our times. It's been 29 years for you in the industry. All of us have grown up, but you look the same age as you were in Shanti. So I think you should thank God for that. And I think with thank you, you've given me a good note to thank all our committee members. And this is also an occasion for all our committee members to have a photograph with her right in front of everyone else. So I'm going to call the committee members one by one. So can we play the video? So before you play the video, they say behind every successful man there is a woman. So behind all the successful ladies, there is one man, and that is Mr. Naveen Khandelwal. We must clap for him. I think he and credit have a... So as I call out your names, you can start making the stage look even more beautiful. Ritu Grover, Ritudi, where are we? The strongest lady of Chani Trivedi, the beautiful Chani Trivedi. Archana Shah. Archana Aaron. Preeti Ladda. Seema Arora. Clap for her. She's from our secretariat. She's worked relentlessly. She also has young kids. Surbhi Shah. She has come here with her 1-year-old child. A round of applause to her. Ishani Maheshwari, Garima Mudgal, Trishila Jain, Garjana Bhaiya, Shriya Mangla, Preeti Khandelwal. A special round of applause to her. Nitika Saraf, Sarita Mundra, Sushma Nandi, Ayushi Gaur, Prachi, Ragini, come. Pooja Sharma, lovely videos. Sonal Sisodia, Vibha Sethi. So this is the making of the conclave. Lot of deliberations and discussions. So Naveen Khandelwal, may I request you and our president and our past president to please join us for the group photograph, and Sapan Shah, our treasurer, please join us for a group photograph. President, past president, Mr. Naveen Khandelwal, Mr. Jagwant, I think you can join us for the photograph. Anubha. कौन सा नेक्स्ट सेशन?
नेक्स्ट सेशन है हरप्रिया बेन्स.
Thank you everyone. Thank you Anubha. Your questions were as dazzling as your diamonds. Mandira, superb as usual. You are a fabulous human being. Thank you Ragini. Beautiful ladies, please remain stayed on. Our next session, may I invite
Miss Shriya too.
May I invite
Nikita Saraf.
Miss Nikita Saraf, Director Urja Facility Management, to take the session forward.
Thank you.
Good evening, lovely ladies. Good evening, lovely ladies. As Charlie Chaplin said, a day without laughter is a day wasted. We are pleased to have our next speaker who will ensure that our day is not wasted. She is unlike any other stand-up comedian whom we witness these days. She brings with herself the wit which emanates from her deep observations on day-to-day life and her personal experiences. It's her ability to bring out the humor from a very rigorous and mundane life that connects the audience with her in a natural way. When she asks us, are we in for a Punjabi tadka? Or when she tells us about the Gen Z kids, or when she says, Pati to aate jate achhe lagte hain, it instantly connects with us. An artist, traveler with a great exposure of the world, her intellect is evident in her humor. it is my great pleasure to have Ms. Harpriya Bains amongst us to show her version of life through her humor. I request Dr. Sonal Sisodia, Principal, Delhi College of Business Management, to escort Harpriya Bains on the stage. Please sit. I know for a fact that Ms. Bains loves her plants very much. Avi. Thank you. I know for a fact that Ms. Bains loves her plants very much. She has her collection of plants from different places. To add to her unveious collection, I request Mr. Sapan Shah, Treasurer, Indore Management Association, to come on stage and present a sapling along with a memento to her. Let's peep a little into her life and journey through the AV that our team has prepared.
Harpriya Bains, a sari-clad comedian, defies stereotypes through her unique and uproarious comedy routines. With an impressive 5 years of experience in the world of comedy, she fearlessly tackles issues of Indian patriarchy and the societal pressures imposed on women. Harpriya's comic talent catapulted her to stardom with her debut YouTube video, Carry On Mummy, which went viral, amassing over 10 million views on Instagram and 1 million on YouTube. In addition to her comic prowess, Harpriya is a dedicated wife to an army officer and a proud mother of 2 daughters. She also actively engages in voluntary work for the Army Wives Welfare Association. Harpriya's diverse background spans advertising, the corporate sector, watercolor art, and even occasional modeling. Let's welcome a remarkable individual who challenges norms and spreads laughter, Harpriya Bains.
Let's fasten our seatbelts for a hilarious ride.
Thank you, Nikita. So ladies, gather round for a fun-filled experience like no other. The lady here is a true comedic maestro who embarked on her uproarious journey into the world of humor at the sprightly age of 39. She doesn't just wear saris, she transforms them into comedic capes that unleash a whirlwind of laughter. And let's not forget the crown jewel, her fabulous, wisdom-filled and gloriously grey hair, a testament to her timeless wit. So give it up for a sensational and side-splittingly funny comedy queen, Harpriya Bains.
Thank you. Thank you.
An absolute delight to have you here, Harpriya. You are known for your witty observations and towering humor. You know, I read somewhere that your funny bone is so long, it needs its own zip code. So how is it from the first floor up there?
I think bone by default long hai. By default, very long bones I have. So yes, the view from top is very interesting.
Yes.
सब छोटे-छोटे लगते हैं, mostly सोच बहुत छोटी-छोटी लगती है लोगों की.
Okay, we get it there. True, true, true. You are an army personal's wife, and it's often said that behind every man, there's a woman who's rolling her eyes. So how are you as a wife? And does your husband sometimes borrows what you say and give it back to you?
I don't think so. He dare not. In fact, yeah, I'm still the rolling eyes one. I'm still the rolling eyes one, and I think I'm just lucky that I have a husband who's extremely quiet.
Okay.
तो उसको बोलने का ज़्यादा मैंने मौका नहीं दिया, और जितना बोलना था वो मैंने ही बोल दिया, और अब मैं स्टेज पे बोल रही हूँ, बेधड़क बोल रही हूँ. वो बेचारा तब भी सुन रहा था, अभी भी सुन ही रहा है.
He must be the biggest fan of yours?
No, I have not asked him this question. I don't mean to ask him this question, and I think I better not get there.
What about your daughters?
Again, not at all. In fact, I must share this, but today morning, yesterday, in fact, I messaged my daughter that, you know, I'm going to Indore for a women leadership conclave to inspire women. And she wrote back, scammer.
Oh my God.
Turkey murgi dal barabar.
Harpriya, 39, a lovely number, but when you started your journey, and did you secretly enroll in some how to become funny crash course? Or was it written in your birthday cake?
No enrollment anywhere. ये creativity का कीड़ा कहीं ना कहीं तो मेरे अंदर था ही, because I'm also an artist, I'm also a watercolor artist, तो वो सब कुछ तो था. And I think as a creative person, वो creative pursuits आपके किसी ना किसी तरफ जाते रहते हैं. बोलने का शौक हमेशा से था. So funny कीड़ा, yeah, maybe I was a bit. I think I'm blessed to be born in a family जिसमें थोड़े से funny genes हैं. You know, a lot of comedy I'm getting from my dad's snide remarks, मेरी दादी के snide remarks. वो कुछ ना कुछ. तो वो by default वो पंजाबी वाला थोड़ा सा है. बाकी हमारी language इतनी खूबसूरत है ना पंजाबी. वो मतलब थोड़ी सी बोली तो मजेदार अपने आप ही हो जाती है. तो इसलिए मुझे ज़्यादा मेहनत करना नहीं पड़ा. But there is no crash course. I think ये कुछ अपने अंदर कीड़ा होता है. कुछ एक्सपेरिमेंट करने का आप सोचो तो आप करो तो ग्रेट, काम कर गया तो चल गया.
How was your first time? Was it a success? Yes, the open mic.
Yeah, the first open mic, like they say, beginner's luck होता है. तो first open mic में तो बहुत ही कमाल का हुआ. I did my first open mic in Hyderabad, and it was a 5-minute spot that I did there. And वो spot तो बड़ा मजेदार था. I got a roaring laughter, 20-30 people का crowd था. It was a lot of fun and everything. And it was great. I was like, I've made it. I'm born to do this, and it's awesome. And after that, I went to my next open mic. दो लोग बैठे थे वहाँ audience में, and they're looking at me like, हेलो आप क्या सोच के यहाँ आई हैं मम्मी, गो बैक. सो येस, ओपन माइक्स इज अ रोलर कोस्टर राइड. बहुत रगड़ा लगता है, सॉलिड रगड़ा लगता है, लाइक एनी अदर जॉब. अच्छे से रगड़ा लगता है. एंड आई ऑलवेज टेल पीपल दैट जैसे बाकी प्रोफेशंस में लाइफ में हम कहते हैं डर के आगे जीत है, कॉमेडी में ह्यूमिलिएशन के आगे जीत है. क्योंकि जब आप एक बार स्टेज पे चढ़ के अच्छे से ह्यूमिलिएट हो जाते हैं, जब आपकी शक्ल सब देख रहे हैं और कोई नहीं हंस रहा आपके जोक पर, तब आपको ये रियलाइजेशन होती है कि बहुत मेहनत अभी करनी है. आपको लग रहा है यू आर बोर्न टू डू दिस, बट नो, यू आर नॉट रेडी फॉर इट येट. सो देयर इज अ लॉन्ग वे टू गो. तो यस, प्लेंटी ऑफ ह्यूमिलिएशन. एंड ओनली आफ्टर दैट, जब आप एक थिक स्किन्ड बन जाते हो कि भैया ठीक है, तब आप आगे बढ़ते हो धीरे धीरे.
So I think comedy gives an instant feedback, you want to say?
Oh yes, absolutely. That's the best thing about comedy. It's instant validation. It's instant validation, whether it's appreciation by the crowd and whether they're enjoying it, they laugh at it, that's fun. And if they're not, that also comes across immediately. Agar aapka joke nahi chal raha hai, aapki punchline nahi chali, so that also is completely right in front of your face, and you know that you've got to work hard. Immediate. And it's just that, like Mandira was saying, that you live for the moment. Comedy is an art form that is totally for the moment. It is totally, there is no words, I mean, it is only about live spoken comedy. Usi waqt aapka wo joke aaj acha land kara, kal nahi acha land kara, to nahi chalega. So it is absolute validation, immediate, and that's why you just got to work so hard ki iski agli baar isko hum kaise bol sakte hain.
So how would you define your comedy style?
So my comedy style is observational, mostly like observational, a mix of observational and a mix of like observational and storytelling, because कहानियाँ जो हैं हम सब की I think कहीं ना कहीं जुड़ी हुई हैं, you know, all these हम माँ and सास and mother-in-law and you know सब की कहानियाँ हम सब ladies की बहुत जुड़ी हुई हैं. So my style of comedy is, you know, I love to observe. अब पहले कम करती थी, अब और भी ज़्यादा करती हूँ. It's just try to observe the little things that I get to hear from or we see around us in our society, things that irritate us. You know, patriarchy कैसी धसी पड़ी है हम सब के अंदर. That is amazing, not just men but even in women. And that I've got to know after I started doing comedy that, oh my God, even women are so regressive sometimes, it's not funny. So my style is mainly just observational with little कहानियाँ इधर-उधर से अपनी लोगों की, to try to bring them out.
Wonderful. Since you've been talking about your style of comedy, if we talk about your show, which is Carry On Mummy. So first of all, how did you come to this name? How did you reach to this particular very interesting name?
You know, in comedy industry, how it works is that you need to have a title for your video. So I wanted to keep a title that could immediately say that it's a mom out there doing comedy, because we have a lot of women comics out there, a lot of great comedy, and I didn't want to be part of everything, so just to, you know, stand out a bit. And there are no mothers, there are very few mothers who are doing comedy, very few. So in fact I only know of one in India actually who's doing, as of now, who's doing good comedy. So I wanted to do something different, कि वो कुछ ऐसा मैं title रखूं कि immediately आए कि ये कौन है, because comedy videos अब इतने ज़्यादा हैं that it's difficult to even stand out. So मैंने कहा पहले तो punchline ऐसी होनी चाहिए कि भैया कोई लोग अच्छा ये कौन है, ये औरत कौन है. So that's why it was Carry On Mummy.
Interesting. In this show Carry On Mummy, you interestingly talk about housewife and homemaker. In fact, till date, I used to think that homemaker means it's much more sophisticated. But your show made me actually think otherwise. In fact, if we can have a video clip, can I ask for a video clip from her show Carry On Mummy? Because it's a very interesting take on housewife and homemaker.
Working from home for the last 20 years as CEO H&M. Cribbing exhausted. So I'm a full-time working woman, working from home for the last 20 years as CEO H&M. A cribbing, exhausted, overworked housewife and mother. मुझे अपने thankless और payless job से इतनी problem नहीं है जितनी इस word housewife से है. बड़ा सड़ा हुआ थका हुआ word है, like a housefly, house lizard. No thought put in this word, है ना? ये तो women empowerment के चक्कर में हमारी थोड़ी सी rebranding होगी, and we got a fancier name, you know, homemakers. At least now we sound like a mixie. Presenting the all-in-one homemakers. Idli maker, roti maker, and the perfect golu molu baby maker.
And the last line comes with a lifetime guarantee and free laundry service.
Totally.
Ting tong, ab naye kamau option mein bhi.
So throw us a little more light on this concept of roti maker and homemaker.
Yeah, it was just, frankly, when I just thought of it, it was, the comedy I wanted to bring out was our stories, because I think there's a lot of perspective of men. There are a lot of men comedians out there, and I think for donkey's years, we women have been laughed at. हम सबके पत्नियों वाले जोक बहुत बन गए, हमारी पत्नी ये करती हैं, हमारी पत्नी बहुत शॉपिंग करती हैं, बहुत पैसे उड़ाती हैं, हम अपनी सास के घर जाते हैं, ये होता है वो होता है. मतलब मर्द बेचारे बहुत ही बेचारे, हम तो अपनी पत्नी से बहुत डरते. कौन है ये डरपोक मर्द? कौन है? मतलब ऐसे ही क्या मर्द रूल कर रहे हैं क्या? कौन इतने डरे हुए मर्द कौन से हैं? हाँ, तो हम तो डरते हैं, हमारी मातरनी हमें आंखें दिखा रही हैं, हम तो बैठ गए. मतलब I was like, okay, I was sick of those jokes. So I said, so much of point of view, ये है, shopping करने जाती है, पैसे बर्बाद करती है. I mean, ठीक है, such stereotypical jokes. All women are not the same, right? So, but okay, we've been taking it in a good spirit, and we've been laughed at, and we have laughed at ourselves hearing those jokes very happily, which is fine. I enjoy that comedy as well. But what I kind of started noticing, why is there no women perspective? Why is there no mother's perspective? Why is there no housewives perspective? There is so much going on. There is so much drama. What nonsense we go through every day of our lives. So many things. हम मतलब पिसी रहे होते हैं आधा टाइम तो अपने parents से भी मतलब at some point of time ना सबकी सुन ही रहे होते हो, चाहे parents की सुन रहे हो, चाहे सास ससुर की सुन रहे हो, चाहे बच्चों की भी सुन रहे हो, पति की भी सुन रहे हो, तो पिस तो आप ही रहे हो actually most of the time. So mixie is also in that context. We are getting grinded also, right? So that was my thing, and I was like, yaar, theek hai, chalo, I didn't want to, it was not supposed to be offensive or anything, but it was more like, yeah, okay, housewife bolo ya homemaker bolo, we are still doing the same roles. What has changed? Has anything changed after being called a homemaker? Are we like getting more attention, getting more liberated or whatever? No, we are still doing the same, and everybody is a homemaker, whether she's a working woman. I would say, why are these terms divided, working women? I think all women are working women. Some of us get paid, some of us don't get paid, but we are all working women, right? And same is with a homemaker. All of us are homemakers. Even a working woman is going and coming back home and, doing her laundry and looking after her kids or making khana. So all women are also homemakers, right? So what is this concept? So I was like, what has changed? Just एक नाम बदलने से क्या ही बदल गया ना? हमारा role तो अभी भी वही चल रहा है. पिसी रहे हैं like a mixie.
Actually, your audience looks more like the mothers or the wives. Do you sometimes also distort, or you would try to distort your talk to suit to maybe the needs of a younger audience?
So surprisingly, my audience has, evolved. I mean, it's evolving in the sense that when you start writing comedy, you can't write for a niche audience. So if I just cater to women and wives, तो फिर तो मेरा कम ही हो जाएगा सब कुछ. So especially in stand-up shows, सब लोग आते हैं, husbands, wives, dada, dadi, nana, nani. Everybody comes to watch comedy. So everybody comes with a full family. Speaking of which, yes, of course, I'm talking about my experiences, so it's more relatable to my age group. It's more relatable to moms and housewives and, married couples. It's more relatable to them. But at the same time, it's very interesting how comedy is evolving, and you never know what hits when. In fact, the show in which I recorded my video, there were only two married couples. It was a show of an artist called Divya Dixit, who has a very young audience. It's like 20s, 30s wala audience tha sara. उसमें सिर्फ 2 married couple थे, but people loved my show, and उसके बाद आके मुझे youngsters, sometimes I have teenage mothers coming with teenage children, and people came up to me and they're like, auntie आपने तो ऐसे बोलते हैं, हमारी मम्मी भी ऐसी बोलती है, आपने हमारी मम्मी की याद दिला दी. So that's the amazing part of comedy, that you connect to different levels. I related to a dadi also who said, हाँ बेटा हमारे ज़माने में से ऐसा ही चल रहा है. अच्छा तुमने पतियों का बैंड बजाया, कुछ नहीं बदला. तो तो हमारा भी वैसे ही चल रहा था. तो मेरी एज ग्रुप में तो हम सारे हैं ही चिड़चिड़ पेट क्रिप करते रहते हैं अपनी सहेलियों के साथ. और आगे youngsters are also relating because Gen Z, oh my God, not easy to follow them. So वो Gen Z वाले right? वो Gen Z वाले बच्चे आ जाते हैं, सारे आधे टेक्स्ट कर रहे हैं जो हमें समझ नहीं आ रहे. वो वैसे वाले I talk about all that also. तो वो बच्चे आते हैं कि मैम we also talk like this. Our mothers can't understand what we are saying. So it's amazing how you can connect to three generations of audience. So it's amazing, and I'm not catering to an audience. I'm not tweaking my script. But yes, I do keep in mind that I can't just stick to one level of audience. कोई भी आएगा show देखने, and everybody should go back happy.
Correct.
Yeah.
That's a good thought. Since morning, we've been talking about or listening to self-affirmations. And you also believe in self-affirmations. But as a comic, are your self-affirmation something like, my joke should make my microwave laugh, or something else?
No, no, even my affirmation है लोग तालियां बजा के जाएं. Sold out show हो जाए.
So you want more laughs?
Of course, any day. I'm also, I don't mess with affirmations, but if you're talking about funny affirmations, yeah, I can have one incident to that. It's not really an affirmation, it's not something that I wrote down. But at the end of the day, I come from a middle class, humble background. So, हमारी मम्मियाँ वो सारी जो पैसे सेव कर करके उसके साथ क्या फ्री मिल रहा है जल्दी से ले लो कहाँ पे जो भी है we are that cautious वाली जो parenting थी हमारी तो है तो हम चिंदी कहीं ना कहीं still are, okay? And it's very funny. I never imagined that my video would blow up so much. And, when I would watch these Instagram, and I had just about 1,000, 1,300, 1,200 followers when my video went viral, and suddenly in 18 days it went to like 100K. But anyways, I never imagined ऐसा कुछ होगा. तो जब मैं ये 1,000-1,200 वाले follower में थी ना, तो I used to tell one of my best friends, because I'm very fond of sarees, and I used to watch these reels जिसमें लोग साड़ी वाले collaboration कर रहे हैं. I used to tell them, यार बस इतना हो जाए कि मेरे को ना free में साड़ी मिल जाए. So that chindi, and let me tell you ladies, this sari is sponsored. I managed that. So I got there was a brand called Mahas. Now that I'm on the mic, I'll say it's Maheshmati sarees. They said, ma'am, आप इंदौर आ रहे हो, आप please हमारी साड़ी डालो show में कि हमारी advertising हो जाएगी. So my one affirmation came true.
Excellent, excellent. You also dabble into watercolor painting.
हाँ जी.
So does it happen sometimes कि instead of watercolor brush आपने कभी punchline brushes का use कर लिया?
So creative art forms सारे देखो ऐसे ही होते हैं. They're all fluid, One, you can't separate a creative mind into this thing. I think all creative people have 2 or 3 things जिसमें उनका ध्यान होता है. एक में वो focus करते हैं और बाकी भी उनके creative pursuits होते हैं. And it's interesting because कभी कोई writer's block हुआ, कोई artist block हुआ, so then you deviate, you take a break, you go to your other art form and it gives you a refreshing insight, कुछ और thoughts आते हैं. So it's very interesting. And yeah, when I was, like this year I had decided to focus. Last year I was doing a lot of painting. But वो होता है, you can't separate the two. So last year I was working for some exhibitions, painting exhibitions, and 2-3 months were occupied in making paintings for the exhibitions. But while I was doing painting, I would listen to podcasts of comedians. So I would listen to interviews of famous comedians. I would listen to workshops of comedians. I would listen. So while I was painting, my dhyan was still there. So you can't actually separate the two.
Excellent. आपका एक Instagram post मैं देख रही थी. It was talking about whether you should be boarding flight on time or you should be buying a MAC lipstick. So please share more on that.
MAC lipstick. Anyway.
Should we take
all the time MAC
an
lipstick.
Audience poll on this? What is more important, ladies? Buying a MAC lipstick or boarding the flight on time?
And this is like, I reached the airport 2 hours पहले. सब कुछ आराम से हो गया है 2 घंटे. So busy shopping and all. मैक के स्टोर एक्चुअली एंड व्हाई मैक लिपस्टिक पर्टिकुलरली आई टेल यू, मैं बातें करने का शौक है. वो मैक की जो स्टोर की वो जहाँ जो लेडी है वो मेरी दोस्त बन गया, वो मेरी सहेली बन गई है. एवरी टाइम आई गो देयर वो मेरे को फ्री में फाउंडेशन भी दे देती है. छोटी छोटी डब्बियों में सैंपल्स दे देती है, मेरा उसी से काम चल जाता है. So I go there every time, but to spend that much time that I was like, hey, oh, time ho gaya, run. And I'm getting a call, ma'am, are you coming? Because you're the last person, then you're entering like a queen.
So you get a VVIP treatment then.
Absolutely. So MAC lipsticks work.
Very good. Wonderful, wonderful. What about the ladies? Is it about MAC lipstick or boarding the flight on time?
Everyone wants to play it safe.
Everybody wants to play it safe, and when you do not play safe, you play Harpriya. And that's why she's here, isn't it? So our answers need to be tweaked. No, wonderful, wonderful. In fact, you are a model or you were a model. A little thought on that also?
I've done a little bit of modeling. That also, I just started it like a couple of years back. I have a photographer friend who pushed me. He said, I'll do something. I said, ye baal nahi, ab main kale karungi. He said, yahi to in hai. The salt and pepper look is in. Go do this and all.
True,
so then I just did a few projects on and off. I'm not very actively into it, but kuch aa jaye, acha to kar lete hain.
And what about your fellow comedians? If you have to roast someone, who would it be?
To roast a comedian? I dare not.
No, drop a name.
I'm too new in the industry to take pangas. Abhi they all are very sweet and they're helping me. मुझे अपना career शुरू करने से पहले खत्म नहीं करना है.
Great, 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 great. If you have to define laughter, what would it be?
Define laughter. दिल से निकलना चाहिए. दिल से निकलना चाहिए. Audience is still evolving. I don't think our audience is still Indian audience is still not completely evolved to accept a woman comedian. तो अब फिर भी है, but a mother, a housewife kind of a comedian like me coming on stage and talking about, people still give me the eyes sometimes.
But your success defies it.
Yeah, so that's what I'm saying. I mean, you have to look at the positives more than the trolls and the negatives.
Wonderful,
yeah.
Wonderful, wonderful. Great, Harpriya. And because she's a stand-up comic, so do all of us want her to stand up? Give it up for Harpriya.
Should I stand up?
Yes.
And do what?
Yes. And do what you are best at.
Okay. What should I do? 2-3 मिनट के कोई जोक मैं बताती हूँ. किस पे जोक सुनना चाहेंगे? पति पे? बच्चों पे? सास पे? सास वाले खत्म हो गए, वो उस पे ही थे. उसके बाद मेरी सास ने कुछ ऐसा करा नहीं कि मैं जोक बना दूं. Okay, so married people in the house, give me a cheer. Okay, all of you. So let me begin by saying, not okay. Unmarried people, थोड़े बहुत हैं. Anybody in love? थोड़े बहुत, ज़्यादा नहीं है. बाकी तो सारे शादीशुदा हैं. उनसे कोई उम्मीद भी नहीं है मुझे. That's fine. वैसे ये सवाल मैं बहुत सालों से पूछ रही हूँ. आज तो 2-4 लोगों ने हाथ खड़ा कर दिया. मजाल है कोई हाथ खड़ा कर दे. तो दुनिया में प्यार है नहीं इतना. तो इंस्टाग्राम पता नहीं क्या दिखा रहा है, लोगों को पट्टी पढ़ा रहा है. नायाब है in love. She's come with her boyfriend. Are you still? Oh really? And I said it on the mic. Oh sorry, that's a manager. I know that. Manager का boyfriend में बदल जाए कुछ नहीं पता. कुछ नहीं पता. Exactly. So yeah, love is such an overrated emotion, but I think so. Love is an overrated emotion, नहीं? मतलब इतने सारे तो देखो side effects हैं इसके. Loneliness, depression, suicide, honor killings, बहुत. Right? है ना? So I also think मतलब देखो मेरी तो arrange marriage हुई है. Arrange marriage वाले give me a cheer. बहुत सारे हैं. तो मेरी तो arrange marriage वाले को तो love से वैसे कोई लेना देना नहीं है. It's like asymptomatic coronavirus. ये कब आया, गया, हुआ, नहीं हुआ, बच्चे तो हो गए, love तो हो ही गया होगा. अब इससे तो नहीं होना, किसी और से चाहे हो जाए, है ना? तो हमारी सारी जिंदगी ये गाना गाते गाते निकल जाती है. क्या यही प्यार है? हम हस्बैंड के लिए खाना बनाते हैं. हाँ, हस्बैंड ऐसे डकार मारते, हम कहते हैं हाय लहसुन की चटनी मेरी आज से बड़ी पसंद आई. क्या यही प्यार है? राइट. मगर लव मैरिज वाले, चलो लव मैरिज वाले आपकी कहानी अलग है. गिव मी अ चीयर. थोड़े बहुत ज्यादा आवाज नहीं निकली इनकी, क्योंकि इनको मिलता है धोखा. Their marriage is like a chips packet. बाहर से सब तड़कता भड़कता, अंदर से निकलती है हवा. 2-3 दिन पहले किसी ने मेरे के शो में बोला गैस. मैं क्या लगता है ज्यादा ही प्यार, उनको बदहजमी हो गई. पुदीना हरा खिलाई जाए इनको. राइट? बट ठीक है, शादी लव और अरेंज, अल्टीमेटली इट ऑल डीरेंज्ड. डीरेंज या क्या है? मतलब क्या है बचा ना शादी में? मतलब इट इज ऑल डीरेंज. अल्टीमेटली इट इज ऑल लाइक ड्राइविंग योर डैड्स ओल्ड फिएट. कब कहाँ रुक जाए कुछ नहीं पता. फिर किसी को तो निकल के धक्का मारना ही पड़ता है ना? यहाँ पे मैम हाउ मेनी इयर्स ऑफ योर मैरिज? Oh, give it up for her, ladies and gentlemen. Ma'am, how many years of your marriage? 43. क्या उम्दा खिलाड़ी बैठे हैं यहाँ पर? कमाल कर दी मैम. आप मैम हैप्पीली मैरिड, अनहैप्पीली मैरिड? हैप्पीली? You happy with yourself? She didn't say happily married. You can't say that, you know. हो ही नहीं सकता. मैं पता नहीं क्यों मैम. Actually शादीशुदा ये youngsters जाते हैं ना, ये तो 2-3 महीने वाली शादी वाले. Hey, how is the secret of your happy married life? I'm like, who said it was happy? मैं क्या इनका बबल बर्स्ट करना चाहिए मैम? इनको बड़ी उम्मीदें हैं शादी से. देखो ये होता है 40 साल बाद आप बोलते हैं I am happy with myself. बाहर में जाए पति, वो घर में सेम रह रहा है, let him be grateful. चाय बना के दे देती हूँ उसे मैं, है ना? ये होता है आफ्टर सो मेनी इयर्स ऑफ मैरिज. तो प्लीज किसी को पूछा मत करो. दूसरे मैरिड कपल्स को एडवाइस कोई पूछते क्यों हो तुम लोग? वो सुना नहीं है तुम लोग एयरलाइंस में दूसरों की सहायता करने से पहले खुद की सहायता करें, है ना? फिर ये इंस्टाग्राम पे क्या होता है, ये शादी वादी क्या होता है, ये लड़ाई हो जाती है. मैम आपकी अब लड़ाइयाँ होती है कोई? अभी भी होती हैं? अभी ज्यादा होती है कि पहले ज्यादा होती थी? नॉर्मल है, पहले भी ऐसे था. बट ये यंग एनीबडी हु हैज बीन मैरिड अंडर अ ईयर, गिव मी अ चेयर. 1 ईयर से कम वाली शादी कोई नहीं है, सब बुजुर्ग बेटे. वो रे हाउ मेनी मंथ्स? लड़ाई होती है बेटा, होती है बहुत. इन्हीं की होती है लड़ाइयाँ. इनको समझ नहीं आ रही शादी है, प्यार है, नफरत है. गलती से कर ली, क्या कर लिया हमने, कहाँ फंस गए हमने? हाँ, को फिर कौन आता है मनाने? दोनों. सो स्वीट. दोनों. मैम आपकी लड़ाई में कौन आता है मनाने? कोई नहीं. कोई नहीं. एग्जैक्टली. शादी के 20 साल बाद कोई नहीं आता. वी ऑल वेरी हैप्पी इन आवर डोमेस्टिक साइलेंस. हमें नहीं मनाना किसी को, क्योंकि शादी के 10, 15, 20 साल बाद ना तो आप रह जाते हैं पति पत्नी, ना आप रह जाते हैं अच्छे दोस्त, ना आप रह जाते हैं माँ बाप. आप रह जाते हैं पुराने पड़ोसी, जिनको एक दूसरे की हर आदत से चिढ़ है. लेकिन अब हम नए पड़ोसी नहीं चाहते, क्योंकि उनकी ट्रेनिंग कौन करेगा? एक की ट्रेनिंग इतनी मुश्किल से करिए, है ना? राइट मैम, है ना? और फिर वो मैंने एक गंदी सी पिक्चर में एक डायलॉग देखा था. क्या था? मेट्रो पिक्चर में. पिक्चर इतनी बुरी नहीं थी, डायलॉग बड़ा फनी था. जब हमारे दिन में कभी लड़ाई भी हो जाए तो रात को चादर के नीचे जब पैर मिलते हैं तो दिल भी मिल जाते हैं. आई एम लाइक रियली? शादी के 20 साल बाद एक तो चादरें अलग अलग हो जाती हैं और पैर इतने खुरदरे हो जाते हैं कि मिलाने का मन नहीं करता. थैंक यू.
थैंक यू, थैंक यू, थैंक यू सो मच. ये so that was a laugh riot. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Over to
Thank
you, Nikita.
The hilarious evening, the Punjabi Tarka has just added its flavor. As we end this session today with smiles on our faces and laughter in our hearts, let's remember that in a world that can often be too serious, it's the ability to laugh together that truly connects us. Thank you, ma'am. An event is not complete without a shout out for our sponsors. We are thankful to Rich Chocolatier for making our day so chocolatey, and Bliss Holidays who have added zest to our conclave. Thank you Web Dunia, our digital content partner, for being our guide in the digital universe. Thank you.
Wow, what an evening. Ending with laughters. Last but not the least, for our last session, I would like to invite CA Pooja Sharma on this stage.
मुस्कुराओ क्योंकि आज हम सब साथ हैं. मुस्कुराओ क्योंकि इसी का नाम तो जिंदगी है. मुस्कुराओ क्योंकि आज इतना कुछ नया जो सीखा है. और अब और भी ज्यादा मुस्कुराओ क्योंकि हमारे बीच आ रही नायाब मीडा है। I request Session Chair Ms. Preeti Ladha, Director SPS Consultants, to escort Nayab, the new generation Indian poetess, on the stage. Nayab originates from the picturesque town of Sri Ganganagar, Rajasthan. She wrote her first poem in English in class 9th for a school competition. She holds an electronics engineering degree but followed her passion and found the perfect avenue to express her creativity through poems. जब से देखा है इन आंखों ने तुमको, हम इन आंखों की नजरें उतारने लगे। इन आंखों की चमक और मुस्कुराहट देखकर ये फूल भी शर्माने लगे। It's our tradition to extend a warm and fragrant welcome to our guests. So I request Mrs. Archana Shah, MD, Shah Marketing, to come and honor our guest. Mrs. Archana Shah. Nayab, the beauty of these flowers mirrors the beauty your poetry brings into our lives. Now I request the AV of Nayab Midha. Nayab Midha. Nayab Midha is a rising star in the realm of slam poetry, gaining widespread recognition for her remarkable performances. Her fame skyrocketed when her Instagram video titled Muskurao went viral, accumulating 15 million views in a short span. Nayab's passion for slam poetry was ignited during her college years in Delhi. She made a bold choice to leave her job at Infosys to wholeheartedly pursue her dream of becoming an influential poet. Nayab Midha's story serves as an inspiring example for aspiring artists and dreamers, encouraging them to pursue their passions with courage and dedication, reminding us all to start small and dream big. Her spoken word poetry, including pieces like Kya Ek Mulaqat Kafi Hai, Tum Khoobsurat Ho and Ishq Behisab Ho, has touched the hearts of many and continues to captivate audiences with its raw and thought-provoking storytelling. Please welcome Nayab Midha. Thank you, AV team. Now let's begin with the question and answer session. So here's presenting Nayab Midha in conversation with Preeti Ladha.
Thank you so much, Pooja. We're delighted to have you, Nayab, and we can't wait to have this conversation with you.
Thank you. Even very excited. I'm so excited to see so many women in a room. It feels like my whole gang is sitting here. I speak for you guys. I'm very happy to see the ratio, which is 1:99, I guess.
क्या आपको पता है कि बचपन में नायाब एक मैथमेटिशियन बनना चाहती थी और उनके पापा चाहते थे कि वे एक डॉक्टर बने। नायाब ने अपनी इंजीनियरिंग की पढ़ाई पूरी करके 2 साल इन्फोसिस में जॉब भी की। नायाब, क्या आप पढ़ाकू थी और ये इंजीनियर से स्टोरी टेलर की क्या कहानी है?
नहीं, मैं बहुत पढ़ाकू थी क्योंकि मेरी मम्मी ने मुझे पहले ही बता दिया था कि कोई राजकुमार नहीं आता है। तो मिडिल क्लास फैमिलीज में, और आयरनी क्या है ना, मेरे पापा का नाम राजकुमार है। तो जब मेरी मम्मी का ही नहीं आया तो मैं तो समझ गई कि मेरा बहुत मुश्किल है। तो और मिडिल क्लास फैमिलीज में एक ही तरीका है सक्सेस का, पढ़ाई। तो मैं पढ़ाकू तो पूरी थी, बट मेरे घर वालों ने बहुत उम्मीदें लगा ली कि डॉक्टर ही बन जाएगी, जो मुझे नहीं बनना था. तो that was different.
And how did it, like, you know, engineer से storyteller की क्या कहानी थी? Like, how did it begin?
तो जैसे मैं इतनी रिबेल हूँ, मेरी मम्मी 2 गुना रिबेल है, एंड माई मदर वांटेड दैट आई स्टडी इन अ कॉन्वेंट स्कूल. और कॉन्वेंट स्कूल में मतलब छोटा शहर है तो एक ही कॉन्वेंट स्कूल है, और वहाँ सारे रईस बच्चे भी आते हैं, एंड पीपल कम फ्रॉम डिफरेंट बैकग्राउंड्स. बट इट वाज सो हार्ड टू फिट इन फॉर मी. मतलब ना मुझे इंग्लिश में बात करना आता था, एंड वो जो फाइन लगता है ना हमारे देश में हिंदी बोलने पे, इट इज सच अ आयरनी, आई टेल यू. ठीक है, कि इतने फाइन खाए हैं मैंने सिर्फ हिंदी बोलने पे. अब लगाओ मुझे जरा. You know, I swear, I hate the fact that in the country you put a fine on speaking Hindi, and then I wouldn't fit in. I wouldn't score well. I failed the first year I went to a convent school. I failed my 7th grade. 7वीं में कौन fail होता है? And every time my family would watch तारक मेहता का उल्टा चश्मा, and जेठा जी would say 7वीं fail. It was an attack to me. मुझे लगा मेरा जीवन दया जैसा हो जाएगा तो मैं क्या करूँगी? You know, and but I would never fit in here, never, because ना तो जो बच्चे मेरे बैकग्राउंड से हैं वो अच्छे नंबर ला रहे हैं, और जो मेरे बैकग्राउंड से नहीं है उनके पास इतना पैसा है कि उनका चल जाएगा. तो मैं धोबी का कुत्ता घर का ना घाट का. So I would never fit in, and that's where I started venting out. I started venting out to journaling my heart out. I started venting out to poetry, and that's where it started.
Wow. नायाब की लिखी कविता तुम खूबसूरत हो was an overnight success. नायाब ने चाहा था कि उनको 100K लाइक्स मिले, बट जब कविता रिलीज हुई तो रात तक ही 1 मिलियन लाइक्स आ चुके थे. नायाब, what did it feel like? Also, do you believe in the power of manifestation? क्या आपको लगता है कि पूरी कायनात की साजिश थी आपको आपकी मंजिल से मिलाने के लिए?
तो ये वर्ड मैंने अब सीखा है. बिलीफ मम्मी ने काफी पहले दे रखा था कि जो मांगो जो विश करो वो हो जाता है. बट हाउसएवर आई थिंक यू वुड रिलेट टू इट. हम इनिशियली ओपन माइक्स में जाते थे, और there was no reels and there were no YouTube shorts, there were no short format content, so the content would be in a landscape format. So we would bag open mics. So I remember I used to travel from Chandigarh to Delhi, कोई भी बस पकड़ के random just to perform. And कोई पैसा वैसा नहीं मिलता था. There was no money कि पैसा मिल रहा है. एक तो फॉर्म भरो, सेलेक्ट हुए तो मुफ्त में अपना वीडियो देख के जाओ. That was the system. But we would die for कि यार, you know, at least our talent would be showcased. तो एक वीडियो आया तो 20-30 हजार पे रुक गया, दूसरा आया 50-60 पे रुक गया. फिर जब तुम खूबसूरत तो आने वाला था, I was like, please God, 100K we want to cross this time. And I was in office. मेरा फोन ऑफ हो गया. वी वर एट टीम लंच और समथिंग. जब मैं वापस आई तो मैसेजेस थे कि आपका वीडियो रिलीज हो गया. एंड आई एम लाइक 100K इस बार करना है 100K. और मैंने खोला, इट वाज ऑलरेडी 300K व्हेन आई ओपनड द वीडियो. सो आई वाज तो on the top of the world, and that video crossed about 19-20 million on Facebook. And I used to work in Infosys. वहाँ से मुझे हौसला आ गया कि ये छोड़ दूंगी मैं जल्दी, अब नौकरी, अब मैं निकल जाऊंगी यहाँ से. But yeah, so that was the story that, you know, it was awesome feeling that people relate to.
So Nayab, खूबसूरत की बात हो रही है, and we have such a खूबसूरत audience. Few lines for us.
Oh, definitely. Okay, you all have to, you know, do a volunteering job with me कि मैं जब कहूँ तुम खूबसूरत हो, आपको मेरे साथ कहना है. Can we do that? चलो, we'll do 3 practice runs. मैं कहूँगी तुम खूबसूरत हो, ठीक है? अब आप कहिए मेरे साथ, तुम खूबसूरत हो. देखो क्या है ना, जितनी जोर से आप बोलोगे उतनी तारीफ मेरे अंदर से आएगी. So it's a two-way street. तुम खूबसूरत हो. तुम यार, इससे ज्यादा तेज तो आप सास की चुगलियों पे भी कर रहे थे, मैंने देखा. यू नो, इसी को सेल्फ लव कहते हैं. दैट आवर हेट्रेड शुड, यू नो, नॉट ओवरपावर लव. विल डू इट लाउडर दिस टाइम. तुम ऑसम. तुम खूबसूरत हो. ये बात खुद से 100 दफा कहो. चलते वक्त, रुकते वक्त, उठते वक्त, बैठते वक्त, सोते वक्त, जागते वक्त, हर वक्त. खुद को आईने में देखते वक्त, मुस्कुराते वक्त, चिल्लाते वक्त, दूसरों की आंखों में अपनी झलक देखते वक्त, बिना ये सोचे कि वो तुम्हारे बारे में क्या सोच रहे हैं, खुद से बेखौफ कहो कि तुम खूबसूरत हो. जली आंखों में काजल डालने से पहले, सूखे चेहरे पर सफेद रंग लगाने से पहले, कानों को झुमके के बोझ तले दबाने से पहले, कमर को 2 इंच छोटे कपड़े में कसने से पहले, उसी कपड़े को अपनी छाती में धंसने से पहले, इन होठों को लाल गुलाबी मैक में बंद करने से पहले उन्हें कहने दो कि तुम थैंक यू सो मच।
वंडरफुल। मूविंग ऑन। जब भी इंडिया पाकिस्तान की बात होती है तो वैसे ही सबका इंटरेस्ट जाग जाता है, चाहे क्रिकेट के मैच हो या कोई मूवी। नायाब, आपकी फैमिली पार्टीशन के समय पाकिस्तान से श्री गंगानगर शिफ्ट हुई। कुछ ऐसा किस्सा जो आपने दादा दादी से सुना हो और हमारे साथ शेयर करना चाहेंगी?
I've never met my Dadaji. So my dad is adopted and he was adopted when my grandparents were already, I think, around 60. तो मैंने अपनी दादी को देखा है उनके late 80s में, 85 when she was already 85 plus. But what a woman she was, okay. सब थर-थर कांपते थे उस औरत से। वो 85 साल की औरत है, वो चल नहीं पा रही है और मेरा पूरा खानदान कांप रहा है। And obviously my mother and her did not have a great relationship क्योंकि वो 2 ज़माने पहले से हैं। और मेरी नानी जो है, मेरी नानी वॉज ये हेडमास्टर, तब सरकारी स्कूल में प्रिंसिपल थी। मेरी नानी का अलग ही रुतबा था। और मेरे नाना और मेरी नानी, हम उनको आज भी 2 हंसों का जोड़ा बोलते हैं। तो मेरे नानू सुबह उठते हैं, चाय बनाते हैं, फिर मेरी नानी को उठाते हैं। मेट्रियार्की बहुत पुरानी चल रही है मेरे घर में, ठीक है। और वेलकम टू माई मदर ससुराल, जहाँ she is expected to wake up and be the opposite person altogether. But what my pickup from partition was that her life was really hard. I don't think she had a choice. तो मैं और मेरी माँ अक्सर, मेरी मम्मी went out करती है कि मेरे तो बहुत बहुत सफ़र किया है मैंने because of my relationship with her. And all I wanted to tell my mother always, that woman left everything. Her brothers were killed in front of her eyes. She was kept for raping. And she escaped that. And आपको पता है उनकी मदद उनके मुस्लिम पड़ोसियों ने की थी कि निकलो यहाँ से, and their lives were at risk. So what I learned from that was that, religion is a sham that, we've been taught to fight. At the top layer, people from any religion love each other. It's the money game, I guess. And that woman, वो आई, उसने घर बना लिया अपना एक नई जगह पे, एक नई जगह को घर बनाना. If I move you today to a completely different company and you don't know how your family is, you don't know what your brother is doing or what your mother is doing, and there is no contact, how would you be able to live, And she managed to adopt somebody. She managed to share whatever love that had, and I tell my mother that was enough. So that has been my pick from her, that's मुझे उनकी वो strongness रख लेनी है. बाकी सब we can always let go, I think that's what my pickup.
नायब, आपकी फेवरेट कविता किसी और कवि द्वारा?
मुझे गुलजार साहब बहुत पसंद है, मुझे अमृता प्रीतम जी भी बहुत पसंद है. एक शेर सुना देती हूँ बशीर बद्र साहब का. दोस्ती पे एक बहुत खूबसूरत शेर है उनका. वो कहते हैं कि दिखावे की मोहब्बत में मेरी दोस्ती ना मिला. अच्छा, आप लोग फ्रेंड्स आए होंगे ना यहाँ बहुत सारे, है ना? एंड women have to be each other's friends. हमारे पास और कोई चारा ही नहीं है. ये लोग ही बोल रहे हैं औरत औरत की दुश्मन है, हम सारे साथ बैठ के तुम्हारी चुगलियां कर रहे हैं. तो दिस इज जस्ट वी आर प्लेइंग एन इमेज. तो वो कहते हैं कि दिखावे की मोहब्बत में मेरी दोस्ती ना मिला, दिखावे की मोहब्बत में मेरी दोस्ती ना मिला, अगर गले नहीं लगता ना तो जा हाथ भी ना मिला. मुझे बहुत पसंद है. The magic of a hug. I absolutely love, he said.
In the beginning you also said, and again your LinkedIn bio also says, that refugees of life find solace in art. क्या आर्टिस्ट के लिए अपना आर्ट अपने इमोशंस को बाहर निकालने का एक तरीका होता है?
बिल्कुल. हम और कहीं निकाल नहीं पाए तो हमने सोचा कि या तो किसी को नहीं बताएंगे या सबको बता देंगे. हमारा वेंटिंग आउट इज दैट. As I said that I was a fairly lonely child. मुझे समझ ही नहीं आता था कि, और मेरी मम्मी बहुत हसल कर रही थी. She was hustling through and through. मतलब she was trying very hard to become something. Her life was enormously tough anyway. मेरी कभी हिम्मत ही नहीं हुई कि मैं उनको जाके कह दूं कि यार मैं स्कूल में परेशान हूँ या मैं बुली हो रही हूँ, कि I just didn't want to give her another reason to be worried about. And that sense of maturity when you touch when you're only 12 or 13, it gets very tough anyway to just you're killing your, वो कहते हैं ना कि आप मेच्योरिटी क्या होती है, कुछ नहीं होती, आप अपनी मासूमियत मारते जाते हैं दिन दिन और आपको बोलते हैं कि आप मेच्योर हो गए. तो आई डोंट नो हाउ इज दैट अ थिंग टू सेलिब्रेट, that we just killed our innocence and we're celebrating that, you know. Howsoever, that's where expression entered, and I'm very glad that I was never stopped too, कि तुम दुनिया में जाके क्यों गा रही हो. I was never stopped, and I think now my parents like that मैं दुनिया में जाके गा दे रही हूँ.
हमने सुना है कि मुस्कुराओ आपने वियतनाम में आपकी चप्पल खोने से इंस्पायर होके लिखी. क्या रोजमर्रा की जिंदगी की हैपनिंग्स आपका इंस्पिरेशन होती है, और डू यू हैव यू एवर फेस्ड अ राइटर्स ब्लॉग एंड व्हाट डू यू डू टू गेट आउट ऑफ इट?
राइटर ब्लॉग्स तो आई थिंक हम सबको रोज ही आता है. जितना प्रेशर है और जितना लोग बढ़िया कर जा रहे हैं ना हमारे आसपास वाले, हम ब्लॉग में ही लिख रहे हैं. हम ब्लॉग से बाहर जिस दिन निकलेंगे हम सबको पीछे छोड़ देंगे. दिस वॉट एवर वी आर डूइंग इज इन द ब्लॉग राइट नाउ. आई विल बी वेरी ऑनेस्ट. But howsoever, yes, I have been a very optimistic person always because of my mother, as I say. Even acha, you can go to her and talk about anything. She's the most non-judgmental person. So once I walked up to her and said that my best friend broke up with me because he was in love with me. So rather than मेरे को डांटने की बजाय my mother says his loss. I'm like, वाह मम्मी, तो मेरे को तो बचपन से यही मिला है कि दुनिया का लॉस है, तू चिल कर. तो कुछ घूमता है तो मुझे लगता है उसमें कुछ अच्छा ही होगा. हाँ, वो नानी लोग नहीं बोलते थे कि कोई बुरी चीज टल गई एंड ऑल ऑफ दैट. तो मुझे बहुत जल्दी हिट कर जाती हैं वो चीजें. लाइक ऑन द स्पॉट आई मेक माई माइंड बिकॉज आई कांट लाई ऑन द फैक्ट दैट आई स्पेंट अ चाइल्डहुड in a very horrible traumatic space because of many reasons, that my parents were struggling, we were financially not well off, they were an arranged marriage couple, they didn't know what to do with each other, you know. But बिना बात हम फंस गए उसमें जद्दोजहद में. तो बच्चे मत पैदा करो, मैं तो उनको बोलती हूँ पहले तुम फिगर आउट कर लो कि तुम पाल पाओगे 2 बच्चे. तुमने निकाल तो दिए बाहर. तो मैं ये भी बोलती हूँ कि जब ऐसे लोग जिनको आपस में अपना रिश्ता समझ नहीं आ रहा होता, वो बच्चे नहीं, वो ट्रॉमा पैदा करते हैं. ठीक है. वो ट्रॉमा पैदा करते हैं तो हमारे पास कोई ऑप्शन नहीं बचता. बट देन आफ्टर दैट जब मैं घर से निकली ना, मुझे ये था कि नाउ नथिंग कैन कम बिटवीन माई हैप्पीनेस बिकॉज आई डू नॉट वांट टू स्पेंड अनदर मोमेंट इन, यू नो, आई डोंट वांट टू गिव पावर टू पेन. तेरे पास नहीं है इतनी हिम्मत कि तू मुझसे ले जाए कुछ, जा ले जा मेरे जूते. I don't want to spend any other moment sad. Just
अब मुस्कुराओ की बात छिड़ ही गई है तो मुस्कुराओ हो ही जाए.
बिल्कुल. अब तो मुझे रट गई है. तो I'll be honest, ठीक है, मेरे को बहुत सारी अक्ल दाढ़ आई हैं. दाढ़ बोलते हैं ना इसको, है ना. और मुझे समझ नहीं आ रहा कि इतनी विजडम तो है नहीं मेरे अंदर, और आए जा रही है. एंड आई हेट ब्रशिंग. मेरे को तो बहुत जोर आता है ब्रश करने में, मिस कर लेती हूँ जैसे तैसे. ठीक है. एंड आई एम नॉट दैट पर्सन जो इतनी बार ब्रश करती है, मैं तो फटाफट निपटा देती हूँ. तो ऑब्वियस सी बात है कि जो लोगों के दांतों का हाल 40 पे होता है, मेरा 25 पे हो गया. और मेरे को जाना पड़ा डेंटिस्ट पे, और उसने जेन्युइनली आस्क्ड मी दैट हाउ आर यू सर्वाइविंग विद दिस सेट ऑफ टीथ. एंड इट फेल्ट लाइक अ फिलोसॉफिकल क्वेश्चन कि हाउ एम आई सर्वाइविंग, हाउ. मेरे जीवन में बहुत दुख है. मैं कैसे कर रही हूँ सर्वाइव, एंड आई रियलाइज आई एम सर्वाइविंग ऐसे. सर आई एम स्माइलिंग. मेरे दांत जैसे भी हैं मैं मुस्कुरा रही हूँ. एंड दैट्स वेयर मुस्कुराओ वाज बोर्न, विद दैट लॉस ऑफ शूज एंड द डिमीनिंग ऑफ डेंटिस्ट. दैट आई सेड कि मुस्कुराओ, मुस्कुराओ अगर आज कहीं से हार गए हो. उस जीत की जरूरत तुमसे ज्यादा किसी को थी शायद. मुस्कुराओ अगर कुछ खो गया है, जिसके नसीब का था उसको मिल गया है शायद. मुस्कुराओ अगर दिल टूट गया है, किसी का जोड़ने के लिए किसी का तोड़ना पड़ता होगा ना. और फिर भी रह जाए अगर दिल में दर्द कहीं, तो बांट कर मुस्कुराओ. और है अगर दिल में खुशी ज्यादा, तो सेम प्रोसेस दोहराओ. मुस्कुराओ अगर सर पे है छत, बदन पर है कपड़ा और है थाली में खाना, और है अगर जरूरत से ज्यादा तो बांट कर घर आना. मुस्कुराओ जब बार बार ये सोचकर हताश हो जाते हो कि इससे अच्छा ये हो जाता, इससे अच्छा वो हो जाता, तब ये सोचकर मुस्कुराओ कि इससे बुरा हो जाता तो क्या हो जाता। मुस्कुराओ, मुस्कुराओ जब पूछे कोई कि जिंदगी जीने का है क्या सलीका। मुस्कुराओ ये कहकर कि हमने जिंदगी से मुस्कुराना ही सीखा। मुस्कुराओ इवन इफ यू हैव टू वॉक माइल्स एंड माइल्स, बिकॉज इट्स ओके इफ योर ग्लास इज हाफ एम्प्टी, यू कैन ऑलवेज फिल इट विद स्माइल्स। मुस्कुराओ।
My greatest takeaway, my greatest takeaway from today's conclave is definitely going to be practicing gratitude.
Definitely.
Mandira Bedi also spoke about gratitude, and Muskurao also, you know, we are...
There's one thing, growing up, I have been taught, and I might crib about the fact that I've grown up in a house that had a lot of chaos. And honestly, as I grew up, I realized कि वो सिर्फ मेरा घर नहीं है, वो हम सबके हैं। तो जब आप वो शर्म छोड़ देते हो ना सीक्रेट की, कि यार ये घर की बातें बाहर नहीं बतानी, और एक बार जब आप वो छोड़कर बाहर बता देते हो ना, तो आपको समझ आ जाता है कि कहानी घर घर की है। तो एंड इन माई कंट्री, इन दिस, हम भारत में रहते हैं, मैं जहाँ जहाँ अपने दुखड़े रोने गई हूँ ना, किसी मेरे दोस्त ने, किसी टीचर ने, किसी थेरेपिस्ट ने, मतलब थेरेपिस्ट का तो काम है आपको गाइड करना, बट इफ यू टॉक ऑन अ पर्सनल लेवल विद एनीबडी, किसी ने मुझसे ये नहीं कहा कि आई एम सो सॉरी यू नो दैट यू हैड टू गो थ्रू दिस। सबने कहा यार हमारे साथ भी ऐसा ही है। तो जब सबके साथ ऐसा है तो ह्यूमन नेचर क्या है ना, कि उसको लगता है दूसरा भी परेशान है तो वो नहीं होता परेशान। बड़ा हम डिप्लोमैट हिपोक्रेट इंसान है, बट हम दूसरे को देख के, दुख देख के हम एक सुपीरियोरिटी तो फील करते हैं कि ये भी तो इसी शिट में है। अगर दो दोस्तों का साथ में ब्रेकअप हो जाए तो वो खुश है, ठीक है। एंड ऑल्सो हम सब की कोई बुआ है जिससे हमारी मम्मी की नहीं पटती, हम सबका कोई चाचा है जो किसी जमाने में हमारी जमीन ले गया था, हम सबकी दादी दादे पाकिस्तान में क्या क्या छोड़ के आए हैं, और अगर वो ना छोड़ के आते तो क्या चीज था अंबानी, यू नो। सो जब हमारी रूट्स, ओरिजिन ऑफ स्ट्रेस सेम है तो हमारे पॉइंटर्स भी सेम है, तो हम शेयर कर सकते हैं। तो मुझे लगता है बांट लेने से ना बड़ा इजी है कि हमको पता लग जाता है कि हम सेम बोट में सारे हैं, तो मजा आ जाता है मुझे लगता है बांट के।
चलिए आपसे और रूबरू होते हैं। What is the first thing that comes to your mind when I say प्यार?
बातें,
परिवार,
माँ बाप,
जिंदगी।
जिंदगी नॉन आइडियल है और उसी को ऐसे ही मोहब्बत करनी पड़ेगी, उससे वो आइडियल नहीं होगी किसी भी दिन। इफ यू आर वेटिंग टू जस्ट सेइंग, गिविंग अ हेड्स अप।
दोस्ती,
दोस्ती, बेशर्मी,
इंदौर,
पोहा जलेबी मुझे खानी है आज रात को।
जाते जाते नायाब, फिलहाल आप किस पे काम कर रही हैं और क्या कुछ पंक्तियां हमें सुनाएंगी?
मुझे ना हमेशा लगता था कि मैं क्रांतिकारी कवित्री बनूंगी, और मैंने बड़ा अपने हेट्रेड को लफ्ज़ों में डालने की कोशिश की जब मैं छोटी बच्ची थी, जब मैं स्कूल में थी या जब मैं कॉलेज में थी। पर मुझे एहसास हुआ कुछ, और मुझे लगता है मैं बड़ी खुशनसीब हूँ कि मुझे बहुत जल्दी एहसास हुआ कि हर चीज़ का जो सॉल्यूशन है ना वो मोहब्बत से निकलता है। दो लोग एक दूसरे को गाली दे के निकल जाएंगे, पर कहीं ना कहीं गांधी जी सही कहते थे कि कुछ लोग दूसरा गाल आगे करने पे सुधर जाते हैं। कुछ लोग, हर कोई नहीं, दूसरा हो सकता है तो मैं चांटा भी मार जाए कुछ लोग। बट मैं सिर्फ एक शेर कहना चाहूँगी जो सार है, जिस पे मैं लिखना चाहूँगी अपनी ज़िंदगी भर, कि गिला नहीं गर पीठ में खंजर लगे लाखों मेरे, गिला नहीं गर पीठ में खंजर लगे लाखों मेरे, इस खौफ से मैं अपनी मोहब्बत का सौदा नहीं करूंगी। माई लव इज फॉर माई सेल्फ, आई वोंट गिव इट टू एनीबडी, आई विल ओनली शेयर इट एंड दैट्स इट। थैंक यू सो मच। थैंक यू।
Thank you so much, Nayab, for this wonderful session. Your words have really touched our hearts. And now we'll eagerly await more of your poetic masterpieces in future.
Definitely.
And Nayab का मतलब होता है बेशकीमती।
बिल्कुल।
इसलिए मैं शुक्रगुजार हूँ अपने स्पॉन्सर्स का जिन्होंने ये संभव करने में सहयोग दिया। A special thanks to Dips for adding that extra crunch to our success. Thanks to our event partner G7, whose magic touch turned our event into a masterpiece. We are turning up the volume on our gratitude to our favorite sponsor, 94.3 My FM, Rock On. We look forward to continuing our fruitful partnership in future also. We would also like to thank our drummer, Shirish. Can we have a last piece, please?
Also, before you do that, I would like to tell you, I'm sorry, personal promotion. I'm doing a show tomorrow in Indore. It's happening at Diablo. It begins at 6. So if you like what I said, and the show is about creating love, as I said, मोहब्बत पकाते हैं, हम कोशिश करते हैं कि थोड़ी बांट लें आपके साथ. It's a poetry and musical set. There's a little bit of comedy in it. So it's happening tomorrow. The ticket link is in my bio. You can also find offline tickets tomorrow. So if you're not watching the match, please join us. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Shrishti, can we now please have your piece?
Never think of when we were together. Told myself that you were right for me. It felt so lonely with no company. But that was what I to make us stand. Just